I have definitely not seen this thing in person. A black dragon of such a large size might be as big as the entire mainland China. Therefore, I should have seen this black dragon in a dreamland or something of the sort. Right, it was back during the immortal feast. Shuhang quickly found some memories of this black dragon. After all, the image of this black dragon was so unique that it was rather difficult to forget it. Shuhang remembered that when he was at the immortal feast, he and Fairy Rosy Cloud had participated in a food tasting challenge. At that time, the last dish in the competition had been a bowl of black stuff. When Shuhang used the secret appraisal technique to cheat, he accidentally identified the source of the dark material, the ancient evil dragon. This appraisal had cost Shuhang quite a bit of blood. That bowl of blackness was made from a descendant of the black dragon, and the appraisal had gone directly back to the ancient evil dragon. According to the feedback from the secret appraisal technique, this ancient evil dragon had long lost its life force, leaving behind only a lifeless body that had withstood the test of time up until now. And on its huge body resided a plenitude of creatures. These creatures regarded the body of the ancient evil dragon as a world and thrived on it. Could this be what the Black Dragon World is actually referring to? Surrounding the body of the ancient evil dragon were rich streams of evil energy of the netherworld. At the time, Shuhang had wondered whether it was located somewhere in the netherworld realm, and he'd planned on looking for an opportunity to ask Senior White 2 whether there was such a creature somewhere in the netherworld. But then, too many things had happened, resulting in him forgetting about this matter. After all, he was a particularly exhausting daily life. Shuhang, however, it seems that Senior White 2 might also not know of this Black Dragon World. Senior White 2 had not found the source of the Black Dragon Spirit Stones when he was studying the magical power top-up device with Senior White. If this ancient evil dragon was in the netherworld realm, as a ruler of the place, Senior White 2 should have been able to associate the magical power top-up device with the world of the ancient evil dragon almost immediately. While thinking about it, Shuhang's clone finally left the spatial turbulence, and fell onto the body of the ancient evil dragon. Compared with the ancient evil dragon, Shuhang's clone was the size of a virus, or even smaller. He wouldn't even be visible when looking at the body of the black dragon from afar. Evil energy of the netherworld was circulating on the dragon's body, making it seem as if the creature was breathing. And this layer of evil energy had formed something akin to atmosphere on the surface of the dragon's body. Shuhang's clone continued falling, and with a plop, it landed on a scale on the head of the dragon. Shuhang thought that his clone would get smashed on a hard scale, but when he actually landed, he found himself on a patch of pitch-black grassland. The clone was seriously injured right now. It stiffly raised its head and looked around. It was really a grassland. One scale, one world. Every scale of the ancient evil dragon had evolved into a world the size of a city. There were mountains, water, grass, trees, and strange-smelling air. It possessed all the characteristics of an embryonic world. The evil energy of the netherworld had formed a black sky, and there was a green light illuminating the world formed from the dragon scales. And on the edge of each, there was a layer of rich death dragon chi acting as a barrier. The death dragon chi formed a wall, extending above the sky and below the ground, separating each scale of the ancient evil dragon. Shuhang had been wondering how each of the creatures on the scales of the ancient evil dragon managed to survive. What did they eat? What did they drink? It appeared that apart from the absence of the sun, these creatures lived just as creatures in the normal world did. Shuhang's clone lay motionless in the black dragon world. At the same time, he tried to activate his inner world. If the inner world was not blocked, Shuhang's main body could use the inner world as a springboard to directly head to the black dragon world, where the clone was located. This time, the inner world did not disappoint Shuhang. It hadn't hidden itself, and a channel had smoothly opened in the black dragon world. There's going to be a show. Song Shuhang stood up, and sent the table and chair back into the inner world. Li Yinzhu curiously asked, "A show? What type of show?" Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "My clone has successfully reached the other end of the teleportation formation. That place is probably the Black Dragon world we were looking for. Let's go and find Senior White first." Song Shuhang returned to the inner world with little Yinzhu. He descended at the edge of the Death Forest, and shouted, Senior White, who was modifying the Death Forest's formation, turned his head. "I'm here, what's the matter?" When he turned around, his hair flicked, and the little braids that Li Yinzhu had quietly tied were all automatically untied. With his long hair fluttering, the scene was picturesque. "I'm busy." Another voice sounded directly in Song Shuhang's mind. It was Senior White 2's voice. Song Shuhang. Every time he yelled Senior White in the inner world, he would usually be summoning Senior White 2. Because of that, when he yelled this time, both Senior Whites responded to him. Song Shuhang said, "Ahem, I found the Black Dragon world. This is the place where the magical power top-up device we have comes from." Senior White came out of the Death Forest, patted the dust off of his body, and curiously asked, "Where is it?" Senior White 2's voice sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. "I'm not that interested in the Black Dragon world, and I'm busy right now. I'm only interested in how to recharge the magical power top-up device, so just bring back some of those Black Dragon Spirit Stones and let me study them. At that time, I will give you an interesting reward." Song Shuhang said, "Senior White 2, please wait. This Black Dragon world might have something to do with the Netherworld realm." Senior White 2. "I am the dignified ruler of the Netherworld, yet you're now calling me White Rabbit directly just because I've been too lazy to make a fuss about it?" In the past, Song Shuhang had only added the 2 to distinguish between the two Senior Whites in his mind. But he now dared to directly shout it out loud. The Black Dragon world is entwined with evil energy of the Netherworld, and the place is actually the lifeless corpse of an ancient evil dragon. Its body is huge, and each dragon scale is the size of a small city. Song Shuhang began to describe the appearance of the ancient evil dragon that he had seen. Senior White pinched his chin, and said, "Now that you say that, I seem to have come in contact with a huge dragon like this in the past. But I can't remember it that well anymore." The voice of Senior White 2 sounded at the same time. "I can tell you for sure that there is no such black dragon in the Netherworld realm. Unless, it is a world made by that fat ball secretly, and it has been using its authority as a ruler of the Netherworld to keep the Black Dragon world secret, preventing me from noticing it. Oh, if it's the work of the fat ball, I'm interested." The ancient evil dragon was entwined with the evil energy of the Netherworld, and had not been noticed by Senior White 2. Looking at it from this point, it really was likely that it was the fat ball's work. Senior White asked, "Have you found a way to enter the Black Dragon world?" Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "I let my clone pass through the teleportation formation and enter the Black Dragon world. By using the clone's coordinates, we can directly jump into the Black Dragon world. But we need to hurry, my clone might not last much longer. The clone was seriously injured, and it was very likely to die soon. What are you waiting for then? Let's go." Senior White tapped his finger lightly, and Meteor Sword emerged with its new scabbard, happily spinning around him. Senior White 2's voice sounded. "Wait for me. I will let a projection of mine go with you." Subsequently, Senior White 2's projection stepped into the inner world. On his shoulder, the demonic hamster stood straight while wearing a handsome swordsman robe. It had its arms crossed, and a toothpick-sized sword was tied to its waist. It looked very cool. "Old friend, we meet again." Song Shuhang waved at the demonic hamster. "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. I'll give you a new piece of information. I am about to have 2 more golden cores. After that, I will become Song, 7 stars, 7 diamonds, 7 golden cores Shuhang. What about you? Song Shuhang had a new hobby recently, teasing the demonic hamster. The hamster had an innate disposition to make all kinds of faces when teased, which was very cute. The demonic hamster's face went dark. You keep on calling me old friend, but whenever we meet, you rend my heart. Just what kind of friend are you? The demonic hamster's favorable impression of Song Shuhang decreased by 1,000 points. However, as it was already a negative score, there wasn't much difference between -10,000 and -11,000. Senior White 2. He felt that Song Shuhang today was especially jumpy, taking risks everywhere. Although Shuhang used to take a lot of risks in the past, he was particularly happy when taking risks today. After thinking about it, Senior White 2 thought of a possibility. Has your resurrection coins come off cooldown? Song Shuhang quickly said, yes. Ah no, they haven't. However, it was too late. No wonder. It turns out that your resurrection coins have come off cooldown. Senior White 2 chuckled. While your clone is still alive, let's go to the Black Dragon world. I want to see if it's the fat ball's work. The demonic hamster jumped off from Senior White 2's shoulder. Then, it took out a small mirror, pointing it at Senior White 2. Senior White 2's projection disappeared in the mirror. The demonic hamster said, that Black Dragon world is probably the work of another ruler of the Netherworld, so when my lord enters, he can't do so openly so as to avoid alerting the other party. Therefore, the demonic hamster was responsible for covering Senior White 2's aura with its own as they sneaked into the Black Dragon world. Chapter 1602. Stay here, we'll be back. After putting away the small mirror, the demonic hamster stretched out its small paw and flicked its swordsman robe, looking very cool. Let's go, tyrannical song. It was just a little hamster, but every time it appeared, it made people feel that it was all kinds of cool. Most importantly, this guy had a strong talent for swordsmanship. Its swordsmanship did not only look cool, but was also powerful. The move, Otherworldly Flying Demon, was tailor-made for it by Senior White 2. If it weren't for its low realm, it would be able to move unhindered in the universe with such a high-quality technique. Song Shuhang had always envied this demonic hamster. Swordsmen were simply overflowing with awesomeness in his opinion. Let's go. Song Shuhang picked up Li Yinzhu, and put her on his shoulders. Then, he opened a channel that would send them straight to where the clone was. Song Shuhang took the lead, while Senior White followed behind him. The demonic hamster followed after Senior White, weakening its aura to the full extent of its abilities, and borrowing Senior White's profound sage aura to conceal its own as they entered the Black Dragon world. Ah, main body, you've finally come. The clone was lying on the ground with a calm expression. Song Shuhang said, thanks, clone. With a bang, Song Shuhang's clone shattered and disappeared. At the same time, Song Shuhang also let out a breath of relief. With the clone having been in a heavily injured state, his main body had been on the receiving end of the pain that assaulted the senses of the clone. After the clone was dismissed, this pain gradually disappeared. At this time, the demonic hamster suddenly asked, by the way, didn't you just say that your inner world used your clone as the coordinates? Now that your clone has disappeared, do you still have the coordinates to return? Song Shuhang replied, don't worry, this is not a problem. My inner world's entry and exit rules are, where I enter is where I exit. Since my main body entered it through the main world just now, that coordinate set would remain true for a period of time. As long as I split out another clone and have it go to the main world, we can pass through the inner world to return to the main world later. Moreover, if that didn't work, he could still use Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus as a springboard. As long as he could enter the inner world, he could pass through the world of the Black Lotus, and enter the Netherworld realm through there. Afterward, he could return to the main world through a channel between the Netherworld realm and the main world. It was just a bit more troublesome. After saying that, Song Shuhang used the secret clone technique. At the cost of consuming all the spiritual energy of one of his golden cores, he once again summoned another clone. Song Shuhang instructed, "Clone, head back to the main world and station yourself there as a coordinate set." The clone nodded. He reached out toward the void, preparing to escape into the inner world. But in the next moment, Song Shuhang's and the clone's faces changed. Senior White turned his head, and said, "Did your inner world get blocked again?" "Yeah." Song Shuhang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wasn't it working fine just now? Why did it suddenly get blocked? Wasn't this too sudden? He hadn't prepared himself for this at all. Can't you give me any hints? Stifled heart, painful liver, and convulsing stomach. The demonic hamster glanced at Song Shuhang, showing a vivid expression of contempt. How utterly unreliable at critical times. Senior White calmly said, "The moment we transitioned from the inner world and entered the Black Dragon world, I sensed some fluctuations in the space of the Black Dragon world. We used a vulnerability of the Black Dragon world to sneak in and break into it rather than relying on regular channels to enter. Therefore, as soon as we entered, it sensed this change, and immediately fixed this vulnerability. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "But isn't the ancient evil dragon already dead?" Senior White said, "Even if the ancient evil dragon is already dead, it has transformed its own body into a small world. In order to protect this small world, it must lay down various laws and means of defense. It's likely that the manner by which we broke in activated some of its defensive means. There's no need to be surprised, this kind of thing is very normal." Song Shuhang sighed as he tried to sense the inner world again. Similar to when he was in the heavenly tribulation realm, even if the inner world was blocked, its connection with Song Shuhang still remained. It was just that the distance between them had been stretched to the limit. He estimated that it would take at least a year or even longer before Song Shuhang could reopen the inner world. 1 year was too long, and Song Shuhang struggled to live day and night. It seemed that if he wanted to leave the Black Dragon world, he would have to rely on other means. At this time, the demonic hamster took out the small mirror, and patted it lightly. Senior White 2's figure emerged. "Sure enough, there's a rich netherworld aura here, but this is not the netherworld realm," Senior White 2 said. His authority as the ruler of the netherworld could not be used here. However, as long as he willed it, he could still make use of the evil energy that covered the ancient evil dragon's body. The evil energy of the netherworld was always governed by the ruler of the netherworld, no matter when or where. Song Shuhang asked, "Is this the work of the Fat Ball?" With the place being this big, only the Fat Ball, who was also a ruler of the netherworld, could quietly create it behind Senior White 2's back, right? "No, it isn't." Senior White 2 shook his head. The aura of the Fat Ball was nowhere to be seen here. He had fought the liquid metal ball for thousands of years, and they were very familiar with each other. If something was really the doing of the Fat Ball, Senior White 2 could determine it with just a glance. Senior White squinted, and asked, "Shuhang, did you also get a familiar feeling when you entered this Black Dragon world?" Song Shuhang responded, "What feeling?" Senior White said, "It's just like how my clone felt when you were locked in the wielder's small black room." "It can't be, right?" Song Shuhang asked with a stifled heart. The small black room's invisible mode had been heartrending. After he finally recovered from it, was he back in it again? Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. "In other words, the fellow Taoists outside have forgotten about us again?" Senior White explained, "I just said that it feels similar, but this place shouldn't have the ability to erase others' memories from the roots. And to be precise, I feel like it's the wielder's small black room that is similar to the Black Dragon world." Senior White 2 asked, "You mean that the wielder's small black room is an imitation of the Black Dragon world?" Could it be wielder of the wool-striped dragon's doing? Song Shuhang immediately thought of the third wielder of the heaven's will. He stretched out his hand, and touched the ground under his feet. This ancient evil dragon can't be related to him, right? As he thought of this, he felt a slight impulse to try something out. Should I use the secret appraisal technique? However, he immediately shook his head. The resurrection gold coin had just come off cooldown, he shouldn't waste it like this. People can't do whatever they want just because they can resurrect, they'll really die that way. Senior White 2 asked, this requires us to find the answer ourselves. Where is our current position on the ancient evil dragon? Song Shuhang thought for a while. It should be somewhere on its back. I remember that my clone fell on the scales on its back. Senior White 2 said, then, let's head to its head. As long as we find where its head is, we should be able to get some useful information. At the side, Senior White took out a very bulky phone. This was what he had come up with after combining a phone and the magical power top-up device. Because it was a prototype, it was relatively bulky and unrefined. Senior White turned on the phone. Senior White said, there is a signal. Just like I thought, this magical power top-up device should have a complete top-up system. I still don't know how to top it up, though. Song Shuhang took out his own copy of the brick-sized device, and tried turning it on. From the magical power top-up device, a series of chirping sounds rang out. The voice was gentle and polite. It seemed to be the voice of a customer service operator. It was a pity that Song Shuhang couldn't understand what they were saying. At this moment, Senior White and Senior White 2 suddenly froze. Shuhang, stay here and don't walk around. Senior White took out Meteor Sword, and stepped on it with one foot. Senior White 2 put the demonic hamster next to Song Shuhang. Stay here, we'll be back. Song Shuhang. As they spoke, the two Senior Whites rushed toward the void. Song Shuhang exclaimed, wait, what happened? Why did they suddenly leave? Bang! A figure fell from the sky, and landed beside Song Shuhang. This figure had a serious face and long hair that reached his back, as well as unparalleled beauty. It was Senior White's clone. This clone's body exuded the aura of a soldier. He was summoned by Senior White and thrown down to take care of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, what happened? Why did the two Senior Whites leave at the same time and disappear? The serious Senior White's clone said, the main body sensed that an enemy was approaching. Song Shuhang asked, are they very powerful? An enemy who could even make Senior White 2 place the demonic hamster down? Senior White's clone seriously said, their exact strength is uncertain, but they gave me a strange feeling. Those enemies were very tempting. After I sensed them, I couldn't wait to see what they looked like. In addition, the enemy gave me the feeling that it was not something that belonged to this world. Something that doesn't belong to this world? Song Shuhang immediately remembered the information he had received after appraising Senior White previously. The result of the appraisal indicated that Senior White was a unique existence in this world, and the root of his existence was unique. Senior White's clone replied, they shouldn't be able to exist on their own, but they live on the edges of this black dragon world by way of possession. The main body and the netherworld White should both want to study them. Don't worry, they should be back soon. Next, Senior White's clone seriously said, during this time, I will be responsible for protecting you. First, let's find a place to stay at. Chapter 1603 Give me back my feelings just now. Song Shuhang asked, aren't we going to wait here for Senior White to come back? Senior White's clone solemnly said, the main body and fellow Taoist White from the netherworld won't be able to come back so quickly. Therefore, while they go and make contact with the enemy, we can explore the Black Dragon world and look for its inhabitants. I'll then hypnotize someone to learn this world's language and some common knowledge, that will make it more convenient for us to move around. Song Shuhang. Why are you so proficient in doing this kind of thing? The demonic hamster raised its robe coolly, and said, You guys can go, but I'm going to wait right here for my lord to return. It was its master's most loyal pet, and it would definitely wait for its master to return. It had just finished speaking when Senior White's clone moved and appeared behind it. His slender fingers grabbed the demonic hamster, and held it in his hand. The demonic hamster. In the next moment, Senior White's clone's 5 fingers squeezed it slightly. The cute hamster screamed in pain before its tongue stuck out, and its head rolled backward. The cute hamster fainted. Senior White's clone had a serious face as he nodded with satisfaction, and then stuffed the demonic hamster into his pocket. Song Shuhang. Li Yinzhu's eyes widened. Senior White's clone suggested, All right, let's sneak into the Black Dragon world now. Song Shuhang and little Yinzhu nodded vigorously, and chorused, No problem, Senior White. With the demonic hamster in his pocket, Senior White's clone took Song Shuhang and Li Yinzhu, leaving the grassland, and heading towards some Black Dragon world residents in the distance. A small world formed from a dragon scale was equivalent in size to a small city, and Senior White's consciousness could easily sweep across the entire area. He directly carried Song Shuhang and Li Yinzhu, avoiding the patrol team of the dragon scale small world, and mixed into the city. While leaving the grassland, the clone raised its head and looked at the void. There, Senior White's body in Netherworld White had already made contact with the enemy. In the void of the Black Dragon world, 2 forces were at war. Senior White and Senior White 2 floated in the air, their aura and bodies concealed. They didn't intervene in this battle, and just watched quietly. Among the 2 warring parties, one was made of the original inhabitants of the Black Dragon world. Most of them looked the same as Black Pupil 13, whom they had encountered in the 4 Seas secret realm. They were humanoids covered in black scales. There was also a small portion of them that looked just like humans, with most of them having dark skin. There were also several people that seemed members of the monster race, most of which were of flood dragon or serpent kind. Some had dragon horns and flood dragon horns, while some others had snake tails, just like Song Shuhang's virtuous lamia. Their means of combat were essentially reliant on the magical power top-up device. In the Black Dragon world, those who could float in the air were all 5th stage cultivators, and the members of this party all had the ability to tread the air. They continued pressing on the magical power top-up device as they chanted in the language of the Black Dragon world, activating one offensive, defensive, and healing magical technique after the other. There were also some practitioners of the Black Dragon world who used some close combat magical techniques. However, the number of these practitioners was extremely small, accounting for only 1/10 of the total number. The magical power top-up device possessed almost all types of magical techniques. And the ones they were in battle with were also a group of inhabitants of the Black Dragon world, just that they were dead. This group was also made up mostly of black, scaly humanoid creatures, supplemented by a small number of black-skinned humans, plus a smaller number of flood dragon and snake cultivators. However, these enemies were all corpses without any life force, their bodies exuding a strong stench and aura of death. Their means of offense was no longer the magical power top-up device, but rather they directly used a combination of the evil energy of the Netherworld and some other type of energy. The evil energy of the Netherworld was mixed with another energy in a 7:3 ratio, allowing their attacks to carry an explosive power. Their sheer strength was shocking, and they could breathe out a variety of breaths such as flames, ice, and corrosive venom. Senior White said, "Possessed corpses." Senior White too commented, "They can use the evil energy of the Netherworld. Yet, they haven't fallen and become creatures of the Netherworld." The evil energy of the Netherworld had a powerful invasive ability that caused creatures to fall. If a cultivator of the main world were to come in contact with the evil energy of the Netherworld too many times and purify their body, they would be assimilated by the evil energy. The two senior whites stared at the aggressors for a moment. In the corpses of these zombies was concealed the enemy's real body. It was their real bodies that had aroused the interest of the two senior whites. These real bodies seemed to be something that did not belong in this world. In the air, a human powerhouse of the Black Dragon world stretched out his hand and swiped firmly on the magical power top-up device, sending out a bright sword light. The zombie that stood in front of him was cut into 4 pieces. The body of the zombie dissolved amidst the sword light, and turned into black smoke before merging with the evil energy of the netherworld in the atmosphere of the Black Dragon world. And after the zombie was killed, a fist-sized stone dropped down. As soon as it did, the human powerhouse of the Black Dragon world stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The human powerhouse retreated a certain distance, relying on his companions for cover. After that, he held the fist-sized stone and squeezed it hard. The stone was crushed. At the same time, he began to speak the language of the Black Dragon world. After a while, the tip of a large invisible net appeared. The crushed stone powder was taken away by the big invisible net. Immediately afterward, there was a huge amount of energy that poured down from that large net, and this energy was divided into mental energy and magic power. The magic power integrated into the magical power top-up device, while the mental energy merged with the body of that human powerhouse. Senior White guessed that stone should be a Black Dragon spirit stone. Senior White 2 said, then the process just now should be how the device is topped up. The two looked at the tip of the large invisible net that had emerged. This invisible net was the key to the magical power top-up device. The experts of the Black Dragon world had killed a zombie and obtained Black Dragon spirit stones in exchange. It was the same earning money. Afterward, through that large net, the power of the Black Dragon spirit stones could be transformed into magic and mental energy. This process was how they topped up their devices. If there's an opportunity, I'll study that invisible net. The same thought emerged in the two senior whites' minds. At the same time, the eyes of the two senior whites fell on the position of the dead zombies. There, a group of colorless and transparent objects began to condense. These were the real bodies of the entities that had possessed the zombie. The inhabitants of the Black Dragon world seemed to be completely unable to sense their existence. This group of colorless and transparent objects began to retreat from the battlefield. Senior White and Senior White 2 followed them quietly. After retreating thousands of meters from the main battlefield, these transparent objects opened a channel and sneaked into it. The Netherworld realm. Senior White 2 frowned. The world that the transparent objects had retreated into was actually the Netherworld realm. This kind of source of all evil, world-destroying filth, and twisted evil energy was undoubtedly the aura of the Netherworld realm. This kind of thing was happening right under his nose? As the ruler of the Netherworld, he had no idea that there was such a strange, transparent thing in the Netherworld realm. At this time, Senior White calmly said, I feel that there is still a difference between this world and the Netherworld realm. It feels like the world they retreated into has an even more extreme aura than the Netherworld realm. Moreover, this world seems to have been destroyed. Additionally, similar to those transparent objects, this world also gave Senior White a feeling of something that didn't belong to this place. Indeed, there is a slight difference, Senior White 2 said softly. No wonder, as soon as I felt these guys' aura, I got the urge to see them. It seems that, what really attracted me was this world that's similar to the Netherworld realm. I want to go in and take a look. Fellow Taoist White, how about you? This world that was even more extreme than the Netherworld realm and seemed to have been destroyed, aroused Senior White 2's interest. Senior White 2 was now a mere projection, so even if this place had great dangers, he had no need to be afraid. However, the main World White, who was right beside him, was using his main body. Senior White said, I also want to go in and take a look. When he sensed the aura of those transparent objects, he was also attracted. But the reason why he was attracted was slightly different from Senior White too. Senior White's intuition told him that these transparent objects were good things, and were worth collecting. He felt that he definitely needed to collect a certain amount of such objects. The two Senior Whites flew over and got into the channel that led to this world, similar to the Netherworld realm before it closed. Sure enough, my main body won't be able to come back anytime soon, Senior White muttered with a serious face. Shuhang asked, are the two Senior Whites in trouble? No, they just found an interesting world, and ran in without hesitation, Senior White's clone said with a serious face. Shuhang. They were Senior Whites after all. This fitted their characters very well. Then, before my main body returns, we can play around on our own. The serious-faced Senior White stretched out his hand, and rubbed his face vigorously. After a while, he smiled brightly at Shuhang and gave a thumbs up. We meet again, little friend Shuhang. This smile was so beautiful that it could cause the fall of cities and states. Even though the thumbs up was a bit silly, with the high-value face of Senior White's clone, it was very pleasing to the eye along with his smile. Heavens, it turns out that this guy's face wasn't paralyzed. Also, the behavior of this clone made Shuhang feel a little flustered. Is this the clone that used Senior White's main body as a throwing weapon, or is it the one that threw the main body to use it as a navigator? Yes, it's me. Senior White's clone patted Shuhang. Shuhang asked, mind-reading technique? When did Senior White learn the mind-reading technique from Senior White too? Senior White's clone said, no, it's face reading. I can guess what you're thinking just by looking at your expression. Shuhang. In addition to being straightforward, do I also have a straightforward face? At this time, didnt asked, then, Senior White, what was with your serious look just now? Senior White's clone said, this is a small magical technique that can fix one's facial muscles. It is a social magical technique I developed myself. This magical technique is very suitable for little friend Shuhang. People like you can easily be read by the enemy through your facial expressions. I'll teach you this magical technique when I have the time. Shuhang. Senior White's clone continued, after I used the main body as a throwing weapon previously, the clone after me seemed to suffer in my place. I was worried that if I was recognized by the main body, he would unsummon me immediately, so I used this small trick when I came out. Shuhang. I'm not joking. Senior White's clone's brilliant smile converged, and changed to a slight smile. He patted Shuhang again, and softly said, I haven't seen you for a while, you've improved again, little friend Shuhang. Shuhang nodded, and said, yeah. At this moment, Senior White's clone was like a calm senior, recognizing and praising his junior. Shuhang couldn't help but feel a little moved. Follow me. Let's catch a resident of the Black Dragon world and get their language pack. If we can't use their language, we won't be able to communicate. Senior White's clone turned its body and continued to move forward. Shuhang and didnt followed right behind him. After turning around, Senior White's clone quietly rubbed his face again, putting on a calm expression. Senior White's clone lowered his voice, and murmured, that went really well, my imitation just now was amazing. For a moment there, even I believed that I was the clone who had thrown the main body. Next, I'll enter the quiet and trustworthy senior mode. Shuhang. Senior White, I am now a 7-star 7-core 5th stage spiritual emperor, and my hearing is really good. I can hear everything you're saying. Give me back my feelings just now. Next, a doubt surfaced in Shuhang's mind. So, after a clone with a different character appears once, do they still have a chance to reappear? What was up with Senior White's clone talent? Why did the personality seem to be different every time a clone came out? What exactly were the principles behind this? Could it be that Senior White was really suffering from a severe multiple personality disorder? Little friend Shuhang. At this time, Senior White's clone turned his head, his expression calm. Although I am a clone, I still have an 8th stage profound sage cultivation base, and my ears are very good. I heard all of those words you just muttered. Song Shuhang. Little Inju said, Song, you just said something along the lines of Senior White, a severe multiple personality disorder patient. Song Shuhang. I've found a target. At this moment, Senior White's clone stopped. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a woman who seemed to be drunk and staggering in the distance. Shuhang, I'll be giving you the task of catching her. Song Shuhang looked at the drunk human female of the Black Dragon world in the distance. This woman had drunk a bit too much, leaving her unable to even walk steadily. Alone, a thin frame, and no traces of body tempering techniques, she looked to be a very good target. In terms of Chinese aesthetics, although she was a bit darker, this shade was quite charming. In fact, as long as one was a cultivator, they would always acquire a decent outer appearance unless one practiced a relatively special cultivation technique. Every time a cultivator transcended a heavenly tribulation, they would allow their body to take one step closer to perfection. Senior White's clone said, the target is drunk and suitable for capture. Song Shuhang tried to ask, what realm is she in? The other party's cultivation system is different from ours, so I can't accurately determine their realm. But don't worry, there won't be any accidents with me watching over you. Senior White's clone had a calm and soft expression on his face, giving people a very reliable feeling. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Before he could even make a move, Senior White's clone frantically set up a flag. Now it felt like as soon as he went up to catch that woman, he would get knocked out in one punch by the other party. As such, at this time, it was of course the clone's time to shine. Song Shuhang said, come, my clone. There was no need to be afraid of death. The clone strode out and walked directly to the drunk woman. There was the layer of invisibility technique around Song Shuhang and Senior White's clone. Song Shuhang's clone stepped out of the invisibility technique's range in 2 steps, and appeared in front of the drunk woman. I really feel like I'm the villain here. Song Shuhang sighed in his heart. The drunk woman raised her head and looked at Song Shuhang's clone. Gee, it seemed to be something in the language of the Black Dragon world, but the sound of this G was really crisp. Song Shuhang's clone whispered, apologies, I'm sorry for this. He raised his hands and used the variant steel hands technique, causing a layer of black steel to cover his hands. Complete the task as soon as possible, and try not to hurt the other party. The woman was drunk and disoriented as she looked at Song Shuhang's clone with suspicion. Song Shuhang's clone used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, and took a few steps towards this woman. The woman was so drunk that her consciousness was riddled with flaws, and barely resisted at all. Everything was going well. Song Shuhang's clone was now confident that he could capture the other party without harming her in any way. Just when he was thinking this, in the void, a huge monster suddenly emerged. This monster was more than 20 meters in length, and looked like a tadpole with a huge head. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth before biting at Song Shuhang and the woman. Because of its huge head, Senior White's clone, Song Shuhang's main body, and Li Yingzhu were also enveloped by this giant tadpole. Song Shuhang's main body swore, F***ck. Where did this huge thing come from? Did it use some spatial ability? But it didn't seem like it, as there weren't any spatial fluctuations at all. Such a large thing was not easy to deal with because of its large size. Song Shuhang's thoughts flashed like this, and suddenly a whistling sound sounded in the void. A huge meteor, with a beautiful trail of flame following it, accurately blasted into the giant tadpole monster. Boom! Before the giant tadpole monster could react, it was smashed by the meteor. Its green blood burst out in all directions. What remained of the monster's corpse burned into ashes before it could even hit the ground. Song Shuhang. Li Yinzhu was dumbfounded. Boom! After eliminating the giant tadpole, the meteor continued unabated, and shot toward Song Shuhang's clone and the woman. Mother! Song Shuhang's clone felt despair. The meteor was simply too large, making it difficult to avoid. If he still had access to the inner world, everything would be fine since he could easily take the woman and hide in the inner world with just a thought. In an instant, Song Shuhang's clone circulated the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, and the 33 Divine Beasts Technique at full power. The 25 holy apes emerged with their golden scriptures, and the cries of the divine whale came from the clone's body, each louder than the last. The drunk woman appeared to still have not reacted. She looked up with a confused look, gazing at the huge meteor descending from the air. Then, she let out a silly smile. Gee, at this time, this sister is still smiling? Song Shuhang's clone kicked the woman toward Senior White's clone. Senior White could use spatial abilities, and should be able to take everyone away. As for his clone, it didn't matter. It was just a clone, and dying would at most cause the main body to feel some pain for a period of time. Another clone could be made with the spiritual energy stored in a golden core. For Song Shuhang, the pain of death was already a daily thing. Dying was something he had already gotten used to. Boom! The clone leaped up high and used its strongest fist technique, the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. A second-stage fist technique, by the way. The strongest fist technique that this dignified, 7-star 7-diamond 7-core 5th-stage spiritual emperor knew was only at the second stage. If told to others, they would definitely not believe it. The moment Song Shuhang's clone sent that punch out, the 25 holy apes simultaneously punched out as well. At the same time, the virtuous Lamia moved over to Song Shuhang's clone, and turned into light of virtue. The light of virtue combined with the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique, causing a muscular projection to appear behind Song Shuhang's clone. The giant Buddhist similarly punched out. In the void, sounds of chanting rang out, and lotus seals and many other Buddhist phenomena appeared. The second-stage demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique, in the hands of Song Shuhang, had the momentum of a 6th, or even 7th, stage fist technique. Boom! The huge meteor collided head-on with Song Shuhang's clone. Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang's clone lost consciousness. Even with the 3 top-tier body-tempering techniques, he could not win against this huge meteor. After that, the clone was ruthlessly smashed by the meteor while still in the air, and sent speeding down into the ground, forming a huge pit. His body was broken all over while the meteor was unscathed. Damn it, what kind of material is this meteor made of? Even with Song Shuhang's 6th-stage destructive power, it actually remained completely unscathed. No wonder that vicious-looking monster was killed in one hit. It's done for, Song Shuhang silently thought to himself. This meteor continued heading toward the ground, and it would absolutely crush his clone's body into mush. The virtuous Lamia's head came out of the shoulder of Song Shuhang's clone, and shouted, "Ah, my blood is all over the ground." However, the huge meteor in the sky did not crash down on his body. Instead, it bounced around strangely like a ball. Was it deflected by the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique? Anyway, the meteor bounced in the air, and then headed toward Senior White's clone and Song Shuhang's main body. Song Shuhang. WTF, what's going on? What exactly is the logic behind this? At this time, Senior White's clone said to Song Shuhang, "Sword." Song Shuhang quickly took out the Holy Master Ape's sword of the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure, and gave it to Senior White's clone. Senior White's clone received the sword, and infused it with his spiritual energy. A connection was soon established between the Holy Master Ape's sword and Senior White's clone. There was a buzzing sound that came from the sword. It looked very excited. People who didn't know the truth would definitely think that this Holy Master Ape's sword was Senior White's life-bound magical treasure. Song Shuhang. At this moment, he suddenly understood how Lady Onion had felt back then. It's clearly my magical treasure, but why is it happier when with another person? Senior White's clone lifted the sword flatly. He condensed his sword intent, and attached it to the Holy Master Ape's sword, ready to go. Subsequently, Senior White's clone took a step forward. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. In the air, the meteor leaped high and then fell heavily, but the whole process seemed to be in slow motion. Senior White's clone stepped into the air one step at a time, without rushing. Then, the sword in his hand moved. Sword light scattered and wove a dense sword net. The indestructible meteor fell on this sword net, and just as if it were thrown into a shredder, it was continuously cut apart by the sword light. After reaching the ground, the huge meteor had been cut into blocks the size of slabs, neatly stacked on the ground. It was simply awesome. This was the swordsman style that Song Shuhang dreamed of. Senior White's clone kept the sword elegantly, his long hair dancing with the air. Little Inju and the woman lying on the ground both stared blankly. Senior White's clone threw the Holy Master Ape's sword back to Song Shuhang before squatting next to the pile of slabs, starting to take out a lot of things. White Tiger 7th Gold, this is a good material for forging sword orbs. Black Tortoise Black Copper, this is a material for defensive equipment. There's also this material which I've never seen before. It's very flexible and seems to carry a floaty power. If this thing could be integrated into flying swords, it would definitely produce decent results. This one is a different kind of spirit stone, a gold spirit stone to be precise, 8th stage quality. Senior White's clone arranged everything and nodded in satisfaction. A good harvest. Everybody can have a share. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky and remained silent. Senior White's clone gave the White Tiger 7th Gold to Li Yinzhu because her life-bound magical treasure was a sword orb. After she reached the 5th stage in the future, this White Tiger 7th Gold could help her raise the quality of her sword orb. He gave the Black Tortoise Black Copper to Song Shuhang. If Song Shuhang wanted to forge defensive magical treasures in the future, he could make use of this. Then, he cut a small piece of the unknown metal, and gave it to the confused woman. This is for you, just take it as a reward for allowing us to have a copy of your Black Dragon World's language pack. The Black Dragon World woman didn't understand Senior White's words, receiving the precious piece of material with a befuddled expression. Senior White said, "All right, let's go. We've caused too big a commotion here, we'll draw others' attention if we stay here." He stretched out his hand toward Song Shuhang's main body, Li Yinzhu, and the Black Dragon World's woman, using his spatial skill to move everyone to the depths of the previous grassland. Song Shuhang's clone lay quietly in the pit. His head was tilted, and the pain of having his body crushed was shared with the main body. After Senior White's clone took Song Shuhang and his group into the depths of the grassland, Song Shuhang immediately curled up into a ball. The pain that was being shared by the clone was simply hellish, it was the kind of pain that could make people faint directly. Li Yinzhu suspiciously asked, "Song, what's the matter with you?" Song Shuhang tremblingly said, "My clone is still there." He gritted his teeth and cancelled the secret clone technique. His clone that was over at the city disappeared with a poof. The pain Song Shuhang was feeling slowly diminished. Just now, before he could cancel his clone, Senior White's clone suddenly teleported them away. Little friend Shuhang. Senior White's clone had a serene look on its face as it patted Song Shuhang lightly. Be kind to your clone. This is the punishment for abandoning it. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Senior White, if it weren't for your instantaneous teleportation, I would have cancelled the clone before leaving. Alright. Let's first get the language pack of the Black Dragon World. Senior White's clone moved toward the woman. At this moment, she was holding the mysterious material that Senior White had given her in her hand. Her eyes were dim, and she had yet to sober up from her drunken state. Just how much did she drink to get this drunk? Her being this drunk makes it more convenient for us. If she had been sober and awake, we would have had to use some magical techniques to erase her memories. However, since she's drunk, we only need to use some illusory technique to get the Black Dragon World's language pack from her. Senior White's clone arrived beside the woman, and his eyes met hers at the same level. An illusory technique unfolded without a sound. The eyes of the woman became even hazier. She began to cooperate with Senior White, starting to recite the basic language of the Black Dragon World. Song Shuhang found a big tree, gently brought Li-Yin-Ju with him, and went to sit on the branch with a light leap. Song Shuhang yawned as the woman continued chanting the language of the Black Dragon World. Next to him, Li-Yin-Ju also yawned. The two rubbed their eyes at the same time. Li-Yin-Ju would get sleepy every now and then because of her body. As for Song Shuhang, he was currently tired and sleepy due to all the pain and stress his mind had to bear today. At this time, Fairy Creation emerged from behind Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang looked at Fairy Creation suspiciously. Why did she come out again? It's not like she has an opportunity to steal my lines at this time, does she? Fairy Creation held her hands by her chest in prayer, and then she began to sing. It was a song sung in the language of the ancient era. Fairy Creation's voice was as gentle as water. This was the genuine sound of nature. This song was filled with joy, giving people a feeling of relief. Song Shuhang's ancient language proficiency hadn't even reached the basic levels. Of this entire song, he could barely understand a few words. The only words he could understand were teacher, night, tranquility, starry sky, and some others. However, it didn't really matter if he couldn't understand it. There were no borders when it came to music, food, and art. Even if he couldn't understand the lyrics, that didn't stop him from appreciating the song. While listening, Song Shuhang and Li-Yin-Ju fell asleep. Song Shuhang leaned on the tree, his face pressed against the trunk. He was drooling in his sleep. Li-Yin-Ju leaned on Song Shuhang, her body exuded a hint of chill. She breathed evenly and slept sweetly. At the end of Fairy Creation's song, Song Shuhang and Li-Yin-Ju were completely asleep. The fairy nodded in satisfaction, and she found a new sense of worth. When Song Shuhang wanted to sleep, she could sing a lullaby for him. The effect, as could be seen just now, was exemplary. As long as Song Shuhang was exhausted and started yawning next time, it would be her time to reappear on the stage. This was a special skill that belonged solely to her, and it was something that the virtuous Lamia couldn't learn. Fairy Creation quietly returned to Song Shuhang's body, and gave herself a thumbs up. Song Shuhang hadn't slept this well for a long time. Falling asleep, he had another dream. He dreamed of a group of little tadpoles swimming desperately. There was a huge number of them. Song Shuhang had never seen such a large number of tadpoles in his entire life. It looked like there were tens of thousands. No, maybe tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, billions. This number was terrifying. Why am I dreaming of so many little tadpoles? Oh, right. Thoughts of the day, dreams of the night. He had been attacked by a terrifying tadpole-like monster a while ago. Although the monster was killed by the meteor, it still left a deep impression on Song Shuhang. Under such a deep impression, it was understandable that he dreamed of an army of tadpoles while sleeping. After all, that tadpole monster was so huge, so him dreaming of such a huge army of tadpoles wasn't too strange. When he was in thought, he realized that he also seemed to have become a member of the tadpole army. He was also swimming desperately, using all his energy, squeezing through his companions, and walking at the forefront of the battle line, becoming the leader of the group of tadpoles. This felt very real. Although he didn't know why this group of tadpoles was swimming so desperately, as a small tadpole, there was no need to think about anything as he swam carefreely. He just had to swim with all his strength. It felt quite fun. Just like with life, one needed to have a goal to strive for. Even a mere tadpole needed a goal to chase after. Shuhang laughed, and said, "If I'm going to do something, then I need to be the best. Even if it's just a dream and I'm just a tadpole, I won't be satisfied with being second." As if having heard Shuhang's inner thoughts, the little tadpole that represented Shuhang swam faster and exuded unprecedented power. It moved exquisitely, brushing past his companions one after the other and overtaking them. With the passing of time, many of his tadpole companions began to fall behind. Some tadpole companions stopped moving forever. Some became tired, stopping to rest. Some diverged and swam along another river. As for the tadpole that represented Shuhang, it possessed a strong explosive force and abundant physical strength. Most of the tadpole companions that had swum with him at the beginning had fallen behind, but he still swam quickly. Compared to the other tadpoles around him, he was clearly much stronger. Shuhang suddenly thought, why do I keep on getting the feeling that something is wrong? This dream felt rather strange. However, Shuhang couldn't tell why. Just when Detective Shuhang began to gather clues in his mind, preparing to discover what was strange about this dream, the dream suddenly changed. Blah blah blah. Shuhang couldn't understand the language. This language sounds a bit like the language of the Black Dragon world. Then, Shuhang found that the light before his eyes was restored. He was being carried by a pair of big, warm hands. By his ears, he could hear sounds of excitement. It was indeed the language of the Black Dragon world. Shuhang. The truth was already within reach. This feeling of a realistic experience where he could feel things as if they were real, yet unable to control one's body. He had entered a dreamland again. The previous 2 times, he had dreamed of getting in a car accident while riding in Fairy Dongfang's 6th car, and then of being struck by the twins' impregnating gaze of the scholarly sage. However, those were nightmares formed from his own thoughts. But this time, it was a real dreamland. Shuhang had already guessed the subject of the dreamland this time. Black Pupil 13. A member of the Dragon Blood clan of the Black Dragon world, and the strongest among the young generation of warriors. A 5th stage magic warrior, someone equivalent to a 5th stage spiritual emperor. In order to find inspiration for his breakthrough, he stepped into a teleportation formation that had been in decay for a long time, getting teleported to the main world where he died. Among the creatures of the Black Dragon world, the only one that Shuhang had recently come in contact with, and reached a level of karma suited for him to enter his dreamland, was him. Shuhang had once used the secret appraisal technique on his body and kept his magical power top-up device for a period of time, using his steel manifestation to activate this device. The accumulation of so many karmic ties had indeed reached the condition of entering a dreamland. A dreamland about Black Pupil 13 is at least better than a dreamland about Lady Onion, Shuhang thought to himself. At this time, the plot of the dreamland progressed rapidly. The memories of the ignorant childhood period of Black Pupil 13 went by very quickly, passing with only a few scenes. The stage when the plot of the dreamland truly unfolded was after Black Pupil 13 reached 3 years of age. He really deserved to be considered the strongest genius of the young generation of the Dragon Blood clan as described by the secret appraisal technique. When he was 3 years old, he had only just begun to learn the language of the Black Dragon world, but in slightly over a month, he had thoroughly studied the language of the Black Dragon world, and could read and write. This type of genius always began to show their edge while very young. There were no skips during this time when Black Pupil 13 had been studying the language of the Black Dragon world. Thanks to this, Shuhang got his hands on the complete Black Dragon world language pack and installed it. He was moved to tears. This was the language learning mode that he wanted. One day, if he could enter the dreamland of a big shot from the ancient era and master the ancient era language pack through that, how good would that be? The ancient language was simply inhuman, and the tongue curling was beyond troublesome. If he wanted to learn it without cheats, who knew how long that would take? After mastering the language of the Black Dragon world, Black Pupil 13 officially began to enter the stage of cultivation. True Dragon Meditation, this was the first volume of cultivation technique that he started to practice. There was only a meditation technique, and there was no matching basic body tempering technique. The practice method of the Black Dragon world was different from that of the main world. 1 month later, Black Pupil 13 had thoroughly mastered this meditation technique, and entered the next stage of practice. In his mind, Shuhang equated this phase of the cultivation system of the Black Dragon world to the early phase of China's cultivation system. The early phase of China's cultivation system consisted in using a meditation technique and a basic body tempering technique to open the first aperture, the heart aperture, in order to unlock the power of qi and blood, and formally step into the world of cultivation. But in the Black Dragon world, after learning the meditation technique, one would have to register an account on their magical power top-up device. Chapter 1606 Come access me. In the Black Dragon world, there were 2 ways to register an account on one's magical power top-up device. One of them was to successfully practice the meditation technique to the first level before going to a temple to register an account, and receive one's own magical power top-up device. The second way was for an inhabitant of the Black Dragon world to wait until they reached the age of 14, which was considered to be adult age in the Black Dragon world. Then, at the coming-of-age ceremony, civilian-type magical power top-up devices would be issued to these people in batches. In the Black Dragon world, this device was a convenient thing. Nearly everything one needed in their daily life could be provided by it. The magical power flow could be used as currency. For example, when going out to eat or shop, one could use it to pay for things. As Black Pupil 13 was very talented, when he was 3 years and 1 month old, his father took him to the temple in the city to test his mental energy, and have him register his own magical power top-up device account. In every city of the Black Dragon world, there was a small temple. The staff in these temples was responsible for making and producing magical power top-up devices, testing the mental energy of the residents of the city, and also converting Black Dragon Spirit Stones for some civilians to top up their magical power flow. These temples remained close to the masses rather than being lofty, they truly served the people. Black Pupil XIII's father took him to the first entrance of the temple. This was the place that was specifically responsible for testing the mental energy of the residents, as well as the results of their practice of the meditation technique. The first test was a 12-step ladder. There were formation runes on each step. These were magical power rune formations made to suppress one's mind. They were used to test the strength of one's mental energy. Black Pupil 13 seemed to be very interested in the runes on these stairs. He began to observe the shape of these magic runes and formations. The perspective of geniuses and ordinary people had always been different. The young boys and girls of the Black Dragon world that were with Black Pupil 13 were all in a state of tension, adjusting their mental state, and hoping that they could pass the test smoothly. Meanwhile, Black Pupil 13 was focused on the structure of these runes and formations, doing his best to keep them in mind. He observed them very carefully. Even though he didn't recognize these runes, nor had he studied them before, he relied on his powerful instinct and memory to memorize all of them. Shuhang, who was watching along, freeloaded and etched these latter runes in his mind. Although he didn't understand them either, behind him stood a big shot of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Moreover, when the time came, he could draw these runes and send them to the 9 provinces number 1 group. If there were seniors in the group who were interested in these runes, they would take the time to study them. Of course, the results of the research would not be concealed from Shuhang. Song Shuhang felt that the runes on this 12-step ladder test were very useful. He could make a copy of it in the inner world for his disciples to use during their daily training. How wonderful! Anyway, he'd already decided to train Lady Onion, so it would be better to create a complete cultivation area in his inner world for his disciples to practice at. A gravity room, 12-step ladder test, pain tolerance training, death experience. All of these could be added. Didn't Senior White want to organize the Cultivator Olympics? In the future, Song Shuhang could copy a part of Senior White's project into his inner world, and his disciples' cultivation area would truly come to shape. I'm really as smart as my mother. Shuhang had entered the dreamland of a genius before, yet when he entered the dreamland of Lady Onion, he'd been a green onion for hundreds of years, and in the end he only learned the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, this kind of fraudulent skill. Despite the dreamland of Black Pupil 13 just having started, he had already managed to learn so many practical things. They were both geniuses, so why was the gap between them so big? The plot of the dreamland continued to unfold. For the 12-step ladder, the young ones only needed to reach the 7th step to pass the test. If they were able to climb even further up than that, that would be a testament to how strong their aptitude and talent were. Among the young ones of the Black Dragon world who participated in the test, some were successful, while some failed. Those who succeeded moved to a passage next door, proceeding to the second test. Altars that the young ones could use to connect to the Black Dragon world's Dragon Network could be found there. They could leave their own mark in the Dragon Network through these altars, and register their personal account. In this step, there was also a chance of success and failure. Those who succeeded could enter the third phase, where they were to tailor their own magical power top-up device, and perform a master recognition ceremony. From then on, the magical power top-up device would become a treasure unique to them, similar to a cultivator's life-bound magical treasure. After the ones before him finished their tests, it was finally Black Pupil XII's turn. Black Pupil 13 couldn't wait to step up the ladder. He had been studying the runes on this ladder for a good while, and now he wanted to experience the effects of this test ladder for himself. When he stepped on the steps, he felt a form of mental pressure bear down on him. It was the majestic aura of a dragon looking down at the masses from high above. But in this aura, there was no malice, only a pure form of pressure as it was a test. Black Pupil 13 experienced this pressure in detail, completely feeling out the tension brought to his body. Song Shuhang, who was in the dreamland state, also felt this pressure. It felt a bit similar to his Sage Seal's pressure, both were a type of mental suppression. However, many special attributes had been added to this dragon aura, making it more complex than the pressure brought out by a Sage Seal. Nevertheless, this level of pressure had no impact on Song Shuhang. After all, he was a man with a will firmer than steel. Throughout the history of the world of cultivation, there was truly nobody like him, dying repeatedly over the short span of 5 months. It could be said that every death had tempered his will. Song, heart as firm as steel, body as strong as diamond, Shuhang. Black Pupil 13 savored the pressure, while climbing step after step, all the way until he reached the 10th step before finally coming to a stop. The degree of pressure at the 10th step nearly rivaled that of the second stage. In other words, after Black Pupil 13 practiced a meditation technique for a month, his mental power had already reached the peak of the first stage. Although the residents of the Black Dragon world had relatively powerful mental energy, and mainly cultivated their mental energy, he still deserved to be called a genius after reaching such a level in just a mere month. Climbing up 10 steps in one go, Black Pupil 13 was destined to become famous throughout the city. His father had a smile on his face. This was a father who was proud of his outstanding son. Black Pupil 13 turned his head, looked at his father, and smiled. Song Shuhang's heart sank slightly. A dreamland was to experience the lives of another. In this place, his emotions would inevitably be affected by the subject of the dreamland. Seeing the father who was proud of his son, Song Shuhang recalled the now cold and lifeless Black Pupil 13, and he silently looked up at the sky. The outstanding Black Pupil 13 moved to the altar next door. Geniuses were always given privileges. There were 3 altars in the passage next door. At this test, the young ones of various races of the Black Dragon world were crowding on an altar. It was only Black Pupil 13 who got a whole altar for himself. Obviously, the fewer the people at an altar, the better the effect for one's exposure to the Dragon Network. The staff member who presided over the altar smiled at Black Pupil 13, and said, "Child, don't be nervous. Relax and circulate your meditation technique. Afterward, respond to the call of the Dragon Network, and you will naturally understand what you need to do." Black Pupil 13 blinked and nodded obediently. In fact, he was not nervous at all. He merely had a strong interest in the altar at his feet. So he was taking the time to study the rune structure of the altar, keeping its appearance in his mind. As such, Song Shuhang, freeload everything. Shuhang successfully freeloaded another piece of altar information. The staff placed a small portion of Black Dragon Spirit Stone powder in the 4 corners of the altar. At the same time, they took out their magical power top-up devices, and activated some magical techniques. The altar was activated. Black Pupil 13 closed his eyes and circulated his meditation technique to its full capacity. Under the enhancement of the altar, he felt that his mental energy seemed to have turned into countless threads, spreading out between heaven and earth. This feeling is very similar to the celestial radar technique I learned a few days ago, Song Shuhang thought to himself. His celestial radar technique acted in the same manner, spreading one's mental energy around, and turning it into silk threads. While thinking about this, Song Shuhang suddenly realized that his mental energy seemed to have followed Black Pupil Xii's. It had turned into silk threads and extended between heaven and earth following the activation of the altar. Black Pupil 13 quickly sensed a huge, invisible net that covered the entire Black Dragon world. What he could sense now was merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to this large invisible net. This was the Dragon Network, and it was the foundation of the entire Black Dragon world. Follow the summon of the Dragon Network, respond to it, and register an account, Black Pupil 13 muttered silently in his mind. Then, a node of the large invisible net appeared in front of him. It was the access point provided by the Dragon Network for him. Black Pupil 13 touched it with his mental energy, leaving his own mental mark on it. He also left a name in his mental mark, Black Pupil 13. When he left behind his mark and name, he had succeeded in the second phase, completing his registration. Song Shuhang personally experienced the whole process of registering an account with Black Pupil 13. Normally, after one registered an account, the altar would have ended the ceremony. But at this time, the light of the altar had still not dissipated. Song Shuhang sensed that the Dragon Network had extended another access point. Come access me. From this access point, there seemed to be such a thought calling out to Song Shuhang. Chapter 1607. Of course one's name must be neat and tidy. I am Song Shuhang who has a will as firm as steel. Did you really think that such low-level beguilement would work on me? You're too naive. For a beguilement of this level, even if you multiply it by 100 times, don't even dream of shaking my will. The corners of Song Shuhang's lips curled up in his mind. This time, of course, he chose to refuse. His dreamland was completely different from ordinary memory reading. If he met some powerful big shots when he entered a dreamland, there was a chance of being noticed by them. For example, the first one had been Senior Scarlet Heaven, then there was the Scholarly Sage, the Heavenly Emperor, the wielder of the wool-striped dragon, and the mirror of that ugly crocodile that loved learning. Each of these very powerful big shots had been able to sense Song Shuhang's existence through the dreamland, forming karmic ties with him even if he was in the distant future. With the improvement of Song Shuhang's realm, his understanding of karma increasingly deepened. One should be prudent when something like karma formed. If you weren't careful, this could become something that'd bite you in the back later. The dragon network of the Black Dragon world was a mysterious thing, and Song Shuhang did not know the origin of the other party. In the face of such a mysterious entity, he didn't dare be rash and form karma ties with it. What if he got scammed? At this time, rejection was the most sensible option. Song Shuhang praised his wit in his heart. Just as he was in thought, there was another message that was sent from the Dragon Network. Please register your account name. Song Shuhang. WTF, how can this be? Did it just skip past the Access the Dragon Network prompt, and go to the stage of registering an account name? This is too much. You're really forcing me, huh? Be careful, or else I'll look for the Cultivator Consumer Protection Association and file a complaint about you. Of course, let's not talk about whether this kind of association existed, since even if it did, it probably wouldn't be able to control something like the Dragon Network. Anyway, did you think that I would succumb just because you sent me straight to the account name registration stage? You're too naive. I won't register no matter what you do. Otherwise, are you going to give me a name yourself? Song Shuhang laughed in his mind. But even if you did, I'll simply distance myself from the Dragon Network, and never make contact with it in my lifetime. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking this, he suddenly discovered something. The Dragon Network had not skipped past the access port phase, as his mental energy had already accepted the prompt silently. And the culprit was the young black pupil 13. Song Shuhang's mental energy had spread out into threads like black pupil XIII's. Just now, when black pupil XIII's mental energy drew back, it drove Song Shuhang's mental energy to connect to the access port of the Dragon Network. Was it a coincidence? Or did he misunderstand how the Dragon Network worked? Song Shuhang. At this time, another voice came from the Dragon Network. Please register your account name. After 30 counts, the account name will be randomly assigned. Counts were the unit of time in the Black Dragon world which had gone to replace seconds. Heavens, it really does have the function of forcibly registering an account name. Still, I can't afford to mess with this thing. In addition, this random assignment of an account name reminded Song Shuhang of when he transcended the 8th stage Tribulation, and had been randomly assigned the sage name, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Even so, isn't it just an account name? I will do it myself. Tyrannical Dragon King. Song Shuhang set an account name he wanted. One household should be neat and tidy. Oh, I meant a person's Taoist name must be neat and tidy. His two sage names were Tyrannical Song and Tyrannical Scholar. The Taoist name he had decided to keep for himself was Tyrannical Saber, Song 1. There was also the steel manifestation he got not long ago, Tyrannical Tyrant. They all had tyrannical in them. As such, this account name had to have tyrannical in it to maintain the order. And because this world was the Black Dragon world, he chose the name Tyrannical Dragon King. Tyrannical Song, Tyrannical Scholar, Tyrannical Saber, Tyrannical Tyrant, and Tyrannical Dragon King, all neat and orderly. As for why the last one was a 3-character word, it was naturally to relieve his own OCD. OCD was a disorder that required treatment. Tyrannical Dragon King account name assignment in progress. Duplicate account name detected. Splitting account name. Checking account name Tyrannical King, Tyrannical Dragon. Testing account names. Account name Tyrannical King duplicate detected. Tyrannical Dragon account name has passed. The account name has been set to Tyrannical Dragon. Congratulations, you have obtained the Dragon Network account name Tyrannical Dragon. Song Shuhang. F***ck, you had such a feature? Tyrannical Song. Tyrannical Scholar. Tyrannical Saber. Tyrannical Tyrant. Tyrannical Dragon. This time it really was neat and tidy, there was simply no saving it. Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. He felt more and more that he was at odds with this dragon network. Ever since they had made contact with one another, the other party had been repeatedly twisting and rending his heart. From beginning to end, Song Shuhang was at a complete disadvantage. The plot of the dreamland continued. The light on the altar dissipated. The young black pupil 13 opened his eyes, rays of light flickering in them. It was especially clear in this slightly enclosed space. This showed that he'd successfully accessed the Dragon Network and registered an account. The young black pupil 13 jumped off the altar, and his father smiled and stroked his head. Under the lead of the staff, black pupil 13 entered the last area. This was the place where tailor-made, magical power top-up devices were made. Every youth who successfully made contact with the Dragon Network would be welcomed by a dedicated staff member after entering this space. These staff members were all experts in the design and production of magical power top-up devices. At this time, the privilege of a genius appeared again. An old man who seemed to have a stronger aura, and was well respected by the others, came forward and took the small hand of black pupil 13 before smiling and bringing him away. Although they were all experts in the design and production of magical power top-up devices, they had different levels of skill. The old man who took black pupil 13 was clearly a peak existence amongst the rest. Young one from the black pupil family, how old are you? The old man asked with a smile while holding black pupil XII's hand. Black pupil 13 blinked, and obediently said, 3 years and 1 month. The old man laughed, and said, oh, that's quite surprising. Along the way, the old man asked many more questions. For example, what were black pupil XII's hobbies, what he liked to eat, whether there were any animals he liked, and what things he was more sensitive to. The old man asked all kinds of questions, as if to bring them closer together. The gentle appearance of the old man made black pupil 13 feel at ease. Through these seemingly simple questions, the personality and character of young black pupil 13 has been figured out by this old man. Song Shuhang sighed in his mind. And with his understanding of black pupil 13, the old man could design a magical power top-up device that suited him perfectly. A customization incorporating details such as black pupil XII's hobbies would guarantee his satisfaction with it. Experts were experts because in a field where ordinary people would only have one brush, they would have two. The old man took black pupil 13 to his workshop. Then, they went through certain necessary procedural tests, such as testing the upper limit of his mental energy, his control of mental energy, and the degree of affinity between his body and the Dragon Network. After this series of tests, the old man began to make a magical power top-up device right in front of black pupil 13. He had no intention of protecting the secrets of his trade. In the Black Dragon world, as long as one really wanted to learn, there were many channels and ways to do so when it came to the production of magical power top-up devices. However, tailoring a magical power top-up device to suit a person's character and energy was the skill of an expert. I'm lucky to be able to have this old man openly use his production method, and that black pupil 13 is very curious and observant. Song, freeload everything. I love knowledge the most. Shuhang could now freeload the method to produce a magical power top-up device. He could make an imitation with just a few tries as long as he had the materials. It took about an hour for the magical power top-up device to be completed. The last step was the magical treasure refining. The old man assembled all the parts, and used a method similar to refining. The magical power top-up device was now functional. Come, hold it, then activate your meditation technique and try contacting the Dragon Network. At that time, you will find some very strange things. The old man smiled, and put the magical power top-up device in Black Pupil Xii's hands. Black Pupil 13 followed the old man's orders. He grabbed his magical power top-up device, and circulated his meditation technique. When he circulated his meditation technique, he found that his mental energy resonated with the device. The device acted as an altar, strengthening his mental energy, and letting him get in touch with the Dragon Network as quickly as possible. Black Pupil 13 logged into the Dragon Network with his account Black Pupil 13. The magical power top-up device immediately connected his mental energy to the access port node that belonged to him. It was different from the first time he accessed the Dragon Network. This time, he could see a larger part of the infinitely vast network. He discovered that his access port node belonged to the outermost batch of nodes in the Dragon Network. This was because his strength was only at the first level. In the future, his access port node could be upgraded to a deeper level as his strength improved. In addition, there was a bonus when one used the magical power top-up device for the first time. For a short moment, Black Pupil 13 could peer into the core area of the Dragon Network. There, 11 powerful nodes existed, as dazzling as stars. Chapter 1608 A magician who doesn't know how to summon fireballs isn't a good magician. These 11 powerful beings possessed the highest authority in the Dragon Network. Every dragon-scale world had legends of them. These were existences that could move mountains and seas and destroy cities with the mere flip of their hand. They were the strongest people in the entire Black Dragon world. Each of them was crowned with the title of Saint. These 11 saints would only take action to save the Black Dragon world when it faced the most terrifying of enemies. This was the trump card of the Black Dragon world. Black Pupil Xii's goal was to become as powerful as these 11 saints. He hoped that he could also stand at the top of the Black Dragon world, and become the 12th saint of the Black Dragon world. In fact, it wasn't only Black Pupil 13, all of the practitioners in the Black Dragon world had such a goal deep in their hearts. When they made contact with the Dragon Network through the magical power top-up device for the first time and saw the 11 existences at the center that were as dazzling as stars, lofty sentiments would surge in the heart of every person in the Black Dragon world. "It's nice to be young," Song Shuhang exclaimed. "Why do I keep on feeling like I'm old?" The magical power top-up device only showed a brief glimpse of the center. After a while, that feeling would disappear. Anyway, Black Pupil 13 could now use his magical power top-up device. The most important thing was the top-up or recharge function. On the interface of the magical power top-up device, there were 10 symbols. Translated, they corresponded to the numbers from 0 to 9. Then, there was a 5-pointed star and a 6-pointed star. Lightly tapping on the 6-pointed star symbol and swiping would allow one to enter the Black Dragon Spirit Stones recharge process. If you had Black Dragon Spirit Stones in your hand, you simply needed to crush them, and the Dragon Network would automatically receive the power in the Black Dragon Spirit Stones, and convert it into magical power flow for the user's account. The magical power flow in the account was matched to the user's mental energy, and then transformed through the device. It could then be directly released as magical techniques according to one's authority in the Dragon Network. Mental energy plus magical power flow plus magical power top-up device plus Dragon Network authority equals magical technique of the corresponding level. With the current first-level mental energy of Black Pupil 13 and the first-level authority he had in the Dragon Network, as long as there was magical power flow, he could directly release a magical technique of the corresponding level. As for the ordinary inhabitants of the Black Dragon world who did not have the qualifications to make contact with the Dragon Network, when they wanted to top up, they needed to go to a temple. Once they were there, they could ask the staff in the temple to recharge their devices for them for their daily needs. This process merely required a small fee. However, the handling fee was so low that it was almost non-existent, the people that served in the temple simply had the greatest conscience. Shuhang silently thought to himself, sometimes, the truth can be so simple. The only question now is, where do the black dragon spirit stones come from? After understanding the top-up function, what followed was the 5-pointed star symbol. This symbol could allow one to store magical techniques. Through the process mentioned above, one could condense a magical technique in the dragon network. But with this method, the spell would not be released right away, getting stored in the magical power top-up device instead. The magical techniques that were stored in the magical power top-up device could be used for emergencies. Even if their mental energy was exhausted or magical power flow insufficient, people would still be able to attack or defend in this way. In addition, in some extreme situations, when the user temporarily disconnected from the dragon network, they would still be able to save themselves by using the magical techniques they'd pre-stored in their magical power top-up device. I see, so this was the reason my steel manifestation Tyrannical Tyrant was able to make use of the device to release magical techniques even when it wasn't connected to the dragon network anymore. Shuhang finally understood. He had been puzzled before. There was no dragon network in the main world. As such, why had the steel manifestation Tyrannical Tyrant been able to use the magical power top-up device to release magical techniques? It turned out that there was such a wonderful function. Generally speaking, the Black Dragon World's magical power top-up device was very consumer-friendly, allowing people to have a good experience. The plot of the Dreamland continued to unfold. Child, you can now experience the effects of the magical power top-up device. Do you have any Black Dragon Spirit Stones on you? The old man asked with a smile. This product was something he felt particularly satisfied with, so he wanted to see it in action. Black Pupil 13 cutely replied, I do have a small piece on me. After saying that, he took out a crystal the size of a thumb. He stretched out his hand, and pressed the 6-pointed star symbol on the magical power top-up device before lightly swiping. In the void, the dragon network appeared, and wrapped around Black Pupil 13. Black Pupil 13 clenched his fist lightly, crushing the thumb-sized crystal. In the void, the dragon network's net wrapped around the crystal powder, and absorbed it thoroughly. After a while, a magical power value of 6 units appeared under the magical power options in the device. The old man asked, have you learned how to cast techniques? Guiding a child in the usage of the magical power top-up device was the task of the other staff in the temple, but this old expert had a good impression of Black Pupil 13, so he went ahead and served as the guide himself. Black Pupil 13 shook his head. The old expert smiled, and explained, you are currently at the first level. At this level, you aren't able to change professions yet. However, you can still use several magical techniques at the first level. Use your finger to long press the rune numbered 1, then circulate your meditation technique and try to connect to the dragon network through the device. Black Pupil 13 pressed on the rune numbered 1, the 1 here was Shuhang's translation. In fact, it was a tongue twister called Gulyalai in the Black Dragon world. Black Pupil 13 pressed the rune, circulated his meditation technique, and used his mental energy to synchronize with the dragon network through the device. The dragon network extracted the magical power flow, and combined it with the spell slot represented by the number 1 to generate a complete magical technique in the dragon network. Small Dragon Flame. Black Pupil 13 moved his finger in the air. A fist-sized flame condensed and formed in front of him, turning into a dragon flame that shot forward. In front of him, the old expert nodded in satisfaction. He stretched out his hand and grabbed lightly, holding the dragon flame in his hand. This old expert was a very high-level cultivator, and his physique had been strengthened to a very high degree under the power of the dragon network. Black Pupil 13 closed his eyes, enjoying the wonderful feeling of casting a spell. The first magical technique actually wasn't the fireball technique, heretic. Song Shuhang criticized him in his mind. A magician who doesn't know how to summon fireballs isn't a good magician. However, besides this small dragon flame, there should be other magical techniques as well, right? Perhaps I can become a spellcaster with the magical power top-up device. While Song Shuhang was thinking about beautiful things, he suddenly woke up from the dreamland. Senior White's clone said, "Shuhang, you and little Inju should come here. I've finally sorted out the language pack. I will send you a copy." Chapter 1609 The Tribulation of the Black Dragon World. Song Shuhang opened his eyes in a daze. That was the end of the dreamland? Recently, I've only been getting to experience a single phase of a dreamland. Either that, or part of the details is lost. Does it have something to do with the fact that I've been sleeping for shorter periods of time? Beside him, Li Yinju had her eyes still closed, and a confused look was on her face. She was still not fully awake. Song Shuhang carried Li Yinju and jumped down from the tree. The woman from the Black Dragon world was lying on the grass at this time, sleeping soundly. She had finally passed out, completely drunk. Until now, she had also been working very hard. Senior White's clone smiled, and said, "The two of you, come over. I will set up an illusion for you to learn the language of the Black Dragon world, in." "I want to sleep some more," little Li Yinju said with her eyes still closed. Senior White's clone squatted in front of Li Yinju, placing his eyes at the same level as hers. "That's fine as well. I will cast a dreamlike illusion on you. You can learn the language of Black Dragon world in your dreams while you sleep." Little Yinju sweetly said, "Thank you, Senior White." Senior White's clone's eyes flashed with brilliance as he weaved a dreamlike illusion and dragged Li Yinju into it. Li Yinju yawned, leaned forward, and fell asleep again. Senior White's clone picked her up, and then he waved to Song Shuhang again. "Shuhang, seeing that you are also sleepy, I can set up a dreamlike illusion for you as well. Rest assured, I won't leave you behind. While you're learning the language of the Black Dragon world, I'll carry little Yinju with my left and you with my right." Song Shuhang folded his hands, and said, "Thank you, Senior White, but I don't need to learn the language of the Black Dragon world, because I've already learned it." He said this sentence in the language of the Black Dragon world. Senior White's clone was surprised. Song Shuhang explained, "Cough, when I took a nap just now, I entered Black Pupil Xii's dreamland. I accompanied him through his childhood, and mastered the language of the Black Dragon world. Little friend Shuhang, you should cherish every clone. Don't just think about rending others' hearts every day. Those who rend others' hearts will be punished," said Senior White's clone. Song Shuhang. Senior White's clone asked, "Speaking of which, besides getting the Black Dragon world language pack, what else did you learn?" Song Shuhang took out the magical power top-up device imitation that Senior White had given him earlier. "I've basically understood how this thing works. I might have also registered an account in the Dragon Network. However, I have no idea how to get Black Dragon Spirit Stones for topping up. As to the method of obtaining Black Dragon Spirit Stones, I have some information here. Outside the atmosphere of the Black Dragon world, there are monsters similar to zombies. After the practitioners of the Black Dragon world slay these monsters, they can obtain Black Dragon Spirit Stones." Senior White's clone took out a large, cube-like black crystal from his Cosmos bag. "Senior White, you went and killed monsters just now?" Song Shuhang's eyes widened. Senior White's clone responded, "Where would I have the time for that? This is the tadpole monster that was killed by the meteor a while ago, and this was left behind after it died. That thing also belonged to the zombie category, and it left this after dying. This one's for you. Can you try to use it to recharge the magical power top-up device?" After saying that, Senior White's clone threw the crystal to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took the crystal. Although it was large, it was not heavy. He said, "I'll try it out then." The magical power top-up device in his hand was a product jointly created by Senior White and Senior White 2. Its quality was absolutely guaranteed. In terms of functionality, it should not be any worse than the ones made by the experts of the Black Dragon world. Following the experience he gained from Black Pupil 13 in the Dreamland, Shuhang first circulated his true self meditation scripture to create a resonance with the magical power top-up device. New the first time, familiar the second time. The whole process went smoothly. Similar to Black Pupil XIII's experience in the Dreamland, the magical power top-up device acted as an altar, assisting Shuhang's mental energy in connecting with the Dragon Network. Soon after, Shuhang really found his own Dragon Network access port. This port was reserved just for him. Since it was his real first time using the magical power top-up device to make contact with the Dragon Network, the location of his access port was similar to ordinary newcomers, being located at the outermost periphery of the huge Dragon Network. In other words, the first-level novice area. The newbie benefit from the Dreamland was experienced by Shuhang one more time. In an instant, Shuhang's eyes saw the core area of the Dragon Network and those 11 powerful nodes, which were as dazzling as stars. How strong are the saints of the Black Dragon world? If they're graded according to the cultivator system, what stage would they be in? Are they immune to the impregnating gaze of the scholarly sage? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Shuhang's mind. The 11 saints lived scattered in the Black Dragon world. There were both males and females, and their races were also different. Each of them was a godlike existence in the dragon scale world, where they resided, and they were admired by tens of thousands. And just now, all 11 of these saints raised their heads and looked at the void in the distance. They got goosebumps all over, as if they were being stared at strangely. In that gaze, there was a kind of sublime love, love that embraced all things, but this kind of love could be very burdening. What's going on? The 11 saints frowned. They quickly began to contact each other through special means, and entered a state of communication. The 11 most powerful beings in the Black Dragon world felt their hearts go heavy along with a premonition of anxiety pervading them. The newbie benefit took just a moment. Please enter your account name. A message was sent back by the Dragon Network. Shuhang gritted his teeth, silently reciting the account name, Tyrannical Dragon, in his mind. He did not intend on getting Tyrannical Dragon. He originally wanted the name Tyrannical Dragon King. As he logged in with his account name, it was branded on the magical power top-up device. The magical power top-up device was fully activated. Something akin to a blood link was formed between Shuhang and the magical power top-up device in his hand. This feeling was similar to when he forged the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. Shuhang said, "It feels similar to a life-bound magical treasure, but there is a very subtle difference." Senior White's clone carried Li Yinzhu, and said, "Interesting. A feeling that lies between that of a life-bound magical treasure and an ordinary magical treasure. If I can completely understand the concepts behind this, cultivators' common magical treasures can be improved, allowing the connection between the two to become closer, resulting in greater power." Shuhang opened his eyes. He pressed the 6-pointed star symbol, and lightly swiped to enter the recharge mode. The next step is to crush the Black Dragon Spirit Stone. Shuhang looked at the excessively large Black Dragon Spirit Stone next to him. How am I supposed to crush this thing? It's too big. If I directly smash it into powder, the effect should still be the same, right? Shuhang stretched out his right fist, and the variant steel hands technique activated, causing his right fist to become as hard as steel. He sent a punch at the Black Dragon Spirit Stone. As Shuhang threw his fist while still in recharge mode, pure energy was transmitted from the Dragon Network, wrapping around his hand. With one punch, the entire black dragon spirit stone was smashed into powder. Top up, Song Shuhang said in the language of the black dragon world. In the void, the dragon network manifested, showing a mere tip of itself before rolling up all the black dragon spirit stone powder and absorbing it. In the next moment, a huge amount of pure energy descended from the dragon network. This energy was divided into two parts. One part turned into spiritual power, and descended on Song Shuhang. The rest turned into magical power, and integrated into the magical power top-up device. On the device, the numerical value for magical power flow skyrocketed. The numerical character of the Black Dragon world was displayed before being converted into numbers of the main world, and showing a value in the millions. Song Shuhang was at the 5th stage realm, and his mental energy had already transformed into divine sense, making it incomparably vast. As soon as the mental energy being transmitted back from the network touched Song Shuhang's body, it was instantly swallowed by Song Shuhang's divine sense, strengthening his body. In the dragon network, Song Shuhang's access port position moved towards the depths of the network at breakneck speed. In a mere 2 breaths' time, Song Shuhang's tyrannical dragon access port moved from the 1st level area to the 2nd level area. His authority also changed from the 1st level to the 2nd level. At the same time, the assessment from the Black Dragon world appeared next to Song Shuhang. This was equivalent to the tribulation of the main world. 10 meters above Song Shuhang's head, light condensed into a mirror. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked into this mirror. In the next moment, he entered an illusory world. In this illusory world, a ferocious western black dragon stepped out. The black dragon had a slender body and huge wings. It was filled with majesty. Song Shuhang raised his head, and looked at the black dragon. The black dragon opened its mouth, and Song Shuhang was faced with the dragon's breath. This was the tribulation of the black dragon world. The tribulation here was not directed at the body, and mainly tested one's mental energy and will. For a cultivator, this was a very dangerous tribulation. If they were not careful, their mind could collapse. They could also lose themselves in madness, have their body ignited by tribulation fire, and similar to when they fail to transcend the tribulation, lose their life. Boom! The raging flames fell on Song Shuhang's body, burning it. It felt as if he was really being burned. The pain from being burned by this dragon's breath was not any less than being burned for real. Roar! The black dragon's breath lasted for over 10 breaths' time before stopping. These 10 breaths' time would be equivalent to a long torture for the cultivators of the Black Dragon world who were ascending to the 2nd level. Song Shuhang calmly patted off the dragon's breath on his body. He doubtfully said, That's it? It was just this painful? This wasn't even enough to fill in the gaps between his teeth. Song, not hurt at all, Shuhang. He didn't even have to activate the Saber Intent Armor, the variant Steel Hands technique, or his 2 top-tier body tempering techniques. Even the virtuous Lamia behind him was just getting ready to snatch his lines and let out the well-known 4-toned scream when the tribulation ended. Song Shuhang glanced at the ferocious-looking black dragon, and thought, despite being so big, this guy is useless. He then said, Still, I think it's normal. This is only the tribulation for advancing from the 1st to the 2nd level. If this were converted into our cultivation system, it should be equivalent to a cultivator ascending from the 1st to the 2nd stage. At least, the Black Dragon world has a tribulation for this phase. We cultivators don't even have one. When a cultivator advanced to the 2nd stage from the 1st stage, jumping through the Dragon Gate was the barrier. The heavenly tribulations only started when advancing to the 3rd stage. In the void, the ferocious-looking black dragon exited the field handsomely. It never realized that it had been disdained from beginning to end. Song Shuhang's consciousness withdrew from the tribulation. His divine sense had grown slightly, and it seemed that some optimizations took place, Song Shuhang felt that he could control his divine sense better now, making it more convenient to use than before. For example, when he used the celestial radar technique before, his divine sense dividing into strands required his careful control. Now, he felt that with just a single thought, his divine sense could be split into any form he wanted. Senior White's clone asked, "Was that the heavenly tribulation just now?" Song Shuhang nodded. "It should be the Black Dragon World's tribulation. But as it was only a second-level tribulation, its power was very weak. It's a pity. I wanted to see what exactly the difference between the Black Dragon World's tribulation and our main world's heavenly tribulation was." While he was speaking, Song Shuhang sensed that his tyrannical dragon access port had begun rushing off again in the dragon network. It moved faster and faster, and in just a few breaths, it entered the third-level area. Song Shuhang. 10 meters above his head, the light mirror that had just dispersed condensed again, and shone toward Song Shuhang. "Good luck." Senior White's clone smiled. He took Li Yinzhu back to the side, and admired Song Shuhang's tribulation. "I have a hunch that things have only begun." With Song Shuhang being at the 5th stage with 5 golden cores, his divine sense had already reached the level of someone at the 6th stage. If the magical power flow provided by the Black Dragon Spirit Stone was enough, theoretically speaking, it was possible for Song Shuhang to break into the 6th-level area of the Dragon Network. Senior White's clone continued, "There's no need to worry about the Black Dragon Spirit Stone aspect as I can just head outside the Black Dragon world to kill some zombies." Song Shuhang's consciousness was drawn into the tribulation space of the Black Dragon world again. This time, 5 black dragons that were larger than the previous one appeared. They formed a circle and surrounded Song Shuhang. The 5 black dragons opened their mouths at the same time. This time, it was not the dragon's breath that was spat out, but a black-colored light cannon attack. The power of each of these attacks was more than 10 times that of the dragon's breath. The 5 black-colored lights bombarded Song Shuhang. The pain this time was more intense. "Come." Song Shuhang laughed. Saber intent AR, he didn't even get to finish saying armor, when the 5 black dragons stopped their attacks. Song Shuhang. Earlier, the dragon's breath lasted for 10 breaths, so it doesn't make sense for the duration of the tribulation of the 3rd level to be this short, right? While he was in thought, the 5 black dragons raised their heads again, and 5 light cannons were shot at Song Shuhang again. Although the duration was lower than that of the dragon's breath, the light cannon was much more explosive and destructive. Under normal circumstances, if one were a Black Dragon World practitioner advancing to the 3rd level, even if they had a magical shield activated, a single shot of the Black Dragon light cannon would be enough to break their shield, and the other 4 light cannons would teach the practitioner how to behave. The damage brought about by the 4 light cannons would be enough to make the practitioners cry. Song Shuhang. He gave up on condensing the saber intent armor. The damage caused by the Black Dragon light cannon bombardment wasn't actually enough to make him feel much pain. For this level of damage, he might have cried if it were a few months ago, but it was simply too weak for him now. The price he had to pay to appraise a 7th stage item was more painful than the 5 shots of Black Dragon light cannons. The virtuous Lamia appeared bored, and placed her chin on Song Shuhang's shoulder. She didn't even have the chance to scream. The 5 black dragons in the tribulation released a total of 15 waves of Black Dragon light cannons before stopping. Then, they slowly left. The tribulation of the 3rd level ended. Song Shuhang stretched his body. After the 15 waves of Black Dragon light cannons, not only did he not feel any pain, but he felt as if he had gone to a sauna, and his body was comfortable. Song, starting to enjoy pain, Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "Next should be the one of the 4th level, right? A tribulation of this level should be a bit more interesting." Behind him, the virtuous Lamia nodded. Song Shuhang remembered his heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. It had been magnificent. Song Shuhang's consciousness once again withdrew from the tribulation world. How do you feel? Senior White's clone sat cross-legged under a tree, his right hand resting on his knee as he looked at Song Shuhang. Li Yinzhu and the woman from the Black Dragon world were also placed under the tree. Song Shuhang thought for a long time, and concluded, it was pretty refreshing. Then continue, Senior White's clone said. As long as your mental energy is strong enough to meet the criteria for a level up, and the magical power flow in your account is enough, you can continue to advance. With the current strength of your mental energy, it should be safe to rush to the 5th level area, and the 6th level area should also be attainable. Song Shuhang said, if I reach the 5th level in this place, will there be a change? For example, will I end up condensing a core or something? At the 5th stage, a cultivator would condense a golden core, which would determine their path. Similarly, monster cultivators had their monster cores, demonic cultivators also had their own variant, the demonic core. Other systems, such as the Holy Knight system, Wizard system, Beast cultivator system, would likewise condense something similar to a core at the 5th stage realm. The core was a symbol of those at the 5th stage. Creatures like Celestials, who had no way of condensing a core at the 5th stage, were actually rather rare in the universe. This was why they longed so much for cultivators' golden cores. They didn't have any themselves. I've been thinking the same thing. Perhaps your last small core will appear this way, Senior White's clone said. Just continue to level up. If your magical power flow is insufficient, I'll go and kill some zombies to get Black Dragon Spirit Stones for you. 2 in 1, at the same time, he felt slightly worried. This was already the second time that Senior White's clone highlighted the issue of, if there's a lack of magical power flow, I will go and kill some zombies to get you Black Dragon Spirit Stones. This matter won't turn into reality, will it? Senior White's clone said, you're welcome. I'm looking forward to your last golden core. Song Shuhang nodded slightly. He was also very curious. If he gathered the last golden core, what would happen to him? Just as Senior White had speculated, since Song Shuhang's mental energy was already at the 6th stage, he was equivalent to a practitioner of the 6th level area of the Dragon Network. Therefore, as long as his magical power flow could keep up, the access port that represented Tyrannical Dragon would keep rushing forth wildly. In the end, the Tyrannical Dragon port rushed into the 4th level area. Above Song Shuhang's head, the tribulation of the 4th level formed. It was still the same light mirror, and it was still the unique tribulation world of the Black Dragon world. Before the 5th level, the Black Dragon world's tribulation wouldn't change much. At best, there would be an increase in its intensity. However, the 4th level was the level right before the transformation, and the power of the tribulation thus also reached the extreme of the current level. When Song Shuhang's consciousness was drawn into the tribulation world, a warm feeling emerged under his feet, as if he was stepping in hot water to wash his feet. It was just that the temperature of the water was a little bit too hot, and his feet weren't too comfortable. Song Shuhang lowered his head, and found himself stepping in boiling magma. With his feet at the center, a magma lake quickly formed and spread out, forming the environment at the mouth of a volcano. A great amount of magma began to erupt. The magma was boiling, and his entire field of vision was covered in red. Magma? The heat is only at this level? Song Shuhang scratched his head. The virtuous Lamia appeared again, and she looked in boredom at the tribulation world in front of her. She weakly placed her head on Song Shuhang's shoulder, and watched from behind him. Normally, the practitioners of the Black Dragon world would be plunged directly into the volcanic magma when they appeared. This was the appetizer for this tribulation. It was also the first wave of this tribulation. The practitioners of the Black Dragon world needed to use various spells to drag themselves out of the volcanic magma. However, Song Shuhang wasn't sinking. A fifth-stage spiritual emperor possessed the ability to tread on air. In this Tribulation world, although this ability was weakened, it was still easy for Song Shuhang to step on the magma and not sink. Moreover, even if his ability to tread the air was lost, Song Shuhang still had the Black Lotus talent. Song Shuhang curiously said, "The black dragons aren't going to appear this time?" As soon as his voice fell, 2 black dragons flew by above the crater. The 2 black dragons were entwined together, and they let out dragon cries with different volumes. In the next moment, a black pillar of flames descended from their bodies. It seemed they had changed their tactic this time. The flaming pillar had a powerful lock-on function. In the narrow volcanic world, no matter how much he tried to dodge, he couldn't escape the onslaught of the pillar of dragon flames. For the practitioners of the Black Dragon world, they had no choice but to resist this wave of attacks. This point was somewhat similar to the cultivators' heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was similarly almost unavoidable, and in most cases, one could only resist. Song Shuhang didn't even think about avoiding it. The 2 flaming pillars only had power at the level of the 4th stage, not even properly reaching the 4th stage. An attack of this level would be utterly unable to break through his defenses. There was no need to avoid it at all. He could get through this even while lying down. At this time, the virtuous Lamia who was behind Song Shuhang was bored. Stealing lines, no chance. Playing dead, no chance. She looked up at the pillar of flames descending from the sky, and her eyes lit up. She could steal Song Shuhang's tribulation. As a result, the Lamia rushed to face the pillar of flames in the air. She flicked her tail. Slap, the 2 flaming pillars broke apart. "Call me Daddy," the virtuous Lamia yelled out before directly rushing towards the 2 black dragons in the air. She didn't use any magical techniques or skills. She simply waved his fists and beat up the 2 black dragons in the sky. After 2 breaths' time, the black dragons in the sky were blown up. The Tribulation world disappeared. Song Shuhang's consciousness returned to the real world. He looked up at the sky with a conflicted expression. Behind him, the virtuous Lamia emerged and posed as a bodybuilder. "The strongest defense is offense." This line was said in the voice of Sage Monarch Wintermelon. This line was what he had said when he showed his divinity and delivered a profound sage speech. However, when taken out of context, the original meaning of the words was not carried over at all. Sage Monarch Wintermelon was the king of defense. "How do you feel this time?" Senior White's clone asked while holding a bamboo cup in his hand and taking a sip of immortal tea. Song Shuhang: "I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, the next one. The next one should be more interesting." Whether he could condense a core or not depended on this tribulation of the 5th level. In addition, Song Shuhang was also paying attention to another matter. When he had been in Black Pupil Xiii's dreamland, the old expert mentioned something about changing professions. However, Song Shuhang found that he had not received an option for this at all. Perhaps he would be able to get a core when he got to the 5th level, and made contact with this changing professions feature. Song Shuhang softly said, "All right. I'm ready." The virtuous Lamia repeated, "All right, I'm ready." Inside the Dragon Network, the Tyrannical Dragon access port rushed straight to the 5th level area. After a few breaths, it forcefully squeezed into 5th level. At the same time, the data representing magical power flow was reduced to nearly 400,000 in one go. From the 1st to the 4th level, each promotion only consumed a small amount of magical power flow, and it did not exceed 10,000 at most. But when going from the 4th to the 5th, he lost 400,000 in one breath. Song Shuhang thought to himself, if it wasn't for the Black Dragon Spirit Stone that Senior White gave me being large enough, providing me with millions of units of magical power flow in one go, I wouldn't be able to get to this level. Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang's body soared into the sky. The speed at which he rose was very fast. At the same time, a white cloud appeared under his feet, supporting his body in the air. There wasn't a sonic boom. It should be a phenomenon of heaven and earth formed by the laws of the Black Dragon world. Could this be the legendary ascending to the sun? However, why did going from the 4th to the 5th level let one ascend to the sun? In the world of cultivation, there was no such thing. Below, Senior White silently put his teacup down, watching the ascending Song Shuhang. He calmly said, "He flew up." Where is he flying to? In the Black Dragon world, the movement of cultivators as they ascended was very loud. It was especially so for a small, dragon-scale world. When there was someone ascending, many powerhouses would stick their heads out of their own homes, and by relying on super strong eyesight or magical techniques, they would take a look at who was ascending. Who in our city has entered the 5th level area recently? I don't have any records. If anyone is about to level up, reasonably speaking, they will make a record in the temple. After they reach the 5th level, they will immediately be arranged a profession advancement ceremony. In the Black Dragon world, profession change was a 2nd level matter. When ascending to the 5th level, it was no longer a profession change, but a profession advancement. The location of Ascension is outside the city, in the suburbs. There will often be black people breaking through the blockade in the sky and descending in our small world. It seems that he is someone strong from the suburbs who has slain many, gained enlightenment through battle, and reached the 5th level. Why is this guy's skin so white? Is he sick? This guy's the one who's ascending to the 5th level? Why have I never seen him before? He looks a little weird, he looks like a human cultivator, but there are subtle differences in the facial features. Could it be a precious mixed blood? In the Black Dragon world, interracial hybrids could also produce offspring, but the probability of them being born was very low. However, as long as they were born, the cultivation talent of that mixed blood was likely to be very strong. Therefore, mixed-race cultivators were very precious in the Black Dragon world. Can he successfully advance to the 5th level? Not good, he looks uneasy. It looks like he isn't ready to level up. I also saw the fear in his eyes, he was scared. This is bad. He probably got the chance to advance suddenly while not being ready to do so. He was too careless. Hurry up and notify the priests in the temple, and tell them to prepare treatment. Perhaps we can still save him when the time comes. The vitality of mixed bloods is relatively strong. Because of Song Shuhang's ascension, many people in this small dragon-scale world became busy. In the sky, Song Shuhang's expression of despair continued to become graver and graver. He discovered something that stifled his heart. His fear of heights and high speed seemed not to have been cured yet. When the speed and altitude of the ascent reached a certain level, and exceeded his critical point, his old problems would arise. Song, without guardrails, I feel uneasy, Shuhang. He wasn't so scared in his heart. After all, at this height, even if he were to directly fall to the ground, he wouldn't be seriously injured with his current physique. It was just that in his heart, there was a lack of stability. Just a bit. Song Shuhang murmured, I haven't tempered myself enough yet. I have to go bungee jumping when I have the time. While in thought, his body was sent into the atmosphere of the Black Dragon world, the layer in the sky made up of evil energy of the netherworld. Then, the rise finally came to a stop. It was the familiar yet unfamiliar evil energy of the netherworld. What he was familiar with was the aura of being the source of all evil and scourge to the world. What he was unfamiliar with were the other inexplicable things mixed in it. Unfortunately, his inner world had hidden itself away. Otherwise, it could have a full meal today. The virtuous Lamia floated behind Song Shuhang, turning her head and looking around. However, she couldn't find the aura of the Tribulation anywhere. The virtuous Lamia provocatively said, "I'm Tyrannical Song, 18 years old, please advise me. If I have offended you, will you come and hit me?" It was the Tribulation of the 5th level, and they had even directly soared to the evil energy of the netherworld layer in the sky. It was impossible for there to be no reaction, right? Song Shuhang sighed quietly. From the provocative and aggressive words at the beginning to the lines of the battle, the screams, and the claims of victory, the virtuous Lamia was all alone. Song Shuhang was now in a state of having nothing to say. The virtuous Lamia's voice fell. The evil energy of the netherworld not too far away from them began gathering, and as if there was a funnel, it rolled up into a ball. Song Shuhang, who was holding the magical power top-up device in his hand, could see that the evil energy of the netherworld was transformed under the control of the dragon network. He guessed that most of the 400,000 magical power flow was consumed here. The virtuous Lamia's eyes lit up, and her figure jumped up sharply and slammed into the compressed, evil energy of the netherworld. She waved her fists and slammed them into the evil energy. As a manifestation of light of virtue, the virtuous Lamia naturally restrained the evil energy of the netherworld. However, when she went and sent a punch, she pierced the highly compressed mass of evil energy of the netherworld, and failed to touch the other party. It was as if they were in two separate dimensions. The virtuous Lamia tilted her head to think for a moment, and then returned to hanging around behind Song Shuhang, waiting for opportunities. After a long while, that ball of highly compressed evil energy of the netherworld finally finished transforming. A dark Song Shuhang appeared in front of them. Song Shuhang ranted, "Isn't this how I looked like after I ate Senior White 2's candy pill last time?" The blackness was thorough, and it wasn't just the metallic black of the steel hand state, but pure black. The virtuous Lamia's figure swelled in size as she went to protect Song Shuhang's body. It seemed that the Black Dragon World's Tribulation of the 5th level was a fight with oneself. On the opposite side, the black version of Song Shuhang raised its head and revealed a strange smile. "Come, let's fight to the death. Between you and I, only one can survive. The one who lives becomes the king, and the one who fails becomes nourishment." Its aura is close to the 5th stage realm, but it hasn't reached the 5th stage yet. Despite that, its mouth is so loud. A sound came from the virtuous Lamia's stomach. Then, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said in the virtuous Lamia's place, "Shuhang, give him one impregnating gaze. Teach him how to be a man." After all, it was just a tribulation of the 5th level. Generally speaking, the first few waves would be at the peak strength of the 4th stage. It was only at the last wave where the tribulation would first enter the 5th stage. "I can't do that. This guy looks just like me. If I use the impregnating gaze on him, it would be just like using it on myself. That would traumatize me, and cause me to have nightmares tonight," Song Shuhang said. While he was talking, the black version of Song Shuhang had already jumped over, and he also held a magical power top-up device in his hand which he then swiped lightly. Several acceleration magical techniques were used on his body, and a sword light condensed at his right hand at the same time. The sword light was 5 meters long, and it was used to stab at Song Shuhang's waist. Song Shuhang. It's actually sword light. In other words, if I learn how to use the magical power top-up device, I can also use sword light, right? The virtuous Lamia grinned. She stretched out her hand to grab the sword directly. Bang! The virtuous Lamia exerted a slight force, and the sword light was crushed. The human saber fusion is the strongest. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said in the Lamia's place. The virtuous Lamia used a saber, and her saber intent was dignified and imposing. Song Shuhang remarked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, you should pay attention to your moral integrity. You are a sword." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly said, I am only speaking on behalf of Fairy at #%times. The previous statement does not represent my personal opinion. I am only a conscientious translator. Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven would cry if he heard this. Although the sword light was crushed, the black version of Song Shuhang was not intimidated. His body shone with various magic lights, and he continued to rush toward Song Shuhang frantically. At the same time, a shorter sword light appeared in his other hand. This sword light could recover quickly even if it was crushed. Holding the sword light in his hand, he bent slightly, and the sword light stuck to Song Shuhang's waist persistently, as if it was a seductive location with a taunting halo that made the other party involuntarily target this position. After he approached, the virtuous Lamia made her move again, pinching the sword light, and crushing it with a pop. At the same time, Song Shuhang waved his fist. Basic Buddhist fist technique, 2, Meteor Fist. This fist was like a meteor, and with its speed that exceeded the speed of sound, the black version of Song Shuhang's face was messed up quite badly. Do you really think that just because you have my appearance, I can't beat you up? Do you know the phrase, strictly discipline yourself? Boom, 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 the face of the black version of Song Shuhang was beaten up really badly. It was truly crushed, and the body that was completely transformed from evil energy of the netherworld scattered. And with the protection of the virtuous Lamia, this scattered evil energy of the netherworld had no way of invading Song Shuhang in the slightest. Is it over? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said calmly. This time, I'm asking on my behalf. Song Shuhang said, according to what I know of tribulations of this level, it shouldn't end just like that. The tribulation should have at least a dozen different means in its arsenal. Even if what follows is 100 black Song Shuhangs that form a large formation, I won't be surprised. This kind of close to the 5th stage Song Shuhang was something that he could deal with even if there were 100 of them. Chichichichi Song Shuhang's consciousness suddenly heard a strange laugh. This laugh sounded similar to the cry from an old hen that would make people feel that there was something wrong with their ears. Then, in Song Shuhang's sea of consciousness, the black Song Shuhang appeared. The sea of consciousness turned into a black river. The black Song Shuhang stood on the river. In the first round, you failed as you were touched by me. During this second round, if you fail again, you will be mine. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The black Song Shuhang continued to let out that old hen-like laugh. Come, kill me again in this spiritual world. This time, it is my home court. Song Shuhang pinched his chin slightly. So that's the case. If you carelessly get touched by the tribulation, it will be able to break into your spiritual world. Is this how it plans on snatching my body from me? The black version of Song Shuhang continued to yell, "Come and fight me fairly." At this moment, he suddenly discovered that light exploded in the black consciousness space. The first to appear was the virtuous Lamia. As Song Shuhang's light of virtue, she was Song Shuhang's first layer of defense when it came to his mind and spirit. In the consciousness space, the virtuous Lamia appeared in her complete form. She transformed into an upright form, her huge tail almost bursting the entire black river apart. Then, Fairy Creation appeared elegantly with her long skirt. In the previous tribulations, where Song Shuhang's consciousness was drawn into the tribulation world, she couldn't intervene. But this time, it was the black version of Song Shuhang that was made by the tribulation who broke into Song Shuhang's world of consciousness. She finally got the opportunity to appear. Yelajuo idiot, Fairy Creation sang happily. She did not show an exaggerated figure like the virtuous Lamia, but her singing reverberated in the entire space for a long time, filling the entire space immediately afterward. Another figure appeared. It was Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. It was a ghost spirit with strength at the 6th stage. Her face was hazy, and it seemed that she hadn't changed her appearance yet. However, her figure had already taken shape. showing her figure to clearly be that of a fairy. The ghost spirit floated quietly in the air, without speaking or moving. But from her body, a terrifying pressure was being exuded. This pressure wasn't at the 6th stage at all. It was utterly past that. The 3 fairies with different temperaments stared at the black version of Song Shuhang calmly. However, it wasn't over just yet. Song Shuhang's 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure also manifested in this space. The life-bound magical treasure and master were one. When it appeared, it was in the forever impregnable holy city state. Unscalable walls, impenetrable defenses, and dazzling holy light, along with the sound of war drums, pianos, and horns. In front of the city gate, Song Shuhang was wearing a full set of 8th stage equipment, holding the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades with both hands, and stepped onto the divine lobster's chariot. The black version of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang chuckled, and said, "Come, let's fight to the death." The virtuous Lamia giggled, and said, "Come, let's fight to the death." Fairy creation echoed, "Idiot, let's fight to the death." The black version of Song Shuhang stood calmly on the surface of the Black River. Was he moved? Maybe, but he didn't dare to move. Where was the tribulation of the 5th level in this battle at all? This was a lineup for transcending the tribulation of the 8th level, right? It's going to be boring like this. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and gently threw the blade in his right hand. The right blade of the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades was sent flying out, shooting towards the black version Song Shuhang. The right blade turned into soft moonlight, quietly slashing on the black version of Song. This silly whale, there's really no saving it. Dear, have you forgotten that you're already pregnant with twins? The fat whale golden core sped towards the mist, and opened its mouth wide, swallowing it in one mouthful. In the next moment, its already large belly swelled up even more. For the fat whale golden core, it was normal to swallow things that appeared like small golden cores. It worked in the same way as to how it was instinctual for humans to close their eyes when seeing that something was about to hit them. It was carved in its DNA. Song Shuhang could forcibly stop the fat whale golden core. After all, it was his golden core, so he could still control it with his will, but it was meaningless. The last golden core was destined to be born. Song Shuhang softly said, "If it's to be born, then so be it. This should be the last one anyway. Senior White is right, long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Having triplets in one go would be a lot more efficient." He was no longer concerned about whether there were going to be triplets. Instead, he was now concerned about how exactly the 3 cores were going to look. For certain, one of them was going to be the core reactor. The other one should be produced from either the steel manifestation or the ancient divine witch blood. As for the last one, it should be born from the black dragon world's black mist, but what form was it going to take after being born? While Song Shuhang was in thought, the fat whale golden core rolled over in pain in his dantian. The triplets were so huge that they almost burst its stomach. The swelling pain of the golden core affected Song Shuhang's body, and his main body violently convulsed at the abdomen. The virtuous Lamia appeared and supported Song Shuhang. Her gaze locked onto Song Shuhang's dantian area. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "I'll be leaving it to you, fairy, waiting for a promise." She had to squeeze out the triplets in one go. The virtuous Lamia smiled. As she was the most beautiful fairy maiden in the ancient heavenly city, her smile was truly as beautiful as a flower in full bloom, and the tear-shaped mole at the corner of her eye added an indescribable charm to her. In the next moment, the hands of the virtuous Lamia dug into Song Shuhang's dantian, and grabbed the tumbling fat whale golden core. This time, the fat whale golden core did not evade. The triplets had severely affected its agility, so this time it could not evade in protest like before. Today, it could only allow itself to be grabbed like a salted fish. The virtuous Lamia grasped its tail skillfully and squeezed it with her right hand, moving from the bottom to the top. The fat whale golden core struggled fiercely, it was in extreme pain. Song Shuhang only felt his sight go dark as his head started getting dizzy. Every time the fat whale golden core struggled, it caused his sight to go dark. Just when Song Shuhang's eyes blacked out for the 9th time, he vaguely saw a picture. Similar to a dream, it seemed to be an illusion caused by the severe pain. In this dreamlike scene, he saw familiar clouds and a familiar senior standing in front of him, the scholarly sage. The sage walked in front, while Song Shuhang followed behind him. Not long after, the sage suddenly stopped walking. He turned around, and opened his mouth as if he was saying something. However, no sound came out. At the next moment, a strange light appeared in the sage's eyes. Isn't this the nightmare I had previously, where the scholarly sage used the twins' impregnating gaze? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Why did this nightmare reappear? Just as Song Shuhang was feeling puzzled, in the scene, another eye opened on the scholarly sage's forehead. Similar to Erlang's, a vertical pupil appeared, and this pupil also shone with a strange light. Triplets impregnating gaze? Song Shuhang tried his best to squeeze out the struggles of his inner heart. F***CKU. After struggling to let this sound out, Song Shuhang's consciousness became clear. At this time, the fat whale golden core opened its mouth, and spat out the first golden core. It was the familiar yet unfamiliar mechanical core reactor. It was different from when it had been in the belly of the blonde girl. After experiencing the pregnancy and birth process in the belly of the fat whale golden core, this mechanical core reactor had completely become Song Shuhang's property. Song Shuhang subconsciously glanced at the bottom of the mechanical core reactor. There, a Pekingese's head was shining brightly. Oh, this thing is still there. This was the evidence of his friendship with Daodu. It proved that there was a steel-like friendship between them. The mechanical core reactor floated peacefully beside the fat whale golden core. Unlike its elder brothers, the reactor was calm and remained motionless. At this time, the virtuous Lamia's right hand squeezed another one out. The second golden core was spat out by the fat whale golden core. It was a drop of dark golden divine blood. This should have come from the ancient divine witch blood. However, it looked different from how it originally looked. At this time, the ancient divine witch blood was branded with a QR code. Yes, it was exactly like the one on the foreheads of the Celestials. Could it be that after absorbing the 50-odd Celestials, it had undergone a change? Song Shuhang softly said, "Now, the last one." What was the last golden core going to look like? The virtuous Lamia's right hand forcefully stroked the fat whale's belly. The last golden core was finally squeezed out. A small, human-shaped core flew out from the mouth of the fat whale golden core. This small core had a humanoid appearance, and was dark golden in color. It looked like a miniature version of Song Shuhang. A nascent soul? Song Shuhang couldn't help but ridicule. What kind of golden core was this? This was clearly a cultivator's nascent soul. After the miniature Song Shuhang core appeared, its glabella flashed. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's 5th stage level, Divine Sense, was linked with this humanoid golden core. His Divine Sense resonated with the humanoid golden core. The form of his golden core underwent another change. The miniature version of Song Shuhang suddenly gained weight, and dragon scales grew on its body like armor. After that, a pair of dragon horns grew on top of its head, wings grew on its back, and a long, whale tail also grew out. The 7th golden core, ancient nether dragon soul. When this golden core was born, Song Shuhang's mind automatically came up with its name. Differing from ordinary cultivators' golden cores, the Black Dragon World's ancient nether dragon soul was a core created from mental energy. However, due to Song Shuhang's mental energy having transformed into divine sense already, his ancient nether dragon soul linked up and resonated with his divine sense in the end. With the buff from the ancient nether dragon soul, the strength of Song Shuhang's divine sense doubled, and it was also easier to control. Under normal circumstances, for Black Dragon World practitioners who ascended to the 5th stage, their ancient nether dragon soul would be influenced by the Black Dragon World, and would eventually cause them to have a half-dragon appearance, making them look very handsome. This was also the origin of the name Dragon Soul. However, Song Shuhang's ancient nether dragon soul had been affected by his fat whale golden core, which caused him to gain weight out of nowhere. As for the word ancient nether, it seemed to have something to do with the netherworld. Ancient nether, netherworld, Song Shuhang scratched his head. This seems to be vital information. In a while, I'll talk to Senior White's clone about this. The virtuous Lamia had squeezed out 3 cores in a single breath. It felt extremely refreshing. Her hands withdrew from Song Shuhang's dantian. At the same time, a trace of regret appeared on her small face. The last 3 small golden cores corresponded to the remaining 3 small dantians that Song Shuhang had. In other words, Song Shuhang's life-bound whale core probably had no chance of getting pregnant again. After delivering the triplets today, her job of squeezing the whale core was no more. The thought of this made the virtuous Lamia a little heartbroken. Song Shuhang said, "Time for the last step." Given the past experiences, the 3 small golden cores should be slapped away by the tail of the life-bound whale core, and move along the small dantians until they finally arrived at a small dantian that would belong solely to them. Then, they would settle down, and live and work in peace and contentment. But today, there seemed to be something wrong. The 3 small golden cores born this time all appeared to be the calm type. After they were born, they did not circle around the life-bound whale core like their elder brothers. And due to the life-bound whale core being in an extremely weak state from having just given birth to triplets, it couldn't get up and send its 3 children away with its tail. Song Shuhang. See, this is why you should eat 1 bite at a time. If you take too big of a step, you'll tear your jeans at the crotch, the virtuous Lamia said, using a very ant-like voice. Only the heavens knew what TV show or movie this line of hers came from. In fact, there was one thing that Song Shuhang had always been very curious about. When exactly did the virtuous Lamia get to watch so many shows and movies? Could it be that whenever Lady Onion was watching a movie, she accompanied her in watching it? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. What should he do now? Should he get the 3 newborn golden cores to head to their own small dantians on their own? As he was thinking this, the golden cores seemed to have received Song Shuhang's order. The 3 moved at the same time. The dark golden ancient divine witch blood, mechanical core reactor, and ancient nether dragon soul rose at the same time, and rushed to Song Shuhang's small dantian area. Song Shuhang was overjoyed. These 3 small golden cores were truly different from their elder brothers, they were obedient and well-behaved. The 3 small cores ran to the first small dantian. There was the small golden core that had a near-complete, golden core composition. The small cores had to keep moving. Along the way, they passed by the territories of the colorful monster core, the virtuous diamond ball, and the royal blood demon core. However, as these areas were occupied, they had no choice but to continue upward and into the area of the dragon neck dantian. This place was empty. The 3 golden cores entered it at the same time, and they released their own strength simultaneously, preparing to reside in it. However, one mountain couldn't house 2 tigers. A small dantian couldn't house 3 cores. Pat! The core reactor took the lead in making a move. As the eldest of the triplets, it reacted the fastest. It underwent a change and assumed the appearance of a small, steel manifestation. Then, it expelled the other 2 golden cores without hesitation. Chapter 1613 Fairies, it's time to show your talents. However, the ancient witch core did not show weakness, it also underwent a transformation, revealing a small altar on which numerous prey was placed and burned, looking like an offering of sacrifices. The flame on it was an inextinguishable fire, and through the sacrifice ritual, the ancient witch core could become even stronger. The expulsion force of the steel manifestation was resisted by this inextinguishable fire. The ancient nether dragon's soul, at the side, did not need to transform. It was already in the form of a dragon man, and had extraordinary combat power. It gently dodged, nimbly avoiding the expulsion force of the steel manifestation. At the same time, it also entered a counterattack mode. In fact, among all the small golden cores, it could be regarded as the most special. This was because it had its own life-bound magical treasure. With a stroke of its small hand, a projection of a magical power top-up device appeared in its hand. The steel manifestation was extremely powerful. It was something that could resist the heavenly tribulation of the fifth stage with just its body, and was tempered by it in the process. As long as it was provided with metal materials for it to absorb, it could become even more powerful. The ancient witch core had absorbed over 50 celestials, and its combat power was equally extraordinary. And similarly, because it had its own sacrifice ritual, it could burst out with several times its own combat power through a ritual. The ancient nether dragon soul was bound to Shuhang's divine sense, and it had a magical power top-up device in hand. In fact, it was likely to be the one with the most combat methods and the strongest combat power among the current three cores. A battle between the small golden cores was about to take place. If they really fought, these three naughty golden cores were likely to destroy Shuhang's dragon neck didnt. Stop. Stop it. You don't resemble at all the obedient kind of cores that I wanted. You three naughty children, where do you think you are? This is my small didnt, do you want to blow up the whole place? Shuhang ordered, all of you stop at once. The three small golden cores remained quietly suspended in the dragon neck didnt, completely motionless. Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, Fairy waiting for a promise, separate them and arrange them in the order of their birth. These brats actually wanted to fight in my didnt. The virtuous Lamia chuckled. Her little hand went into Shuhang's body again. This time, she reached into the small didnt area. Then, she arranged the three newborn cores in the order of their birth. The core reactor was left in the dragon neck didnt. The ancient divine witch blood was transferred to the dragon head didnt. And the ancient nether dragon soul was stuffed into the dragon horn didnt. The 7 small dantians were now all filled with golden cores. It was neat and pleasing to the eye. The virtuous Lamia's beautiful eyes gradually brightened. She seemed to have thought of something interesting again. 7 small dantians, 7 small golden cores. If not, could she try switching their places for fun? But after a while, the light in her beautiful eyes gradually faded. It was too dangerous, it wouldn't be good if Shuhang blew up. This kind of thing was something she could only play with if fate allowed it. The 7 small golden cores have all been gathered. According to Senior White speculation, there should be changes taking place at this time, right? Shuhang looked at his didnt. The 3 new golden cores had settled in their own small dantians. The power that belonged to them extended and merged into Shuhang's body. When the 3 small golden cores were in place, Shuhang's overall combat power increased yet again. The most obvious change was to his physical body. The original 25 holy ape projections increased to 30 in one breath, and this was just from the initial fusion of the 3 small golden cores. When they completely integrated with Shuhang's small dantians, and merged into Shuhang's cultivation system, a conservative estimate would lead him to the conclusion that the number of holy apes would increase by another 3 to 5. Shuhang closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the improvements to his strength, and adapting to the changes in his body as quickly as possible. When it came to this kind of thing, he was now very skilled at it. Every time a cultivator transcended a tribulation, their strength would experience a great improvement. An experienced cultivator could get used to their newfound strength within a few breaths. As for some novices who just transcended their tribulation, they would need several days just to accustom themselves to the changes to their bodies. After a long while, Shuhang frowned slightly while still in midair. The changes that Senior White had speculated would happen did not occur. Is it because the small golden cores haven't been fully integrated into my cultivation system? Or, is it because the golden core compositions haven't been completed? Or, is it because I don't have enough small golden cores? Shuhang's gaze fell on each of his small golden cores. The first core, the small golden core, was at the final stroke for its golden core composition. This was where the forever impregnable holy city was composed. The second core, the colorful monster core, was also on its final stroke. The golden core composition for this one was the world-ending holy sword. The third core, the virtuous golden diamond ball, had a golden core composition that was a dynamic picture, and its name was the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times. Similar to the previous ones, this was also only missing the final stroke, missing the pupil of the sage. This sage had quite the personality. It was clear that Shuhang had enough understanding, fate, and spiritual energy to complete the composition, but it would avoid Shuhang's finishing touch by relying on it being dynamic. It might be that the right time had yet to arrive, so Shuhang finally stopped forcing it. As for the fourth core, the royal blood demon core, this dantian was still blank. Shuhang had no clue as to what golden core composition he would make for this one. What followed were the 3 small golden cores that were born today. Shuhang rubbed his temples. Cultivators had to worry themselves over dozens of years to complete their golden core composition. Every single one of them would eventually integrate their life experiences into their golden core composition. However, Shuhang had no idea what he should draw now. His life experiences had all been integrated into the previous 3 golden core compositions, and even the experiences from entering dreamlands had been used a lot. But before him, there were still 4 more golden core compositions to complete. What do I do? I feel desperate. Shuhang sighed while falling straight down to the ground. I'll just ask Senior White's clone for some help. Perhaps I can get some inspiration from him. Boom! Shuhang's body was inserted straight into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Senior White's clone was holding a piece of pastry in his hand, and was tasting it when he found Shuhang's whole body stuck in the ground. He curiously asked, "What are you playing at?" Shuhang solemnly said, "I am challenging myself in an attempt to break through my limits. Along the way, I must overcome my fear of heights and high speeds." Senior White's clone. "Senior White, I have something to consult you about," Shuhang said with only his head exposed outside the ground. Senior White replied, "Speak." "I've gathered 7 small golden cores now, but I've only drawn 3 golden core compositions. There are still 4 of them that are currently blank. What do I do?" Shuhang said in distress. "Sorry, Shuhang," Senior White's clone said softly. "I can't help you with this matter as I've only drawn a single, golden core composition, and I've never experienced the concept of drawing 7 golden core compositions. Believe in yourself, you've got this." Shuhang. Even the omnipotent Senior White couldn't help him. He wasn't going to end up being stuck in the golden core realm, was he? How was he supposed to raise his strength in the future? Could he increase his strength by constantly increasing the small golden cores in his body? Pregnant with golden cores Shuhang? Shuhang tilted his head and looked desperate. Thinking about this style made him feel despair. It was definitely not the style he wanted. "However, I can give you some suggestions, Senior White's clone said. It's just a suggestion made by me personally, whether or not it suits you, I can't guarantee that. In other words, this suggestion was made on the basis of the character of the clone. If it had been Senior White's main body, he would have absolutely not raised such a suggestion. Song Shuhang responded, Senior White, please speak. Senior White's clone said, don't you have that fairy at #% in your body? She and you are one, she is the manifestation of your light of virtue. Your own life experiences are no longer enough to construct your golden core compositions, so why not let her try? In addition, your ghost spirit fairy maiden as well, you can have her give it a try too. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Great idea. Fairy #%, to some extent, was one with him as she was his light of virtue. So, if she took the initiative to compose a golden core composition in his place, there shouldn't be a problem at all. As for the ghost spirit fairy, would she be able to do it? She had a vague face, and her presence wasn't very strong. It seemed that she didn't even have her own will, so could she really compose something like a golden core composition? However, since Senior White mentioned it, he could give it a try. Song Shuhang said, Fairy waiting for a promise, ghost spirit fairy maiden, are you interested in making a golden core composition? The virtuous Lamia appeared, floating above Song Shuhang's head. She began to think, and then her eyes shone as she showed interest. However, she seemed to have some misgivings. Fairy creation immediately appeared, but after her head popped out, she went back quietly. She had no way of composing a golden core composition for Song Shuhang. On the contrary, the ghost spirit fairy maiden quietly appeared in Song Shuhang's small dantian. She emerged in front of the royal blood demon core and stretched out her hand, placing it on the core. Afterward, Song Shuhang's consciousness was drawn into the space of the golden core composition. The ghost spirit fairy maiden's face was still blurred. She stretched out her hand, and pointed it at the core of the royal blood demon clan. There were blood-red traces on it, and there was a faint smell of a curse attached to it. It wasn't only blood demons, in fact, all cosmic demons seemed to be cursed. On the royal blood demon core in Song Shuhang's body, the curse had disappeared, leaving only traces of it. And the ghost spirit fairy maiden used these bloodstains as paint for the golden core composition. She stretched out her hand, and began painting. A scene that looked familiar to Song Shuhang quickly emerged. It was a model of the crystal-clear water pavilion. As soon as Song Shuhang saw the scene of the crystal-clear water pavilion, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Pavilion Master Chu's head was still in his inner world, blowing bubbles. For Pavilion Master Chu, the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion was a great pain. But, why did my spirit ghost draw the crystal-clear water pavilion? Could it be because she previously swallowed that curse related to Pavilion Master Chu? Unexpectedly, the ghost spirit used the crystal-clear water pavilion as the theme for her composition. When the time came, he'd pay extra attention to making it such that Pavilion Master Chu didn't come into contact with the golden core composition on the royal blood demon core. While he was in thought, most of the ghost spirit's golden core composition was already complete. So fast? Song Shuhang said in shock. He just lost himself in thought for a short while, yet his ghost spirit was already nearly done. This speed was simply amazing. When Song Shuhang made his own golden core composition, it was like squeezing toothpaste every time. The more he drew, the harder it was for him to make progress. Yet, the golden core composition of the ghost spirit had progressed without pause, and it seemed she was getting faster and faster. This smooth progress gave Song Shuhang a sense of peace. Who knew? Perhaps the ghost spirit would be able to complete the entire golden core composition in a single try. In the consciousness space where the golden core composition was being created, the ghost spirit's hand danced around, and the magnificent, crystal-clear water pavilion composition gradually appeared on the royal blood demon core. However, there was still a large gap at the center of the core. What should be used to fill in this gap? Shuhang's heart thumped, and he thought of a possibility. It couldn't possibly be the disaster that destroyed the crystal-clear water pavilion, right? If he were to draw that catastrophe, wouldn't it be a little bit too much for Pavilion Master Chu's heart? As soon as he thought of this, the ghost spirit's fingers were already on the move. A giant, half-black, half-white tree was drawn at the center of the crystal-clear water pavilion. The combined thriving and withering trees? The giant tree that Pavilion Master Chu too was born from? Sure enough, it was because of that curse. Even the thriving and withering trees made their appearance. However, no matter how large the tree was, it couldn't possibly occupy the entire blank area of the golden core composition, right? The ghost spirit fairy maiden drew a huge lotus flower in full bloom on the tree. Then, she began to draw inside this huge lotus. After a while, a much smaller crystal-clear water pavilion emerged on the lotus. And in this small crystal-clear water pavilion, there was also a giant, half-black, half-white tree with a lotus blooming on it. Then, the ghost spirit continued to draw the crystal-clear water pavilion in the lotus flower. Shuhang felt that he was too naive. It couldn't really be done in one go if it went on like this. Shuhang felt that the ghost spirit fairy maiden could go on with this forever. Once upon a time, there was a lotus flower in which was a crystal-clear water pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a giant tree on which was blooming a lotus flower. Inside this flower was another crystal-clear water pavilion in which was a giant tree. Oh no, it's an endless loop. Hello, your brain has entered an endless loop and crashed, please restart. Shuhang looked up at the sky. Though her face was still unclear and blurry, her lips were beautifully curled up in a slight smile. The ghost spirit fairy maiden drew very happily. More importantly, with her strength of the sixth stage realm, she could draw a picture of the world on a grain of sand. Only the heavens knew when her infinitely looping, crystal-clear water pavilion would be finished. Shuhang only knew that while he was thinking, the ghost spirit had already managed to draw 6 crystal-clear water pavilions. He didn't dare to stare at this royal blood demon core now. After watching too much, he felt the illusion of countless crystal-clear water pavilion appearing in front of him. Shuhang looked up at the sky. Can any of my golden core compositions be normal? At this time, the eyes of the virtuous Lamia, who had been floating above Shuhang's head, shone brightly. It seemed that she'd gotten some inspiration and made up her mind. She sneaked into Shuhang's body, and went all the way to his last small dantian area, the dragon horn dantian. She went in front of the ancient nether dragon soul, stretched out her hand, and touched the dark gold fat version of Shuhang. Then, she went into the space of the golden core composition. Huh. Wait, fairy at #%times. Did you make a mistake in the order? Shuhang called out within his consciousness. Although he couldn't pronounce her name in the real world, he could still do it in his mind. The ghost spirit fairy maiden had chosen the royal blood demon core. According to the order by which they appeared, shouldn't the next core be the core reactor? Despite that, the virtuous Lamia directly went to the last golden core, the ancient nether dragon soul. She was not doing things in order. This made Shuhang uncomfortable. Neatness and orderliness were a virtue. However, the virtuous Lamia had already entered a special state. In the world of the golden core composition, the shape of the ancient nether dragon soul had changed. It became a ball with dragon scales on it. On this ball, there were no dragon patterns or colors, nor were there bloodstains that could take the place of paint for the golden core composition. However, when the virtuous Lamia's fingers fell on the dragon scale ball, Shuhang's divine sense was drawn over, and strands of mental energy were used as paint for the golden core composition of this dragon scale ball. The virtuous Lamia began to paint. Song Shuhang stared at her fingers. The virtuous Lamia seemed to be very professional. When she painted, she first placed a dot, and then used that dot as the center to continuously draw one line after another. This style of painting reminded Song Shuhang of some professional painters that started from a sketch when drawing their paintings. As expected of the flower of the ancient heavenly city. Fairy at #% is absolutely stunning when it comes to painting. Song Shuhang became curious in his heart. What kind of golden core composition was she going to make? Based on her experiences, the most likely one seemed to be the ancient heavenly city or a part of it. Perhaps Chenglin's Jade Lake Immortal Realm? If it were the ancient heavenly city, that would be a pity. He still had a complete draft of the ancient heavenly city golden core composition, Heavenly Emperor Edition, in his mind. He'd even made a backup for it in his mind so that he could use it whenever he wanted. He had thought about modifying the Heavenly Emperor's composition, and then using it for his life-bound whale core. The ancient heavenly city composition was top-notch. If it were combined with Song Shuhang's own life experience and transformed, he would be able to compose an ancient heavenly city in his own style. However, when it came to borrowed things, even if he did get to experience the same feelings and experiences through the dreamland, in the end, they weren't truly his. He always felt that there would be something lacking if he were to draw the ancient heavenly city on his life-bound whale core. Therefore, Song Shuhang was still hesitating to do so. Song Shuhang softly said, "Perhaps, it would be a good thing for the virtuous Lamia to paint the ancient heavenly city on the small golden core. Then I wouldn't have to worry about it. As expected, I need to create a golden core composition of my own on my life-bound whale core." In fact, he already had some ideas for the composition on his life-bound whale core. He could use the inner world as the basis, and even combine Senior White 2's Netherworld realm and the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus, and then paint the seniors and fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. The 9 Provinces No. 1 group was what had allowed him to step into the world of cultivation, and he had determined it to be something he had to add to the life-bound whale core. So, paint as much as you want, Fairy at #%. No matter what you paint, I will support you. Even if you paint the ancient heavenly court, I won't. In the next moment, Song Shuhang froze. For the golden core composition on the ancient nether dragon soul, the virtuous Lamia was continuously drawing dots, drawing lines that branched out from those dots, and then repeating the same process. Connected together, countless dots and lines filled the whole ancient nether dragon soul. It wasn't the draft for the composition, nor was it some kind of sketch. With the aura of a great master, the virtuous Lamia was purely drawing dots and lines that formed a network. Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia in the composition space seemed to sense Song Shuhang's thoughts. She raised her head at a 45-degree angle, blinked, and then continued to bury her head in the ancient nether dragon soul, drawing the dots and lines happily. Looking at the momentum, she was going to fill Song Shuhang's ancient nether dragon soul with a dense network of dots and lines. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky again. At least the ghost spirit fairy maiden drew a scene like the crystal-clear water pavilion. But Fairy at #times, what is this thing you're drawing? Could it be that she was waiting for the final stroke, and using some strange sorcery to turn the whole messy picture of dots and lines into a dazzling masterpiece? Yo-yo idiot. Fairy Creation's voice rang in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang curiously asked, Fairy Creation, did you see anything interesting in the picture? Fairy Creation responded, I have a point, I have a line on lines and points. Song Shuhang. Fairy Creation continued, I have a line, I have a dot on dots and lines. Song Shuhang. Fairy Creation added, I have a dragon, I have a network on dragon network. Dragon network? Song Shuhang instantly came to a realization. The points and lines that were being drawn by the virtuous Lamia were following a pattern, they weren't random doodles. She was drawing the dragon network? No. That can't be right. Like Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia had only just made contact with the Dragon Network. What she was drawing was not the Dragon Network, but something very similar to the Dragon Network, in a sense. The Virtuous Network. Song Shuhang suddenly realized. He once used the power of the virtuous Lamia to enter this vast and endless network. Currently, Senior Sage Monarch Melon Eater was roaming in that network. Chapter 1615 Song Another Treasure Lost, Shuhang. Besides Senior Sage Monarch Melon Eater, Song Shuhang had also seen the Almighty Merchant connect with the Virtuous Network to access some information. After linking the two together, Song Shuhang felt that this Black Dragon world was rather strange. When the structure of the Dragon Network was compared to the Virtuous Network structure, it felt like there were many things in common between the two. So, did the creator of the Virtuous Network use the structure of the Dragon Network for reference? Or was it the other way around? Song Shuhang's right hand was itching to move. He was thinking of using the secret appraisal technique on the Dragon Network. But at this moment, the virtuous Lamia's fingers stopped moving. The entire ancient Nether Dragon soul was filled with dots and lines. All the dots and lines converged in one location, which was also their origin. When the virtuous Lamia's fingers arrived here, she paused. This was the most important point. It was the core of the Virtuous Network, and the place where the final stroke was. The virtuous Lamia regretfully stopped her finger. The final stroke did not belong to her, and was not hers to complete. It was another golden core composition that lacked the final stroke. At the moment it was produced, Song Shuhang became aware of its name, the Connected World. At first, he thought that the name of this golden core composition would be something like, the Omnipresent Virtuous Network. After all, the names of the first few golden core compositions gave him this vibe. For example, the Forever Impregnable Holy City and the World-Ending Holy Sword. Unexpectedly, the style of the name was different this time. The Connected World, it was like the Virtuous Network, and it connected many worlds. The virtuous Lamia's tail rolled, and she moved back a small distance. She glanced at her work with satisfaction, and then got up and left the space of the golden core composition. In Song Shuhang's Dragon Horn Dantian, the ball-like ancient Nether Dragon soul stretched out, becoming the fat whale version of Song Shuhang. It was just that there were now countless dots and lines on its body, making it look particularly weird. It was like it had been smeared by the worst tattoo artist. The ancient Nether Dragon soul sat in the Dragon Horn Dantian, and sent out a strange message. This message could only be understood by Song Shuhang. The message it sent said, Tyrannical Dragon. The ancient Nether Dragon soul seemed to be identifying itself. Tyrannical Dragon was originally Song Shuhang's account name in the Dragon Network, and it was inextricably related to the ancient Nether Dragon soul. As such, it was understandable that it chose to be Tyrannical Dragon. The actions of the ancient Nether Dragon soul seemed to have started something. Song Shuhang's first small golden core, the Forever Impregnable Holy City, also sent out a message, Tyrannical Saber. These two words came from the Taoist name that Senior White had assigned to Song Shuhang. It was also the only Taoist name that he intended to keep for himself. It held a very special meaning to him. The colorful monster core, the world-ending holy sword, was unwilling to be left behind, and it vibrated slightly, tyrannical song. The virtuous diamond ball, the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times, naturally followed with the name that best fitted it, tyrannical scholar. The golden core composition on the royal blood demon core had yet to be completed. The ghost spirit fairy maiden was still happily painting, and only the heavens knew when she would finish. This core also seemed to want a title that fitted it, but since its golden core composition was still incomplete, it couldn't speak. The mechanical core reactor's reaction was the strangest, as its previous reincarnation was Song Shuhang's steel manifestation, which had its own name, Tyrannical Tyrant. Although it had no golden core composition, its name as Tyrannical Tyrant had already been decided. Shuhang rubbed his temples. All his names related to the word tyrannical had been assigned. The Cosmic Demon Core and Ancient Divine Witch Blood Core did not have any fitting names for now. In addition, whether it was a Taoist name or sage name, neatness was very important as it would make things look more refreshing. Shuhang looked at the mechanical core reactor. Although Tyrannical Tyrant also had the word tyrannical in it, it was rather disruptive of the rhythm. He kept on getting the feeling that the steel manifestation had taken advantage of him. If he had the chance, he should change this name. Anyway, since the virtuous Lamia didn't draw the ancient heavenly city on the ancient nether dragon soul, should I draw it on the core reactor or the ancient divine witch blood core? Shuhang thought. Just now, he had already decided that the golden core composition for the life-bound whale core was going to be something of his own. Therefore, the ancient heavenly city composition could be given to one of the small golden cores. Shuhang squeezed his chin, and thought, which small golden core would it be better to draw it on? In fact, he felt that the ancient heavenly city golden core composition was not suitable for either the core reactor or the ancient divine witch blood. The core reactor was a product of science, while the ancient divine witch blood belonged to the witch system. Actually, if we're talking about the core reactor's composition, I have something in mind that is very suitable. Shuhang thought of the big-eyed planet and Senior White 2's number 1 battle pet, your busy T-233. They had complex structures, and were both very much in line with the sci-fi style. It would be fitting to use them as references for the composition of the core reactor. However, Shuhang did not know much about the structure of these two big shots, so he could not draw them properly. He suddenly thought of something, and then said, at the end of the day, the core reactor is still one of my clones. How about I have it draw a golden core composition for itself? Even the ghost spirit fairy maiden and the virtuous Lamia could paint a golden core composition for him. Perhaps the steel manifestation could also make a golden core composition? After receiving Shuhang's order, the core reactor moved slightly, and a lot of light spread out from it. However, it did not act. These rays of light were the channels through which the core reactor delivered energy, and it was now also functioning as the paint for the composition. However, it did not have the ability to paint a composition on its own. Shuhang was slightly disappointed. In the end, the steel manifestation was only a pet-type manifestation, and its intelligence level wasn't that high. Shuhang said, "It's decided then. I'll be using the ancient heavenly city composition on the core reactor. No matter what, it's better to use it and make up the numbers." While saying this, his consciousness moved right beside the core reactor. After that, he recalled the memories and feelings of the Heavenly Emperor as he painted the Heavenly City. At this time, in Shuhang's inner world, the beautiful pattern on the back of Skylark's body started condensing. This body of fairy Skylark was smuggled into the main world by the fat ball. It had been planning on tricking Shuhang while pretending to be Skylark, but it didn't expect Senior White 2 to attack its main body in the netherworld realm. As a result, the fat ball failed on both sides and even lost Skylark's body, which it had worked on for a considerable amount of time. It was only able to carry the small piece of the bone of eternity back to the netherworld realm. Later, this Skylark's body was struck by Shuhang's impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze combo, giving birth to a seed. Inside the seed was something that looked like a small liquid metal ball. Frightened by the prestige of the fat ball, Shuhang did not dare to plant this seed in his inner world. He negotiated with Senior White 2, and prepared to plant this seed in the world of the Black Lotus next door. At that time, even if it did grow into a fat ball, Senior White 2 would be there, so he had no need to worry about any accidents. This seed had been in the inner world all along, and it hadn't been moved next door yet. At this time, the connection between the inner world and Song Shuhang had been affected by the laws of the Black Dragon world. After being blocked, the inner world underwent a change. Although the seed wasn't planted, it sprouted and bore fruit. The pattern on the back of Skylark's body burned to provide nourishment for the seed. The seed germinated, bloomed, and bore fruit quickly. This seed had no roots, so it didn't need to be planted. As soon as the time came, it would grow. In the end, a drop of liquid metal was born. Skylark's body began to burn, turning into ashes in a short time. The pattern on her back was projected and materialized in the inner world, and it unceasingly stretched. The pattern supported the drop of liquid metal, and began to communicate and connect with Song Shuhang's main body. In an instant, the pattern broke through the blockade of the Black Dragon world, emerged from the inner world, and appeared in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, who was preparing to paint the heavenly city composition on the mechanical core reactor, instantly had his consciousness return to his main body. He opened his eyes and looked to his side. A beautiful pattern squeezed out of the void. A drop of liquid metal gleamed and rolled on top of the pattern. Song Shuhang's eyes widened in an instant. The fat ball. For a moment, he thought that the fat ball had come all this way to cause him trouble. But soon, he sensed something was wrong with this drop of liquid metal. Although it appeared to be a physical entity, if one were to carefully sense it, they would find that it was actually something illusory. It should have been born from that seed. Song Shuhang quickly understood. This drop of liquid metal actually broke through the blockade of the Black Dragon world, and forced its way here from the inner world. The energy in the beautiful patterns was exhausted, which caused it to disappear. The drop of liquid metal that looked illusory also fell from the air. It was illusory, but it seemed to be real at the same time. Its existence was a collection of contradictions. Song Shuhang's heart thumped. He took out the spear of a celestial from his cosmos bag, and gently used it to poke the drop of liquid metal. He didn't dare to touch it with his hands. After all, it was something related to the fat ball. At the same time, Senior White's clone also dashed over. While taking a bite off a pastry, he stretched out his hand, and quickly cast a seal-type magical technique on the drop of liquid metal. Although this thing was only a small drop, its existence felt inconceivable to those who saw it. A dozen or so seal-type magical techniques and formations fell on the liquid metal ball. Senior White's clone said, "Still too late." Song Shuhang. On the spear, the drop of liquid metal began to vaporize and disappear. Inexplicably, Song Shuhang felt a tinge of pain in his heart. Song, another treasure lost, Shuhang. Song Shuhang always felt that he wasn't in a good state recently. His luck was still operating normally, but he hadn't been able to keep any treasures these days. After he got to exchange for spirit stones using the Celestials, the puppet maiden used them all up. After he got his hands on a clone for the chat group, he lost it to the heavenly Tribulation. After he got to buy a rebirth pill, he ended up using it before it could even warm up in his hand. Now, after he got that drop of liquid metal, it suddenly disappeared. After this trip was over, he planned on going to the Buddhist faction, the Taoist faction, and the scholarly faction to request for the complete purification of his body, and then maybe get an amulet or something. Right, he should also go to the Holy Light Church of the West, and see if they could give him a baptism or something like that. It was best to be safe, and not favor one over the other. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about this, a bolt of lightning suddenly came striking down from the sky. This bolt of lightning appeared to be of normal thickness, and its shape made it appear much weaker than Tribulation lightning. However, it contained a certain type of power capable of destroying everything in it. This bolt came so fast that nobody had the time to react. When Song Shuhang saw the lightning, it had already fallen in front of him. "Move!" The voice of Senior White's clone sounded in his ear. Senior White's clone flicked at Song Shuhang, and sent him flying away. At the same time, he grabbed the spear in Song Shuhang's hand, and threw it towards the sky. Boom! The lightning fell on the spear, and blasted it to pieces. Song Shuhang felt another wave of pain. This spear was a part of the loot that he collected from a celestial, and it wasn't something to be looked down on. It was a 5th stage standardized magical treasure. After being thrown out, it could be retrieved through the use of a matching treasure. If a weapon like this were sold, it would definitely fetch a great number of spirit stones. Song Shuhang exclaimed, "What was that? Why did lightning suddenly come down on him?" Moreover, that power capable of destroying everything in the bolt of lightning just now was basically at the level of a game-breaking bug. Not even the 8th stage profound sage Tribulation had such a perverted thing. However, he felt that this bolt of lightning was quite familiar. In addition to frequently losing treasures, he'd also recently been inflicted with this finding everything he sees familiar sickness. In short, he had become very ill recently. "The heavenly punishment," Senior White's clone said. His eyes were still locked on the sky as he kept his vigilance up. "The heavenly punishment? I remember now. Back then, the fat ball created a clone and sent it to the main world forcibly. In the end, the clone was killed by this type of thunderbolt." Song Shuhang dug up the relevant scene from his memory. When the fat ball had yet to obtain Fairy Skylark's physical body, it once smuggled its clone into the main world and yelled, "Fuse with me" at the sky. As a result, it received the heavenly punishment. Senior White too mentioned that a ruler of the netherworld only had one chance to enter the main world, and another one to exercise the authority of the wielder of the heaven's will. If the ruler of the netherworld were to step into the main world again after that, they would suffer the punishment of heaven, and whatever part of theirs that had entered the main world would be completely destroyed. Could it be that the drop of liquid metal was considered to be part of the fat ball? And so, as soon as it appeared in this world outside the netherworld realm, it attracted the heavenly punishment? In addition, Song Shuhang keenly observed and found that the power of the heavenly punishment just now was much weaker than the one in the main world. Could it be that because this place is the Black Dragon world, the power of the heavens will here is weakened? Senior White's clone said, "This isn't good. We've been locked onto." Song Shuhang asked, "By the heavenly punishment?" "Yeah." Senior White's clone nodded, his face serious. Song Shuhang asked, "Is there any saving us?" After all, the heavenly punishment was something that could destroy the clone of a ruler of the netherworld. Senior White's clone shook his head. "There isn't. The heavenly punishment is different from the heavenly tribulation, and it won't stop until the target is dead." Song Shuhang. Hadn't that drop of liquid metal from the fat ball already disappeared? Why were he and Senior White's clone still being targeted? Innocent passers-by were always hit even when trying to keep a low profile. Song Shuhang quickly asked, "Under the heavenly punishment, will one's soul also be destroyed?" "Naturally, and it is even crueler than the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is ruthless, but in the end, it still leaves a ray of hope for those transcending it. Throughout the ages, there have been many cultivators who survived even after failing to transcend their tribulation. If you're lucky, there's a very small chance that your soul remains even after your death, which would allow you to resurrect through a resurrection magical treasure. However, under the heavenly punishment, out of 10 people, 10 die," Senior White's clone said. All of his spiritual energy gathered in his body. "Then, there is only one way." Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Senior White's clone said, "I'm thinking of the same thing. Your resurrection gold coin CD has already worn off, right?" Song Shuhang bitterly said, "Yup, it's ready." There was a kind of sadness that could not be expressed in mere words. Senior White's clone quickly said, "Relax your body and give up all resistance. Store all the magical treasures you're carrying in your magical bracelet, and place it on little Inju. Hurry up, we're running out of time." Song Shuhang was already at work. All of his magical treasures, valuables, and his size-reducing purse were now stored in his magical bracelet. He summoned the virtuous Lamia. Fairy #% opened her mouth, and spat out Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, please take care of little Inju for a while. Song Shuhang took off his bracelet, and hung it on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's body. Good luck, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said solemnly. See, I guessed right. This guy really has the hobby of not wasting even a single resurrection magical treasure. Senior White's clone loudly said, come. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword went to Li Yingzhu and the drunk woman from the Black Dragon world, and protected them. Senior White rushed to Song Shuhang's side. Rumble, in the sky, another heavenly punishment condensed as the sound of muffled thunder boomed. Senior White's clone said, are you ready? I'm ready. Senior White, please try to be as gentle as possible. Don't make it too painful. Song Shuhang wanted to burst into tears. Senior White's clone used his finger as a sword, and pointed at Song Shuhang. The sword light turned into a sword net, and covered Shuhang. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's consciousness became muddled. The last thing he saw was Senior White's clone silently smiling at him. See you again if there is a chance. Then, the heavenly punishment's lightning fell. The dazzling light blinded Song Shuhang's eyes. After brewing for so long, this bolt of heavenly punishment was much larger than the last. This is my last blessing. I wish you good luck, little friend Shuhang. The voice of Senior White's clone rang in Song Shuhang's ears. When Song Shuhang returned to his senses, he found himself in that cool place once more. A pure white world. A gold coin the size of a table was constantly rotating. It was rotating in various ways, and the speed of each rotation was uniform and equal, the stable rhythm giving people a sense of ease. I've successfully entered the resurrection stage, which means that my soul survived. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Song, killed by Senior White's clone this time, Shuhang. The way he died was similar to the mechanically modified blonde girl's death. At that time, in order to prevent her from truly dying, Shuhang bound her with a resurrection gold coin, and then took the mechanical core reactor out of her body. This time, Senior White's clone cut him to pieces in order to prevent him from truly dying under the heavenly punishment. The saying, death can wash away all crimes applied here, so after dying, the heavenly punishment stopped chasing after him. With that, Song Shuhang could enter the resurrection process with the resurrection gold coin. Is this karma at work? Am I being treated the same way I treated the blonde girl back then? New the first time, familiar the second. Having used the resurrection gold coin once before, Song Shuhang was very calm. His eyes stared at the rotating gold coin. The spinning speed of the gold coin began to accelerate, entering the final phase of the resurrection. Every time the resurrection gold coin resurrected someone, it was a gamble. If it was heads, they would be resurrected in 10 months. If it was tails, it would take them 10 years to resurrect. And if their luck was heaven-defying and the gold coin landed sideways, then they would be able to resurrect within 10 minutes. Previously, my luck was so bad that it landed tails. Today, the time to test my luck has come again. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and touched the resurrection gold coin. Senior White, please bless me. Song Shuhang waved his hand vigorously. Bang! The resurrection gold coin bounced up high, and then spun as it descended. Song Shuhang yelled, on the side. Why does this feel so familiar? Is it my familiarity sickness acting up again? No, this isn't right. Last time, I also seemed to use this style, but it turned out to be tails. Song Shuhang had a bad feeling in his heart. I was too careless. I should have changed my style this time. How am I supposed to improve my success rate otherwise? Should I use that method from Balala the Fairies? Wash your face, wash your hands, and then let your soul be in its purest state without any distracting thoughts? Or should I ask for Mom's blessing? Ugh, these methods are all for people with poor luck. Just as Song Shuhang's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts, the gold coin landed. Bang! The gold coin lay flat on the ground, showing tails. Its tails, another 10 years. Song Shuhang's face paled. 10 years is too long. I cannot waste so much time. But my time city is still out of energy, and I can't do anything to shorten my time. This time, he was really done for. Ding! Just when Song Shuhang was in despair, the coin on the ground bounced up again. The coin fell to the ground again, and steadily landed on its side. It's standing, it's standing. In other words, 10 minutes later, he would be able to come back to life again. Life amidst calamity, finding hope in despair, the light of the end of the tunnel. Song moved to tears. Shuhang. 10 minutes later. Song Shuhang slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 16-17 Black Dragon World's Magical Ambulance. When Song Shuhang opened his eyes, he found that he was in a brilliant starry sky, but the starry sky was fake, just as if it were a picture pasted onto the background. In addition, he had hands but couldn't move them, had feet but couldn't walk, and had a mouth but couldn't speak. Yet, it felt completely different from when he entered a dreamland. Song Shuhang. We meet again, little friend Shuhang. At this moment, a huge whale slowly swam over from afar. It was Senior Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Song Shuhang blinked vigorously at Sage Monarch Melon Eater. He was unable to speak, and only his eyes could move. Sage Monarch Melon Eater chuckled, and said, "Oh, you entered the virtuous network world with your own power this time. It's alright, you will be able to move in a while. When I first came in, it was the same for me. I couldn't do anything except blinking. And, at that time, I was all alone. You're having it much better than me, at least you have me to accompany you." Sage Monarch Melon Eater slowly swam to Song Shuhang's side. Then, its figure shrank to a length of about 2 meters. Recently, it had changed a lot. Its whale body had become slimmer, and it was overall more handsome and majestic. So I'm in the virtuous network. Song Shuhang inwardly let out a breath of relief. He guessed that the reason he'd been brought into this world was the golden core composition the virtuous Lamia drew in his dragon horn dantian. What should we talk about? Sage Monarch Melon Eater slowly dangled its tail. After thinking for a long time, he asked, "Right, Shuhang, do you think I am delicious? Just blink your eyes once if you think I'm delicious. If not, then I guess blink twice." Song Shuhang. Because you're the one asking this question, I honestly have no clue as to how I should answer. Do you not want to talk about this topic? Well, there doesn't seem to be much to talk about between the two of us. The corners of Sage Monarch Melon Eater's lips curled up in a smile. The smile on the whale's face was very vivid, and it looked exactly like an emoji. Sage Monarch Melon Eater continued, "In a while, I will ascend. I will finally go past the 8th stage realm and reach the 9th stage." It had been in the 8th stage profound sage for so long that it thought that it would end up dying of old age at the 8th stage. Now, it finally got the opportunity to make a breakthrough, and it cherished this opportunity very much. Song Shuhang blinked again and again. He wanted to express his congratulations to Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "I've just discovered that when a man blinks at me continuously, it makes me feel like vomiting." Song Shuhang. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "In addition, little friend, you're a cultivator. Even if you can't use your mouth to speak, you can use your mental energy to convey your thoughts. In the virtuous network, everything is possible. You can even use the secret sound transmission as a means of communication. Although you don't have a physical body here, you can still use these kinds of means in the virtuous network. Song Shuhang. Why didn't you say so earlier? I keep on feeling like Senior Melon Eater has completely changed after he abandoned his body and entered this virtuous mode. Congratulations, Senior Melon Eater, Song Shuhang said by transmitting his voice. Senior Melon Eater laughed, and said, thank you. I'm only able to have what I have today thanks to the help from you and Senior Northern Emperor. But when I ascend to the 9th stage this time, I'm unable to give you myself to eat, so don't even think about it. Song Shuhang. Can we not talk about this? Alright, let's talk about something else. How have you been recently? Sage Monarch Melon Eater asked next. Song Shuhang sighed faintly in his heart. I just died, and I'm still in the middle of reviving. Sage Monarch Melon Eater curiously asked, oh, how did you die? I died under the heavenly punishment, Song Shuhang said. He didn't want to say that he was cut apart by Senior White's clone. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, how amazing, little friend. You were actually able to keep your soul intact even under the heavenly punishment. Song Shuhang asked, I don't want to talk about it, my heart feels so stifled. Senior Melon Eater, what have you gained recently? Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, in terms of gains, my authority in the virtuous network has increased significantly. Besides that, I found an interesting magical treasure. Do you want to come and take a look? Song Shuhang inquired, what magical treasure? Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, it's a terrifying, star-killing magical treasure. I laughed so much that I peed after seeing it. Song Shuhang. You laughed so much that you peed? What the hell do you mean? Come, come, come. Follow me. Sage Monarch Melon Eater took Song Shuhang to the side of a light spot. 2 claws stretched out from its neck, and tapped at the light spot. In the next moment, a terrifying, magical treasure that was said to be theoretically capable of destroying a star appeared in front of Song Shuhang. Just imagine a magical treasure that could attack over extremely long distances, and was capable of destroying a small mountain with a single shot. How did you have to change it to make it capable of destroying a world, turning into the legendary, star-destroying cannon? Was the focus on its size? Did it have to have the size of a star? However, if it were made to be as large as a star, the problem of filling its energy core with enough energy to move it around would arise. The answer was to make countless, star-destroying magical treasures. Once the number was pushed to the extreme and the treasures piled up on one another were enough to rival a star in size, they would work like countless ants trying to fell an elephant. Together, they were capable of destroying a world in a single shot. Who was so bored that they chose to make countless of such magical treasures? Sage Monarch Melon Eater laughed heartily. While Sage Monarch Melon Eater was in the middle of laughing loudly, Song Shuhang's body gradually became transparent. He left the virtuous network, and returned to the main world. Song Shuhang opened his eyes again. This time, it was not a giant whale that appeared in front of him, but instead a nervous Inju and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was hanging on her back, as well as the Fairy Creation, who had attached herself to Li Inju. When did Fairy Creation run to Li Inju's body? Oh, right. Fairy Creation wasn't part of his body, she wasn't like the virtuous Lamia, who could revive infinitely as long as he was alive. At that time, he only remembered to send Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword away, but forgot to make arrangements for Fairy Creation. Fortunately, she seemed to be doing just fine. Seeing Song Shuhang open his eyes, little Inju said happily, Song, you're finally awake. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and looked up above his head at the same time. At this moment, it looked like they were in a car. He was lying on a small bed while the car moved slowly. Song Shuhang asked, how's Senior White's clone? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, gone. He was involved in the heavenly punishment, there is no escaping such a thing. Song Shuhang inquired, not even with spatial abilities? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. I really felt that with Senior White's luck and his spatial abilities, there might have been a way to avoid it. Song Shuhang sighed and sat up straight. Song, heart very tired, Shuhang finally managed to have his resurrection gold coins come off cooldown. But in the end, the cooldown was back before he even knew it. Of the 12 resurrection gold coins he got as a set, there were now only 9 remaining. He'd have to wait another 7 days before being able to use another one. When I go back, I will capture some celestials and exchange them for some spirit stones, and then look for the almighty merchant again and buy another resurrection pill or something, Song Shuhang said inwardly. Right, there was one more thing to confirm. After he died, did the heavenly punishment disappear? As Song Shuhang closed his eyes and extended his senses, he felt that he was no longer being targeted. He let out a breath of relief. He then sat up on the small bed. Rip, a small wound appeared on his arm, and a few drops of blood flowed out. From his eyes, the golden rune of the secret appraisal technique flew out. Since he had not put on the Defiant Whale Warrior's glove and Ancestral Witch's blessing, the secret appraisal technique had been activated when he moved his hands. Black Dragon World's Temple Ambulance. An advanced, pollution-free magical car that uses magical power flow to move. Specifically made for rescuing seriously injured Black Dragon World mages. Song Shuhang. This kind of magical car had appeared in Black Pupil Xiii's memories. But why were they in an ambulance of the Black Dragon World? Little Inju seemed to have noticed the confusion on Song Shuhang's face. When I woke up from Senior White's Black Dragon World language pack illusory technique, I found that some people from the Black Dragon World were carrying us into an ambulance. They seemed to be very friendly to us, repeatedly saying that we are precious hybrids that had to be saved no matter what. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword rose, and returned the magical bracelet to Song Shuhang. I sensed them approaching, but since they had no malice towards us, I let them take you, little Inju, and the drunk Black Dragon World woman into the ambulance. By his side, the woman from the Black Dragon World was still asleep. It was unknown whether it was because she was really drunk, or if it was an aftereffect of Senior White's illusory technique. Li Inju added, they want to send you to the temple for treatment, at least from what I heard. Song Shuhang took out his equipment from the magical bracelet, and put on the 2 gloves first. Then, he removed the sheet that covered him and took a look. Afterward, he went under the sheet, and began to put on clothes quietly. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, you don't need to hide to wear your clothes. We've already seen everything that should and should not be seen. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. We're heading to the temple? Song Shuhang asked after getting dressed. Li Inju nodded obediently. Song Shuhang said, wonderful. Things were going as he wished them to. Before, he'd been pondering when he could visit Buddhist and Taoist temples, the scholarly faction, the Holy Light Church, and other similar places to get baptized and buy some amulets. Now, an opportunity had come. They would arrive at a temple soon. The temples of the Black Dragon World put people first, so they should sell effective amulets, right? What's wonderful? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked in confusion. Song Shuhang responded, in a while, when we get to the temple, I'm going to ask for some blessings. If they offer baptism services, I'll have myself baptized as well. Regardless of whether it works or not, I'll feel more at ease. Recently, I've been in too many precarious situations. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Scarlet Heaven Sword thought, there's no saving this child. Li Inju blinked. Asong, are you not going to check your physical condition? After all, you just revived. After reviving, it was standard to check the condition of one's body and see if everything was working normally, and whether any parts were missing. Regardless of which system it was, conducting a self-check was considered essential. Ah, I almost forgot. I've been reviving so frequently that I find it no different from sleeping now. Shuhang sighed. Before he died, the ghost spirit fairy maiden was drawing the endless crystal-clear water pavilion inside a small dantian. When he was targeted by the heavenly punishment, the composition hadn't been completed yet. Who knew whether such a thing happening would affect the golden core composition? Normally speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, most cultivators' golden core compositions weren't made in a single breath. Most spent tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years improving their golden core composition bit by bit, integrating their emotions and life experiences into it. Shuhang's consciousness entered the space of the small dantian where the royal blood demon core resided. There, the ghost spirit fairy maiden had already stopped working on the composition. Similar to the small golden core, the golden core composition in front of Shuhang was also lacking the final stroke. The small point where this final stroke was to be wasn't even visible to the naked eye, but perhaps he'd have to draw an entire, crystal-clear water pavilion, in this little dot. When Shuhang's consciousness came in contact with it, he could guess the composition's name, Limitless Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. A simple name that suited what it was. Shuhang liked this simple name. Of course, if it were too simple, that wouldn't be good either. For example, Basic Fist Number 1 was simply no good. This kind of name would just rend one's heart. Shuhang thought to himself, fortunately, the ghost spirit fairy maiden was already done. In this way, he only had 2 remaining small golden cores that didn't have golden core compositions. One of these was already reserved for the Heavenly City golden core composition. As for the other one, that would be up to fate. While Shuhang was in thought, the Black Dragon World's magical ambulance came to a stop. The door opened, and several priests from the temple came rushing over. A priest asked, "Where's the one who's injured? I heard that they're a hybrid who failed to transcend their tribulation." It was someone who'd survived the tribulation, being a precious hybrid at that, so they absolutely had to be saved. Otherwise, that would be a great loss to the Black Dragon World. After the door opened, the priest saw a pale young man. He looked very young, but as long as one carefully stared at him, they would feel the vicissitudes of life coming from his body, as if he had experienced much in life, living through thousands of years. Sure enough, it was a hybrid. His skin was white to a terrifying degree, and it was as if he was severely malnourished. At this man's side, there was a white-skinned little girl. The little girl looked to be about 2 years old, and was a hybrid too. But at this time, the man and little girl did not look injured at all. The two looked to be completely healthy. What about the injured person? "Excuse me, which one is the injured one?" the priest from the temple asked using the language of the Black Dragon World. At this time, the staff member who drove the vehicle came down, and said, "It's the man. His injuries are very heavy." The other party had still been seriously injured when he had been bringing him over. How was he suddenly healthy again? Shuhang revealed a smile, and then used the Black Dragon World's language to reply, "Our injuries were nothing much. We've already recovered." The priest from the temple was confused. After a moment, he said, "Since you're already here, you should enter the temple to have your body checked in case you've suffered hidden injuries or contracted an illness. After all, Mr.'s life is very precious." The priest was truly conscientious and kind to a fault. Where else would one be able to find such people in the universe? No problem. In addition, is your temple holding a baptism ceremony in the near future? I want to take this opportunity to be baptized, and have my mind and body purified. If you're selling amulets, can you give me a few of those as well? Shuhang used this opportunity to ask. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. The priest doubtfully said, "The baptism will be held in the next quarter of the year. There isn't any held in the near future." As for things like protective amulets, we do sell them, but they shouldn't be of much use to someone like you who is already near the 5th level. Things like defensive and protective amulets were usually sold to first-level practitioners as their defensive effects were very limited. It's fine. No matter how effective they're, please give me a few. Shuhang touched his magical power top-up device. Can I pay with magical power flow? Of course, the priest said and nodded. He had no reason to stop Shuhang from buying a defensive amulet. Using the magical power flow in the Black Dragon world was much more convenient than using money on Earth. Half an hour later, Shuhang took Li Yinzhu and the drunk woman as he left the temple with a satisfied look on his face. Behind him, the staff from the temple smiled. On Shuhang's waistband, there was a small black dragon wooden protective amulet. This amulet also came with a second-level defensive magical technique that could be activated once. It was a decent defensive magical treasure for newbies. At the same time, Shuhang's Cosmos bag had been stuffed with 15 different kinds of protective amulets with varying effects. Li Yinzhu sat on his shoulders, and there were various kinds of small protective amulets hanging around her waist. She felt that these small amulets were very cute, and got one of each type. The temple had gotten to sell over 10 days' worth of amulets in a single breath. The drunk Black Dragon World woman followed behind Shuhang in a daze. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Where to next?" Shuhang said, "Let's look for a hotel to temporarily stay at while we wait for Senior White and Senior White 2 to contact us." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "All right." Shuhang continued, "By the way, are we forgetting something?" He kept on getting the feeling that he forgot about something after he revived. Did the resurrection gold coin have a side effect where it would cause one to forget about some small stuff? The cute hamster. At this time, Li Yinzhu blinked and said, "It's disappeared." "Ah, right. I can't see hamster anywhere," Shuhang said. "Not good, it was in Senior White's clone's pocket." It couldn't have been turned into ashes along with Senior White's clone under the heavenly punishment, right? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "That's very likely. The power of the heavenly punishment was no joke. That isn't good. It was Senior White 2's favorite pet." Shuhang grabbed his head. If the hamster really died, how was he to explain it to Senior White 2? Just as Shuhang's voice fell, a spatial crack appeared in front of him. It was of the same type of those created through Senior White's spatial talent. In the next moment, the demonic hamster was spat out from this spatial crack, hitting Shuhang in the face. In its hand was a toothpick-sized short sword, which it conveniently used to stab Shuhang in the face. This sword, named Death's Edge, had a length of 6.47 centimeters and a weight of 0.5 grams. Don't look down on it because of its small size. It was a sharp treasure that could easily cut apart the protective true yuan and flesh of 4th-stage cultivators. Fortunately, Shuhang's face was hard enough. With a physique that surpassed the 6th stage, the skin on Shuhang's face was as tough as a dragon's. This divine weapon that was of the same level as the treasured saber broken tyrant and could easily destroy 4th-stage cultivators could not even make a cut on Shuhang's face. But it did still cause him some pain. The demonic hamster exclaimed, "F***ck, I'm finally out." Then, it found itself pasted on Shuhang's face. It quickly stretched its paws, which produced an adsorption force that allowed its body to stay attached to Shuhang's face without slipping. Shuhang. Tyrannical Song, your face is really thick. After stabilizing its body, the demonic hamster saw that its sharp sword could not cut Shuhang's face at all. "Can't we have a proper talk?" Shuhang calmly said, "Can you come down from my face first?" The demonic hamster coolly threw its treasured sword, then used a sword flying technique and stepped on it. After that, it looked at Shuhang's face. At the place where death's edge had struck, there was only a slightly red spot. Very thick face, the demonic hamster said with surprise. Let's change the topic. Why were you in a spatial channel just now? Song Shuhang forcibly changed the topic. The hamster spread its front paws, and replied, I don't know. When I woke up, I found that I was in a spatial channel. I was running crazily inside, but I couldn't get to the end. I was only able to find the exit after some time, and when I got out, I landed on your face. In fact, it had concealed something. When it had been running around crazily in the spatial channel, it couldn't see the exit anywhere. Just as its heart had fallen into despair, it heard Song Shuhang call out its name. The moment after that, a spatial crack had revealed a bright exit. It had jumped out of the exit just to notice Song Shuhang's big face. At that instance, it had really had the urge to cry. Due to this scene appearing so much like an outdated drama, the demonic hamster kept it in the depths of its heart, not talking about it at all. Song Shuhang and the others visited the city, looking for a hotel. At this time, the drunk woman who had been following behind them suddenly said, If you don't have anywhere to stay, why not stay over at my house for a while? You've sobered up? Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at the woman. Her face still had a certain drunk look to it. Her eyes were currently locked on Song Shuhang, a look of interest on her face. Chapter 16-19 Expert's Appraisal. The look in the woman's eyes made Song Shuhang's hair stand. He asked, What do you want to do? The Black Dragon World woman smiled slightly, and was about to speak. But then, a male cultivator of the Black Dragon World rushed toward Song Shuhang from far away. The mental energy of this cultivator was extremely powerful. If he were converted to a cultivator's standards, he should be at about the 6th stage. The male practitioner came to Song Shuhang, looking him and Li Yingzhu up and down. He then said with a smile, You really are precious hybrids. Are you two brother and sister? It was common knowledge in the Black Dragon world that the chance of offsprings being produced by members of two different races was extremely low. Love between those of different races was often filled with a lifetime of hard work, yet still did not merit the birth of a child. A case such as the young man and little girl in front of him was even rarer, and it could be said to be a once-in-several-hundred-years type of occurrence. For two people of separate races to birth offspring in their lifetime was already something to be celebrated. Being able to give birth to a pair of brother and sister, even if the age difference between the two was big, meant one thing: the genes of both parents were simply too good. Song Shuhang asked, What's the matter? Excuse me, can you marry your little sister to me? The male practitioner smiled slightly. Let me introduce myself, I am Zhu Eryu, a 6th-level mage. My genes are very good, good enough to be a match for your sister's. If I am to be with her, we'll be able to nurture an even more perfect offspring in the future. Most importantly, my preferences aren't the same as those of the ordinary people of the Black Dragon world. In my opinion, white skin is beautiful. Song Shuhang. He looked at Li Yingzhu on his shoulders, who had the appearance of a 2-year-old. He then turned his head again, and looked at Zhu Eryu in front of him. F***ck. This guy is such a beast. Zhu Eryu patted his chest, and said to Song Shuhang, Moreover, you don't have to worry about the bride price. My Eryu family is well known in this city, and I can guarantee a bountiful bride price. The age gap is not a problem either. Even if she's young, we can simply cultivate our feelings as time passes. Li Yingzhu. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang turned his head, looked at the black woman, and said, Can I file a report to the police and have this pervert arrested? What are you going to report? The black woman asked in confusion. And if Big Brother is willing, I still have several older and younger sisters who are unmarried. I can match you with them. Zhu Eryu winked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. You actually called me Big Brother? Uncle, are you not embarrassed to call me that way? Mr. Shuhang, please don't mind him. Everyone in the city has already gotten used to Zhu's character. This is part of their family tradition. Their goal is to find a partner with a good bloodline and give birth to a stronger generation. Although he's a bit annoying, he isn't a bad person. Besides, he doesn't force anyone. It's just that he's constantly pestering others when he wants something, the black woman said. If Mr. Shuhang thinks he's annoying, as long as you beat him, he'll go away. Of course, since he is a 6th level mage, not that many can beat him. Sometimes, it's only with strength that you can do as you please. In that case, Song Shuhang rolled up his sleeves. Zhu Eryu shook his head, and said, "Brother, you can't beat me. I am a 6th level mage." Song Shuhang calmly said, "If you want to marry little Zhu, you'll have to accept my test." His test to see if the other party was an expert was rather simple and didn't have many steps. Also, we aren't brother and sister. Li Yingzhu sat on Song Shuhang's shoulders, holding Song Shuhang's head. "We're father and daughter." Zhu seriously said, "I see, father-in-law." Song Shuhang responded, He. "Accept my test." Song Shuhang raised his head, looking at Zhu. The virtuous Lamia appeared behind him, and quickly said, "What is love?" Fairy creation wasn't willing to fall behind. "What is filial piety?" Song Shuhang asked, "Do you know the greatness of maternal love?" The three perfectly matched their lines. Song Shuhang coolly raised his hands. The virtuous Lamia and fairy creation did the same, giving Song Shuhang a high five. Zhu. At the next moment, he saw a strange light appear in Song Shuhang's eyes. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has released the Expert's Appraisal on you. If you can get through this appraisal, it means that you're a peerless expert. If you aren't able to do so, that means that you're still quite a bit away from becoming an expert. Note, this Expert's Appraisal has certain sequelae, so please be mentally prepared. At the next moment, Zhu's belly swelled like a balloon. What's going on? Immediately afterward, the pain of becoming pregnant and the pain of childbirth made him kneel on the ground. He held his stomach, and his body convulsed constantly. "Unfortunately, you aren't a peerless genius," the virtuous Lamia said calmly in a man's voice. One could only wonder which movie's audio track it came from. Her database of lines had been becoming increasingly bigger. Fairy creation sang, "Your training is far from enough Sola Hey." Zhu stretched out his hand in pain, and reached out to Song Shuhang. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. This was the first time that he'd run into such a strange magical technique. Also, why didn't Mr. Shuhang use the magical power top-up device when casting the magical technique? Song Shuhang turned around calmly, giving his cold back to Zhu. "Let's go." The black woman on the side involuntarily took a few steps away from Song Shuhang. With contempt, the demonic hamster crossed its arms, and said, "You're still such a vile beast." Song Shuhang laughed, and said, "Don't be so narrow-minded when looking at a magical technique. There is no good or evil when it comes to magical techniques. After all, magical techniques are just magical techniques. For me, that magical technique just now was the Expert's Appraisal. What, do you want to give it a try?" Habit truly was a terrible thing. Song Shuhang felt a lot of pressure when he'd first used the impregnating gaze on others. But now, he'd completely forgotten this feeling. When he'd become accustomed to using the impregnating gaze, he started looking at it in a whole new way. Ding! At this time, the magical power top-up device in Song Shuhang's pocket made a sound. He took out the device and switched it on. Something similar to a text message had appeared on the display. It was a text message in the Black Dragon language, which when translated was roughly this: "Mission transfer, Zhu Eryu has been defeated, and his mission qualifications have been transferred. Should the qualifications be kept for the next 3 days, more details regarding the mission will be announced, along with a list of rich rewards. Reminder: please pay attention to the group of remote-controlled magical treasures that has recently appeared in the Black Dragon world. Awesome, what is it? Li Yingzhu lowered his head, curiously looking at the screen of Song Shuhang's magical power top-up device. Song Shuhang replied, "It seems to be a mission." He felt once more that the Black Dragon world was quite weird. This world even came with its own mission system. Is it an exclusive mission generated by the Dragon Network? If it's an exclusive mission, that's very rare. The woman from the Black Dragon world leaned over and looked at Song Shuhang's magical power top-up device. After taking a look at the screen, she smiled and said, "It turns out to be an event mission. This kind of mission isn't as rare as an exclusive mission. It's up to Mr. Shuhang whether you want to do it or not. Still, the rewards are very good. I know, as I've done a 3rd-level mission before. Mr. Shuhang should have gotten a 6th-level mission due to defeating Zhu, a 6th-level practitioner, and getting his mission qualifications. There are still 3 days before the mission starts. Over the next 3 days, as long as you can keep your qualifications for the event, you can participate in this event mission. Actually, what I care more about is this." Song Shuhang pointed at the end of the message. Here it mentioned something about a group of remote-controlled magical treasures. When I saw this, I suddenly felt some familiarity with them in my heart. Recently, his "I find everything I see familiar" disease had become relatively serious. He would keep on getting a familiar feeling towards anything in the world. Hamster crossed its arms, and said coolly, "A group of remote-controlled magical treasures? How can magical treasures bring out their full power without anyone personally controlling them?" Song Shuhang looked at the demonic hamster curiously. How could it understand the language of the Black Dragon world? Song Shuhang had been speaking in the language of the Black Dragon world just now, and the demonic hamster didn't have his ability to enter a dreamland, nor had received Senior White's Black Dragon World language pack. So how did it master the language of the Black Dragon world? After the demonic hamster saw Song Shuhang's curious look, it raised its head proudly. On its neck, there was a rice-grain-sized pendant shining brightly. Song Shuhang asked curiously, "Is that a mental energy-type translation magical treasure?" He was a cultivator with some experience now. He had seen this method being used in many big shots vestiges. The words had been incomprehensible to him, but by means of mental energy translation, it was possible for visitors to understand the sentences they heard. The demonic hamster was Senior White 2's pet, so it was understandable for it to possess such a magical treasure. You can think of it that way. The demonic hamster smiled slightly. This magical treasure could only translate the mental energy of a few selected targets, but it did allow for the communication to be barrier-free. The demonic hamster could speak Chinese, so when it had been communicating with Song Shuhang before, it hadn't needed to use this magical treasure. Today was the first time it used this magical treasure while talking with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "That's quite good." This kind of thing, which was equivalent to a universal translator, was a really good tool. Should he ask Senior White 2 for one later? On his shoulders, Li Yingzhu seemed to think of something. A group of remote-controlled magical treasures, like Senior White's disposable flying sword formation? There is still a difference. Song Shuhang squeezed his chin. At the same time, he thought of the invisible sword insects living in his inner world. They should be quite similar to that group of remote-controlled magical treasures, but they weren't the source of his "everything seems familiar" disease. Forget it, I'll just have myself checked when I have time. Maybe I've really fallen ill recently. Song Shuhang put the magical power top-up device away. Mr. Zhu was still screaming while holding his belly. The virtuous lamia floated above him, showing him the authentic version of profound sage tyrannical song's four-toned screams. Mr. Zhu suddenly felt his stomach hurt even more. Now, it wasn't only his stomach hurting, but his liver as well. Song Shuhang's ears seemed to have a shielding function as he subconsciously ignored the screaming of Zhu and the virtuous Lamia on the side. He turned his head to look at the black woman. "By the way, miss, are you sober now?" The black woman nodded. She opened her mouth and let out a strong scent of alcohol as she spoke. "I've been sober for 3 minutes already. That's how I've been talking to you." Song Shuhang said, "What is your name? I can't just call you miss, right?" The black woman squinted her eyes slightly. "You can call me Kuna." This was in the language of the Black Dragon world. If it were translated to Chinese, it would mean something like Bliss. This name should be a Black Dragon world magician's mage name. It was similar to Taoist names in a sense. However, the translated meaning was very Buddhist sounding. Little Inju leaned over to Song Shuhang's ear and said in Chinese, "Asong, people often say on the internet that those who squint are all monsters. You should be careful towards all those who like to speak while squinting." Song Shuhang coughed dryly. "Fairy Kuna, greetings." The black woman hiccuped and looked at Song Shuhang with a confused look. "Fairy?" In the Black Dragon world, nobody called a woman that way. After all, their culture was different. Li Yinzhu grinned and said, "Lady Kuna. Or rather, Lady Bliss. Calling me that way makes it sound like I'm old, but it's fine," Lady Kuna said. "Will you come to my house tonight? There's nobody home." Her face was one that looked full of interest once again. "Song Shuhang, there isn't anybody home in your house tonight? But that's only making me more worried." Lady Kuna replied, "I'm just joking with you. My house is a hot spring tavern, and we offer services for eating, drinking, lodging, and hot spring baths. So, since you are looking for a hotel, why not come over?" "What a coincidence." Song Shuhang smiled and said after thinking for a moment, "If that's the case, then please show us the way." It appeared that their meeting with Lady Kuna was fated. They were just looking for a place to stay at. Since Lady Kuna ran a hotel, and even offered hot spring baths for relaxation, Song Shuhang had no reason to refuse. 10 minutes later, Song Shuhang and his party arrived at Lady Kuna's home. It was a hot spring tavern, and there was nobody home tonight. The hot spring tavern covered a huge area and had many high-end recreational facilities. However, there wasn't a single guest, not even a steward. Song Shuhang, Li Yinzhu asked curiously, "Lady Kuna's place isn't open for business yet?" "That's right. You're the first guests of my hot spring tavern. Welcome." Lady Kuna took out her magical power top-up device and pressed 2 keys on it. In the next moment, her clothes turned into a classical long dress, her long hair curled up, filling her with the style of a tavern proprietress. "Mr. Shuhang, do you want to eat soak in the hot spring or perhaps have a room prepared for you and rest first?" Lady Kuna changed the look on her face, and wore a calm and gentle smile. Song Shuhang said, "I'd like you to arrange a room for us first. We can eat afterwards." "No problem, please follow me." Lady Kuna raised her dress and led the way. After bringing Song Shuhang and others to a villa-shaped hut, she took out her magical power top-up device and lightly swept it in front of the door. The door opened automatically. "I've unlocked the permission of this door. Mr. Shuhang, you can use your magical power top-up device to swipe at the door to enter. Now, I'll go and prepare meals for you." Lady Kuna slightly bowed, and said, "All right, I'll see you later." Little Inju waved and said, "Thank you, Lady Kuna." After the black woman left, Song Shuhang took little Inju and the demonic hamster into the room. The demonic hamster rode its sword to the window and watched Lady Kuna leave. "She's gone," it said in Chinese. "However, I'm not sure if there is any surveillance equipment in this room, so let's use Chinese when talking. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, was there anything wrong with Lady Kuna just now? At first, Song Shuhang thought that the other party was just an ordinary woman who was captured by Senior White's clone. From the beginning until the end, she had been drunk and asleep. But after arriving at this hot spring tavern, Lady Kuna seemed to drop the act. Her every action seemed to tell Song Shuhang and the others, there's something wrong with me, are you curious about what it is? It wasn't only Song Shuhang who felt that way, but the demonic hamster also began to be alert towards her. She's a very ordinary local human. In terms of mental energy, she seems to be at around the 4th level. I didn't sense anything strange, Scarlet Heaven Sword replied. If you really feel that there is a problem, can't you just leave this hot spring tavern? Besides, it had just been recharged not long ago, so even if an immortal were to come over, it could still fight back. What was there to be afraid of? That's true. Song Shuhang's right hand clenched lightly. He had a good idea. After Lady Kuna came back, he could touch her and use the secret appraisal technique on her. That way, everything would be solved. At this time, in the kitchen of the hot spring tavern, Lady Kuna changed into a chef's outfit and began to make meals. When she was cooking, she looked very dedicated and meticulous. The magical power top-up device was floating next to her. During the cooking process, she would often enchant the kitchenware and ingredients. This was something similar to what immortal chefs did, but this seemed to be a culinary art unique to the Black Dragon world. In a short while, a table of sumptuous meals was prepared. She put down the kitchen utensils, washed her hands, and sat at the side to rest. She took a bottle of wine, poured herself a glass, and took a sip. Lady Kuna frowned, and said, this memory. Where did it come from? In her mind, an extra memory had unknowingly appeared. In that memory, she had transformed into a ball-shaped object. After that, she was challenged by a handsome human. These memories appeared very trivial. But at the end of these trivial memories, Mr. Shuhang appeared, his eyes staring at her as they flashed with a strange light. Chapter 1621 Hamster's Goal. Why does this look so familiar? Wait, isn't this the magical technique that Mr. Shuhang used on Zhou? Lady Kuna was shocked. Stop right now. This vehicle isn't headed to the temple's health department. Open the door and let me get off. As soon as she thought of how Zhou's belly started swelling, and how he started screaming in pain after getting hit by Mr. Shuhang's magical technique, Lady Kuna couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. However, it was too late. The impregnating gaze was a very fast magical technique. As long as it was launched, it was almost impossible to avoid, even if it appeared in a memory, it was still just as quick. Lady Kuna had only just thought about stopping, when the pain of pregnancy and childbirth had already been shared in her mind. Hiss! Lady Kuna sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, it was just a memory. This kind of pain was just a memory to her, and it wasn't actually happening to her. These memories are too messy, and there's no knowing when the scene began and when it ended. Moreover, I don't even know whose memory it is. Lady Kuna took a sip of her wine to warm the chills her heart was feeling. Just what happened while I was drunk this time, she said in distress. She liked drinking, which resulted in her getting drunk at times. When that happened, she'd leave the tavern, going down the mountain to stroll around on her own. Of course, she'd have no recollection of anything that took place when she was drunk. When she'd slightly sobered up this time, she found herself at the temple with Mr. Shuhang. And in her mind, there were some strange memory fragments that had appeared out of nowhere. Lady Kuna frowned, and thought carefully. However, it seems that I've benefited from this. First of all, the dango which she had transformed into was a very powerful and intelligent dango. In those memories, there were many scenes of it researching all kinds of things. These research memories were gradually being absorbed by her mind, and turned into her own knowledge. In addition, the handsome man who made Lady Kuna fall in love at first sight seemed to be about as powerful as the Dango. The Dango also cared about Mr. Shuhang very much. There seemed to be something in Mr. Shuhang's body that attracted the Dango. It was precisely because of this strong, obsession-like sensation that she had been influenced. This was what had caused her to show a kind of curiosity toward Song Shuhang, wanting to learn more about him. This was also why she'd invited Mr. Song Shuhang to be a guest at her home. Other than that, the memories had no other effect on her. It did not affect her personality, nor did it burden her spirit. It was as if this memory had been purified, and turned into a pure and harmless recording. Was this a lucky encounter? Lady Kuna drank the wine in the glass in one sip. I'll go and meet up with Mr. Shuhang. Should I ask him about Mr. Dango in my memory? She put the dinner she had made on a cart, and brought it to where Song Shuhang was. In the room, Li Yinzhu lay on the bed, holding a magical power top-up device in her hand. Song Shuhang was guiding her to see if she could also connect to the Dragon Network and register an account. After all, Li Yinzhu was originally a fourth-stage cultivator, and her mental energy was extremely powerful. She might be able to skip the coming-of-age ceremony at the temple, and directly connect to the Dragon Network. If it didn't work, Song Shuhang could simply take her to the temple. Anyway, Yinzhu had to activate the magical power top-up device as it would prove very useful to her in the future. On the side, the demonic hamster sat cross-legged by the window with its eyes closed as it meditated. Its cultivation realm had long reached the peak of the fourth stage. If things had gone normally, it could have already ascended to the fifth stage a long time ago, and even condensed a demonic core with 9 patterns. However, when Senior White 2 saw Song Shuhang freeload off of Skylark's demonic tribulation in the Netherworld realm, managing to condense a demonic seal, he suddenly had an idea. He wanted Hamster to also condense a demonic seal in advance. Senior White 2 had even assigned a special clone to study the plan for Hamster to transcend an 8th-stage demonic tribulation in advance. In order to make sure that the tribulation went smoothly, Senior White 2 equipped the demonic hamster with several sets of exclusive magical treasures, pills, and boost-type techniques. When the time came for it to transcend the demonic tribulation, he could use his authority as a ruler of the Netherworld to reduce the power of the 8th-stage demonic tribulation to the lowest level. He could make it such that its power would always be at the peak of the 7th stage. He only needed to equip Hamster with enough magical treasures and enough spirit stones to survive the demonic tribulation. Then, with the 8th stage profound sage speech manuscript he'd prepared, Hamster should be able to easily condense a demonic seal at the 5th stage. Now, Hamster's task was to get familiar with these exclusive magical treasures and master the techniques tailored for it by Senior White 2 as soon as possible. When all the magical treasures and techniques were mastered, that was when it would transcend the 8th stage demonic tribulation, and gain the prestige of an 8th stage demonic sage as a 5th stage demon. I will succeed, Hamster said confidently in its mind. It would definitely not allow itself to be left behind. It would practice desperately, and strive to advance to the genuine 8th stage one step before Song Shuhang did. A few minutes later, Li Yinzhu opened his eyes, and happily said, "Song, I did it." She'd successfully connected to the Dragon Network, and registered an account named Yinzhu. Song Shuhang smiled, petting Li Yinzhu's head. "Good job, Yinzhu. Later, let's find a chance to hunt those zombies, to obtain Black Dragon Spirit Stones and activate your account." Only after the account was activated would Li Yinzhu be able to advance all the way like Song Shuhang. With her 4th level mental energy, it should be no problem for her to move all the way into the 4th level area of the Dragon Network. Moreover, after receiving the benefits from the Dragon Network, Li Yingzhu might have the opportunity to rush through several small realms, condensing several immortal bones. In the future, when she condensed 9 immortal bones and faced the 5th stage heavenly tribulation, the magical power top-up device would be a great help for her in transcending the tribulation. A few days ago, when Song Shuhang's steel manifestation crossed its tribulation, it relied on the magical power top-up device to make it to the end. Song Shuhang softly said, "The cold sickness in your body has already been dealt with, and it is no longer a problem. Now, you can rush to the 5th stage realm without anything holding you back." Li Yingzhu happily allowed Song Shuhang to pet her head. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Shall we go and hunt those zombies? Along the way, we can also have a look at that group of remote-controlled magical treasures that gives you a familiar feeling." "That is what I intend to do," Song Shuhang said. "When Lady Kuna comes over, we can ask her where we can find some zombies that are suitable for us." Hamster suddenly finished practicing, and said, "She's coming." Downstairs, Lady Kuna was pushing the dining cart over. She looked completely sober, and moved at a steady pace. She pushed the dining cart into the dining room downstairs. "In that case, let's go down and eat first," Song Shuhang said. He should also look for an opportunity to use the secret appraisal technique on Lady Kuna. Shuhang took Yingzhu and the demonic hamster out of the room. Lady Kuna smiled at them when she saw them coming downstairs. She began to serve everyone. "Apologies, since the tavern hasn't officially opened, the chef hasn't been invited yet. As such, I cooked some small dishes for everyone by myself. I hope that they're to your liking." Having said that, her cooking skills were actually at the level of an immortal chef in the world of cultivators, and each dish was full of color, fragrance, and nourishment. Murmuring, Lady Kuna brought the last dish to Song Shuhang. There was a hesitant expression on her face. Song Shuhang turned his head, and curiously asked, "What's the matter, Lady Kuna?" Lady Kuna nodded. She wanted to tell Song Shuhang about the memories she had of that dango, and also learn a little about it from Shuhang because from those memories, she knew that the dango and the incomparably handsome man were acquainted with Mr. Shuhang. However, when she wanted to voice it out, a thought suddenly sprouted in her mind. She hoped to observe Song Shuhang some more and understand who he was first. After all, the two parties had just met. She didn't understand Song Shuhang's character, nor did she know him as a person. "If Lady Kuna has something to say, it won't hurt to speak of it," Song Shuhang said. Kuna squeezed her chin and thought for a while. After a while, she smiled. "I feel there isn't a need to hurry this matter. I want to observe Mr. Shuhang for a while, and then make a decision after getting to know you better." A woman's heart was truly unpredictable. Song Shuhang nodded. "That makes sense. After all, you and I just met today." "Right, Lady Kuna, there's this one thing I want to consult you about." Lady Kuna said, "Please speak." Song Shuhang asked, "Do you know of any place suitable for us to go hunting for zombies? I want to get some black dragon spirit stones." Song Shuhang was planning to store more black dragon spirit stones in case the need arose. In addition to Li Yingzhu, his other 2 disciples and Lady Onion would also transcend their tribulations in the future. He hoped they could also use the magical power top-up device at that time. Lady Kuna replied, "If you want to hunt zombies, you can go to the local temple. There, you only need to pay a small amount of magical power flow to get the latest information on them. The cost is not high, and it's very much worth the price. At that time, you can also choose to accept some missions at the temple for hunting zombies, allowing you to reap even greater rewards. Thank you for your guidance, Lady Kuna." Song Shuhang stood up, and stretched out his hand to Lady Kuna. Lady Kuna smiled slightly, and stretched out her hand as well. However, she hadn't stretched out her hand for a handshake, and had instead stretched out her arm as if for a kiss. Song Shuhang grabbed Lady Kuna's small hand, and shook it firmly. It is my fortune to have been able to meet Lady Kuna today. While he was speaking, the defiant whale warrior's glove on his right hand receded from his fingertips, and his fingers touched Kuna's hand. And so, the secret appraisal technique was quietly activated. Lady Kuna blinked. She thought that Song Shuhang had wanted to give her a hand kiss. What the hell was this handshake? Song Shuhang then retracted his hand. Under his robe, there were 7 minor wounds on his arm. Just as blood was about to flow out, the wounds had already healed. This price was neither high nor low. It was the standard price for appraising things of the 4th or 5th stage. At the same time, the information from the secret appraisal technique appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Lady Kuna, 4th level Dragon Network mage and hostess of the top-tier Sky Hot Springs Tavern. Her 3 sizes are 84/58/82. Although her figure looks frail due to her thin waist, her overall measures are quite good. Song Shuhang. WTF is this? I paid with my blood, yet I get this? This isn't what I wanted. She's very knowledgeable, having mastered a large number of magical technique casting theories from level 1.0 to 8.9. She is also a perfect theoretical magical technique instructor. Hobbies: drinking, cooking. Magical technique casting theories from level 1.0 to 8.9. In other words, when converted into a cultivator, she knows of the principles behind magical techniques from the 1st to 8th stage. This was quite incredible. She was a true textbook in human form. If she were placed in the world of cultivators, she would definitely be someone who would be fought over by various forces. Perhaps, before Senior White and Senior White 2 come back, I can ask Lady Kuna about the Black Dragon world casting theories, and learn some magical technique to defend myself. Wine is a good thing, it can bring out a person's potential. Song Shuhang. After that, no more information came from the secret appraisal technique. Wine is a good thing. Song Shuhang looked at Lady Kuna. The last line of information from the secret appraisal technique wasn't referring to Lady Kuna's drunken state, was it? Bring out one's potential. Could it be possible that after Lady Kuna drank too much, she could enter a boosted state, and suddenly burst out with a higher level of combat power? China had the drunken fist. Was there a similar kind of drunken technique in the Black Dragon world? Lady Kuna shuddered, and she involuntarily took a step back, looking at Song Shuhang cautiously. For a moment, she felt as if she had been completely seen through. It seemed that she no longer held any secrets in front of Song Shuhang. Could it be that Mr. Shuhang already knows about my memory of that dango? Lady Kuna silently thought to herself. Recalling Song Shuhang's magical technique that made Zhu pregnant, she felt that he was quite mysterious. So, should she confess everything now? If she told the truth now, she'd be able to get a lighter sentence. Or, should she find a suitable opportunity, and ask Mr. Shuhang for an explanation on her memory of that dango? In the early morning of the next day, the sky was rather bright. Song Shuhang concluded his all-night practice and opened his eyes. Nothing happened throughout the night. Li Yinzhu slept in the bed next to him. Being influenced by the cold, she fell into a state similar to hibernation for most of the day. Scarlet Heaven Sword was holding Song Shuhang's phone, watching a movie. After entering the Black Dragon world, the phone was no longer connected to the internet. The movies that could be watched were those that had been saved using the offline function when Lady Onion used Song Shuhang's mobile phone. But Song Shuhang had always been curious, which part of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's body was its eyes? After breakfast, Lady Kuna took Song Shuhang to the temple. Along the way, Song Shuhang felt that Lady Kuna's gaze would turn to look at him from time to time. She seemed to be constantly observing his character. After seeing the figures of Song Shuhang and the others, the staff of the temple greeted them with a smile. After all, he was a precious hybrid, and his appearance was quite distinct. Coupled with the fact that Song Shuhang purchased a large amount of amulets all by himself yesterday, they could be said to be a group of distinguished guests. When the staff saw him, their smiles were naturally much sweeter. The staff asked, "Mr. Tyrannical Dragon, is there anything up for you to come here today?" Song Shuhang held the sleeping Li Yingzhu in his arms, and said, "I want to ask, where has a large number of zombies gathered recently? I want to hunt a group of zombies and harvest some black dragon spirit stones." Lady Kuna asked, in addition, "Are there any suitable zombie hunting missions nearby? The temple releases zombie hunting missions every day, please follow me." The staff brought Song Shuhang to the temple's mission hall. There were various missions there. There were active missions, hunting missions, and formation maintenance missions directly released from the Dragon Network. There were also rescue missions issued by the residents of the Black Dragon world, missions for rebuilding homes, and missions to search for medicinal materials. There were many types of missions. The staff explained, "Mr. Tyrannical Dragon, you have 5th level permissions, so you can accept any mission from the 1st to 5th level. As long as you fancy the mission, simply scan it with your magical power top-up device, and you'll be able to accept it. After completing it, you can come to us to receive your reward. If it is a mission from the Dragon Network system, the Dragon Network will directly send the magical power flow as a reward." "Thank you," Song Shuhang replied. "I'm increasingly feeling like the Black Dragon world is similar to a game. And it also has the flavor of a plot from Western fantasy novels." Lady Kuna asked, "Does Mr. Shuhang have any requirements for the difficulty of the task?" Song Shuhang said, "In terms of difficulty, the higher the better. Also, the closer it is, the better. It's best if it's a 5th level mission so that the grade of the Black Dragon spirit stones that can be harvested is higher." His eyes swept across the mission list. A cultivator's powerful vision and memory allowed Song Shuhang to engrave all the missions on the list into his mind, and screen them with just one glance. Song Shuhang suddenly found an interesting task. Rescue the Dragon Blood clan in the Datamar forest. About, second step bones ago, which was equivalent to about 3 hours ago in Earth's measurement of time, a Dragon Blood clan in this small dragon scale world was attacked by a large number of zombies and evil beasts, and issued a distress signal. The rescue mission was released at the fastest speed in the temple. The strength threshold for this mission was set at about the 5th level, and it was a group task. As long as a Black Dragon World mage reached the 5th level in strength, they could accept this mission, and head out to complete it. Dragon Blood Clan? Song Shuhang pinched his chin and thought. If he remembered correctly, Black Pupil 13 was a member of the Dragon Blood Clan, and he was also the strongest among the younger generation in the clan. Of course, the small dragon scale world that Black Pupil 13 lived in was not necessarily the small world they were in. The Dragon Blood clan here was merely a sub-tribe, which might be different from the one in Black Pupil XIII's memories. Song Shuhang said, "This task. Given the fate he had with Black Pupil 13, he wanted to meet the other members of the Dragon Blood clan, and get in touch with them." Lady Kuna voiced out, "Datamar Forest? That's a relatively dangerous place. It has a danger level of 5. And it is quite far away. When we rush there, this task might have already been completed. Are you sure? How about you pick another mission?" Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "It's fine. If the mission has been completed by someone else, we can simply come back to pick another mission. At that time, we'd have gotten some morning exercise. Having morning exercise is very important." He took out his magical power top-up device, swiped it gently over the mission, and accepted it. Lady Kuna smiled when Song Shuhang said this. "Then I'll wait here." She hadn't even finished her words when she saw Song Shuhang flick his fingers, and a noble golden chariot appeared in front of everyone. Bam! The heavy chariot fell on the ground of the temple, exuding golden light. Gorgeous, noble, and dazzling. Please get in the chariot, Lady Kuna. Song Shuhang made a please gesture. The divine lobster's chariot, apart from its name which made people think of a chariot dragged by lobsters, had nothing wrong with it. Moreover, as long as Song Shuhang did not take the initiative to say the word lobster, nobody would associate the chariot's dragon shrimps with the word. After all, the appearance of these dragon shrimps was that of a mighty draconic beast. The entire chariot was golden, and exuded a sense of majesty. It was a genuine 8th-stage magical treasure made from the body parts of an 8th-stage beast. Lady Kuna dumbly climbed onto the chariot. She was obviously only at the 4th level, and she wouldn't even think about participating in dangerous things like 5th-level missions in the past. But when she saw this noble chariot, she couldn't control herself, and followed her instinct to climb onto it. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Please hold tight. We're going to set off." In the next moment, the divine lobster's chariot moved forward, turning into golden light as it rushed towards the sky. What magical technique is this? The temple staff at the mission hall were dumbfounded. As staff of the temple, they could be considered to be well-informed, but they had never seen such a magical technique. Perhaps it is some kind of magical item, something like a magical car, used for transportation, a mage said while pinching his chin. Another mage frowned, and said, "But, I didn't sense any magical power coming from it." There wasn't any magical power that could be sensed from it, but there was a force as powerful as magical power that filled and surrounded that chariot. What was the origin of that power? For the mages of the Black Dragon world, the chariot appearing out of nowhere wasn't important. What was important was this new power, which aroused their curiosity. The divine lobster's chariot whizzed forward in the air. Its speed was several times faster than the 5th-level flying technique that Lady Kuna knew of. This chariot doesn't use magical power. She frowned, and the memory of the dango appeared in her mind. Spiritual power? The divine lobster's chariot flew faster and faster. Lady Kuna was about to speak but hesitated. She seemed to be the type that was prone to hesitating, and she would always have this expression of wanting to say something, but not knowing if she should say it or not. Song Shuhang asked, "Lady Kuna, what's the matter?" Lady Kuna said, "Well, I've got something on my mind, but I don't know if I should talk about it." Song Shuhang responded, "Please." The virtuous Lamia suddenly sprang out, and said in an electronic voice, "Improper to speak, untimely to speak, are you going to speak or not?" At this time, she was in a miniature form about the size of a small snake as she emerged from Song Shuhang's chest. Song Shuhang. Song, right to speak always snatched, Shuhang. Lady Kuna. The language that the virtuous Lamia had spoken in was Chinese, and Lady Kuna didn't understand a single thing she said. There wasn't a similar language in the round ball's memory. "Damn it, there is no language pack in this new update," the virtuous Lamia whispered. This was a deep male voice, and seemed to be the voice of a game anchor. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. The language library of the virtuous Lamia was so big already, and he had no idea where she even got these language packs. "Please speak, Lady Kuna. Don't pay her any mind." Song Shuhang reached out, grabbed the tail of the virtuous Lamia, and pulled her back into his body. The virtuous Lamia struggled, but her struggle was in vain, and her body was eventually stuffed back in by Song Shuhang little by little. The virtuous Lamia let out the tyrannical Song's four-toned scream. After she let out this final scream, Song Shuhang used his finger to push her back into his body. "I'll be back," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said. It hung behind little Inju, and explained, "These aren't my words, by the way. Fairy at #% made me repeat them. Yes, I'm just the one responsible for relaying the message." Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what about your dignity as an immortal's divine weapon? Your master, Senior Scarlet Heaven, would cry if he saw you like this. At the side, Lady Kuna's eyes were fixed on Song Shuhang's chest. She asked, Soul Pet? The mages of the Black Dragon world also had familiars and summoned beasts. A soul pet was a special kind of ghost-like pet. No, this is the product of my virtues and good deeds, Song Shuhang said seriously. There was nothing wrong with what he said, as light of virtue was indeed the product of his virtues and good deeds. Lady Kuna. Even if I'm not too knowledgeable, don't lie to me. Doing good and accumulating virtue can allow you to form such a beautiful soul pet? If this were the case, there would be no single men in the Black Dragon world. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Lady Kuna, what did you want to say? Lady Kuna replied, that's right. I wanted to say that we aren't heading in the right direction. This isn't the way to Dadamar Forest. Song Shuhang. He slammed the brakes, and the Divine Lobster's chariot stopped steadily, floating in the air. Why didn't you say so earlier? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's because I was surprised by this magical tool that you summoned all of a sudden. It was my first time seeing such a unique magical tool. Then, when I wanted to say it, I was interrupted, and our topic changed several times during our conversation. Lady Kuna spread her hands. In other words, don't blame her. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. The topic jumping too quickly was the 9 provinces number 1 group's tradition. After mixing in with the group for a long time, his thought process had become the same as that of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. In this world, if you couldn't keep up, you would be eliminated. Song Shuhang asked, then, which way should we move towards? Lady Kuna took out the magical power top-up device, and said, Mr. Shuhang, you can simply open the mission interface. There, you should be able to find the coordinates for the mission. You just need to follow the coordinates, and you can directly reach the Dadamar Forest. This function is for the many mages who ended their seclusion after a long time, and became unfamiliar with the outside world. It prevents them from being unable to find their destination. It's a very convenient function. It's indeed a very convenient function. Song Shuhang pulled out his magical power top-up device. He didn't think this thing would even have a navigation function. The technology tree in this magic world was quite amazing. After determining the coordinates of the Dadamar Forest through the magical power top-up device, Song Shuhang turned the Divine Lobster's chariot. Come on, baby, let's go. Song Shuhang waved his hand vigorously. The Divine Lobster's chariot raced forward. Lady Kuna. Mr. Shuhang always felt weird to her, and there would always be some messy language coming from his mouth. At this time, in Song Shuhang's inner world, Lady Onion appeared as a lovely young girl with green hair. She was holding a big kettle, drawing water from the small pond under the living spring, and also from the fragment of the Heavenly City spring water. She was mixing the living spring and the Heavenly City spring water at a ratio of 1:9. She then came to the side of the monster tree Miruru, and began to water her. She also watered the 7 colors wonder fruit tree nearby. There were also the large patches of spiritual plants, immortal dish ingredients, and medicinal materials planted by Song Shuhang. After watering and fertilizing them, she went to the oasis to feed the batch of invisible sword insects, the saber insect, and the various spirit beasts. It was a spiritual pet food prepared by Senior White a long time ago. It was originally prepared for the invisible sword insects, but now that the other spirit beasts didn't have suitable rations, they were first taking a portion of the invisible sword insects' food. After watering, fertilizing, and feeding the spirit beasts, Lady Onion returned to the edge of the living spring with the 9 virtues phoenix saber on her back. There, Senior Turtle was chatting with Pavilion Master Chu. The content of the conversation between the two was too profound, and Lady Onion was struggling to understand anything. Seeing Lady Onion return, Senior Turtle smiled, and said, "Is everything done?" Lady Onion nodded silently. Pavilion Master Chu also asked, "Is there nothing else left to do?" Lady Onion continued nodding. After seeing Lady Onion's dazed expression, Senior Turtle sighed, and said, "Is there something you want, Lady Onion?" Lady Onion immediately raised her head, expectation flashing in her eyes. "I want Wi-Fi." There's nothing I can do about it," Senior Turtle said with a stifled heart. "The inner world has lost contact with the outside world again. It might be because it's upgrading. It might also be because Shuhang has entered a place that could block the inner world's connection with the outside world." Lady Onion softly asked, "When can I reconnect to Wi-Fi?" Senior Turtle replied, "Nobody can provide an answer with certainty." Lady Onion looked up at the sky with a look of sadness. "Little Lady Onion, why don't you take this opportunity to practice for a while?" Pavilion Master Chu suggested. "It's not like you've anything else to do. Moreover, your cultivation talent is rather good." As Lady Onion mainly practiced the tome of never-ending tears of her crystal-clear water pavilion, she could give her some pointers. Senior Turtle nodded, and said, "Since you're talented in the water and ice systems, I can also offer you a pointer or two in these aspects." Pavilion Master Chu blew bubbles for a while, and then added, "When you are practicing, you'll feel that time passes very quickly. Once you close your eyes, several days, or even months or years, might have passed when you open them again. In this way, even if there is no Wi-Fi, it should be easier to pass the time." Lady Onion thought for a while, and then her eyes shone. Without Wi-Fi, her green onion life didn't feel interesting anymore, and every second felt like a year. However, if practicing could really make time pass faster, it could reduce her suffering. As she had nothing to do, why not practice? And so, Lady Onion vigorously nodded her head. Senior Turtle and Pavilion Master Chu, please give this little monster some pointers in her practice, Lady Onion said sincerely. "I want to learn a cultivation technique that can make time during seclusion pass faster." Senior Turtle smiled slightly. "This kind of cultivation technique is everywhere." Pavilion Master Chu added, "Accurately speaking, all cultivation techniques are like this at later stages. Starting from the 4th stage, cultivators' seclusions usually last months. Once they reach the 5th stage, they usually last years." Shuhang, who had not even closed up for a single month ever since he started cultivating, was an exception. But there was no point using him as reference. "I will work hard and practice diligently." Lady Onion clenched her fists. In the bottom of her heart, the idea of, one day surpassing Shuhang, the pet becoming the master, and Shuhang becoming her human pet, surfaced. The Datamar forest was a forest at the edge of this small dragon-scale world. In accordance with the style of the Black Dragon world, the forest was full of towering, giant black trees. Occasionally, a handful of green plants could be seen, but these were very few and rare. The Datamar forest was a dangerous place, with a danger level of 5. Inside, there were deadly poisonous miasma, poisonous insects, and evil beasts. In some parts of the forest, there would even be fountains of poisonous blood that would spew out. What made the residents of the Black Dragon world hate these poisonous blood fountains was the fact that they couldn't do much against them. As long as the blood struck them, no matter how strong their magical shield was, it would shatter. The patch of skin struck with this poisonous blood would rot and be poisoned instantly. This poison was not fatal, though. At most, it would cause them disfigurement and weakness for several years. In the Datamar forest, where danger was everywhere, being weak was very dangerous in itself. If you didn't have a reliable companion when you encountered these poisonous blood fountains, whether you could survive or not was a gamble. The subtribe of the Dragon Blood clan was located in this Datamar forest. The youth of the Dragon Blood clan lived alongside the dangerous forest since they were young, and they were born to be powerful melee mages. But at this time, most of the Datamar forest had been destroyed. The enemy was a team composed of zombies and evil beasts. Among them was a pitch-black, 10-armed golem that was reaching out to the sky and propping up a domain of electric light. In this area of electric and optical flicker, the dragon network was disturbed, and magical power could not condense. It was equivalent to an anti-magic area. Chapter 1624 I'll call you mother if you want. This method of countering magic was something unheard of. The whole Black Dragon world was covered by the dragon network, and the level of the network was something that could not be calculated. If someone wanted to interfere with the dragon network, they had to be in existence at the same level as the dragon network, or in the worst case, an existence that was only marginally weaker than the dragon network. But in the camps of the zombies and evil beasts, there was no such existence. In theory, it should be impossible for the dragon network to be disrupted. Yet, this statue that the zombies and evil beasts besieging the Dragon Blood clan were carrying around managed to successfully interfere with the dragon network. Moreover, it was not a short interference, but one that lasted for over 2 step bones. It continued to interfere with the connection between the dragon network and the Datamar forest for a prolonged period of time, completely paralyzing the dragon network system there. This sub-tribe of the Dragon Blood clan did not expect that the evil beasts and zombies would have this kind of black technology. As soon as the battle commenced, they were set to suffer huge losses. More than 70% of the defenses outside the tribal village were instantly rendered useless as they were all built by relying on the dragon network. With the dragon network having been affected, these defenses essentially broke down on their own. The remaining 30% of the defenses were ones that required the members of the Dragon Blood tribe to provide their own magical power. In other words, these were manually controlled defenses. However, things happened too fast. With 70% of their defenses having disappeared instantly, and the connection between the mages and the dragon network being disturbed, the mages in charge of the Dragon Blood tribe's defense had no time to activate the remaining 30% of their defenses. After a few breaths, their defense had been blown apart by the zombies. In addition to the dragon network being jammed, magical power had been affected as well. And so, the tribe's fighters, those who had stored magical power in their magical power top-up device in advance, were affected as well. When casting a magical technique, there was almost a finger of time in delay, that is, a delay of 1 second. 1 second was something that could decide the life and death of someone in a battle. When the defense of the tribe was broken and the fighters of this tribe of the Dragon Blood clan came into contact with the zombies and evil beasts, they suffered great losses. The magical techniques of the Dragon Blood clan members hadn't been activated yet when the zombies' attacks had already reached them. The fighters could only hope to raise their defenses. However, as even this was delayed by a second, in the end, they could only fall under the beast's claws. Faced with the attacks of the zombies, this powerful, Dragon Blood clan tribe could only retreat steadily. The only good thing was that Dragon Blood clan was mostly made up of combat mages. Even if they couldn't connect to the dragon network, and there was a delay in the casting of their magical techniques, they could still rely on their strong physical qualities. However, melee mages still needed the assistance of magical techniques, enhanced attacks, defenses, movement techniques, and so on. A melee mage without magical techniques was like a tiger without its claws or teeth. Their combat effectiveness dropped by over 80%. What was even more heart-stifling was that most of those who had accepted the mission and come running over were mages. This was because mages could fly and move quickly. But these pure mages who had come running over became food once they entered the scope of the anti-magic domain. On the edge of the anti-magic domain, there were zombies and evil beasts lurking everywhere. Once they found a target, a sneak attack would promptly be carried out. The Dragon Blood clan had sent people to break through the blockade of evil beasts and zombies as soon as possible, hoping to run out of the Datamar forest and pass intelligence on the enemy to the temple, but nobody knew whether this intelligence had been successfully sent out or not. As the dragon network was affected, they could no longer communicate with the temple remotely. The members of the Dragon Blood clan tribe were low on morale, and despair had inevitably overtaken their hearts. The old tribal chief held a battle spear and sighed faintly. It was he who brought this Dragon Blood clan tribe over to this small dragon scale world, setting up their tribe in the Datamar forest. They built the tribe from scratch and tasted endless suffering before finally succeeding. But today, this tribe that had accompanied him for most of his life had come to face its destruction. There are so many zombies and evil beasts. How did they break through the defenses of the Black Dragon world and break into the small dragon scale world? The old tribal chief had a pained look on his face. In the past, even if zombies and evil beasts accidentally broke in, there would only be a few of them, which did not constitute much danger. But now, there were thousands of evil beasts and zombies that came to attack their Dragon Blood clan subtribe. Among them, there were many evil beasts lying in ambush and zombies that took turns attacking from behind. With such a large number, as long as the guardians responsible for the outer defense of the Black Dragon world were not blind, it was impossible for them to let these enemies through. Unless, the guardians of the outer layer also met with an accident. A bad premonition arose in the old tribal chief's heart. If these evil beasts and zombies had used their weird statue to influence the dragon network and magical power, it was indeed possible for them to penetrate the outer defenses of the Black Dragon world in a short period of time, kill all the guardians, and then break their way into the small dragon scale world. If that's really the case, the old tribal chief's right hand couldn't help but tremble. If it was really as he guessed, then this was the biggest crisis that this dragon scale world had ever faced. His little Dragon Blood clan subtribe wouldn't be the only one to perish. The entire dragon scale world would be enveloped in crisis. No, I absolutely have to send this information out. Even if it was just his speculation, this kind of matter, which was related to the survival of the Black Dragon world, could not be delayed. The old tribal chief said, "We must pass this news to the temple." This was no longer a trivial matter of personal survival, but a major matter related to the survival of the entire world. But the biggest problem now was, that he couldn't figure out a way to deliver the message. The evil beasts and zombies had long been preventing them from passing the news out. Their formation at this time was like a net that covered the skies and the earth. There were evil beasts and zombies in the sky, on the ground, and underground. Not to mention breaking out to deliver the news, the fact that the tribe had been able to resist until now had already exceeded the imagination of the old tribal chief. Now, unless there was a mage above the 7th level that showed up and sensed the strangeness of the Datamar forest, casting a long-range magical technique to rescue the tribe, there really only seemed to be death waiting for them. The old tribal chief raised his head, and sadly said, "Do the heavens wish for the destruction of the Black Dragon world?" As he looked up, a dazzling golden light flashed in the distant sky. The speed of this beam of light was extremely high, and in a few blinks, it had appeared not far from the Datamar forest. And above this golden light, everyone could feel a sense of majesty and an exceedingly powerful aura. That was a powerful existence beyond the 7th level and close to 8th level. The eyes of the old tribal chief shone brightly. Not only his, but the eyes of all the members of this Dragon Blood tribe shone as if there was finally a ray of hope. Unexpectedly, there was such a respected powerhouse who had come at this time. They could only wonder whether this powerhouse was just passing by, or had specifically come to rescue their Dragon Blood tribe. But no matter which it was, with the strength of this powerhouse, they should be able to sense the strangeness in the Datamar forest, and the danger of the anti-magic domain from a distance. At that time, as long as this big shot made a move from a distance, and cast a powerful magical technique, their Dragon Blood tribe would be saved. "Hold on," the old tribal chief roared. "We must hold on until this powerhouse rescues us." Use all your strength to protect yourselves. Today, with the blessing of the gods, there was a path out for their people. Come on, please cast your powerful magical technique. We all hope that. F***ck. The old tribal chief exclaimed, "No." The golden light slammed into the Dadamar forest, and entered the range of the anti-magic domain. This was really the worst result. There was nothing that could be worse than this. Life had its ups and downs. Just now he felt that hope was coming, but immediately after, this hope fell into a mud pit. The old tribal chief stretched out his hand tremblingly, pressing his heart. He was afraid that he would be so out of breath that he'd pass away right then and there. Boom, in the sky, the golden light fell right outside the Dragon Blood Tribe village. It fell directly in the center of the army of evil beasts and zombies. The old tribal chief's heartbeat sped up again. He wanted to take back his previous words. Sure enough, an even worse thing had happened, and that was that the unknown powerhouse had fallen directly into the pack of monsters. There could be nothing worse than. F***ck. The old tribal chief's heartbeat frantically sped up again, and his eyes were filled with even more desperation. The golden light dissipated, revealing a gorgeous and noble chariot that was being pulled by dragon-like beasts. It was a domineering mess. On the chariot, there were several young-looking figures. The first was Lady Kuna, a well-known, theoretical magical technique instructor, of this small dragon-scale world. This lady had the most precious mind in this small dragon-scale world. Although she only had strength at the 4th level, she had mastered all the theoretical magical knowledge from levels 1 to 8. There used to be a powerful 7th level mage next door who had rushed all the way over to ask for her guidance on magical technique knowledge. There were many 5th and 6th level big shots who would ask for her help as well. No. The old tribal chief almost cried. This Lady Kuna was too valuable for this small dragon-scale world. If an accident were to befall her, the loss would be greater than the destruction of their entire dragon blood tribe. Lass, do you want me to call you elder sister? It's fine even if you want me to call you mother. But why did you have to come here and enter these muddy waters? If something were to happen to you, I would become a huge sinner, okay? In addition to Lady Kuna, who had the most precious mind, there was also a youth and a girl, who was about 2 years old, on the chariot. The old tribal chief sadly said, "No." These were 2 precious hybrids, young ones at that. The hybrid youth appeared to have a mental strength at the 6th level. And by deducing his age from his vitality, he couldn't be more than 30 years old. It was the Dragon Blood clan's talent to deduce age by sensing another person's vitality. Such a talented genius, if allowed to grow, might become the 12th saint in the Black Dragon world, a dazzling existence akin to a legendary star. More importantly, the anticipated 8th level powerhouse did not exist. The old tribal chief finally experienced what true despair was. Chapter 1625 Tyrannical Tyrant Restructuring Complete, Waiting for Instructions. The old tribal chief felt that his liver was in great pain, as if it was about to shatter into pieces. When a person was helplessly desperate, they would pray to some in their heart. Some would cry for their fathers and mothers, while some would pray to their gods. At this time, the old tribal chief had no idea whom to pray to. Roar! At this moment, a bear-shaped evil beast stood upright, and its huge bear paw slapped down towards the golden chariot. It was cumbersome in size, and could even be said to be slow, but it definitely had great strength. Immediately afterward, over 10 evil beasts, all with 5th level destructive power, followed behind the giant bear and rushed towards the chariot. It's over. The old tribal chief sighed. In this anti-magic domain, this young hybrid wouldn't be able to display the power of a 6th level mage at all. Lady Kuna, who was at the 4th level, was even more vulnerable. The old tribal chief and the practitioners of the Dragon Blood clan were not that far away from the golden chariot at this time. However, this small distance was akin to a great moat, denying any possibility of rescuing them. If the dragon network had not been disturbed and magical techniques could still be cast, the old tribal chief would still have had the means to save these three. But now, there was nothing he could do besides watch the other party be besieged by the evil beasts. In the middle of the group of evil beasts. How could this happen? The Dragon Blood clan tribe has mostly been breached already. Not good, Mr. Shuhang, we can't connect to the dragon network here, and even the magical power is disturbed. Lady Kuna was surprised. The place where they had landed was at the coordinate set as the Dragon Blood tribe's village by the mission. But unexpectedly, this place had already fallen. She and Mr. Shuhang landed at the original coordinates, and fell into the enemy's encirclement. At the same time, Lady Kuna found that she could not connect to the dragon network, and that the magical power in the area was delayed and difficult to mobilize. In addition, there was this giant bear and a multitude of evil beasts coming to attack them. Lady Kuna quickly proposed, Mr. Shuhang, drive the golden chariot and break into the camp of the Dragon Blood clan. This giant bear seemed to have 5th-level physical strength, and its size was there for all to see. If it was purely physical destructive power, it might have even reached the 6th level. With the dragon network being disturbed and magical power affected, she and Mr. Shuhang wouldn't be able to resist the evil beasts at all. Moreover, there were over 10 of them leaping towards the chariot at the moment. Lady Kuna was the kind of person who was rather calm while facing a critical situation. The only plan she could think of to get out of the desperate situation was to rely on Mr. Shuhang's golden chariot to get into the Dragon Blood clan tribe's camp. The golden chariot should be capable of doing this. Don't worry. Song Shuhang got up, put the sleeping Li Yingzhu in Lady Kuna's arms, and smiled at her slightly. The current situation is exactly what I was hoping for. Lady Kuna. Boom. At this time, the giant bear's paw hit the divine lobster's chariot, causing a heavy impact. Then, a rotten smell floated from the giant bear. An undead? I see, so this is one of those so-called evil beasts. Song Shuhang looked at the giant bear, and saw the crimson light in the other party's eyes along with the aura of death on its body. Deep within its body, there were also fluctuations of the evil energy of the netherworld. When the giant bear's palm fell, Lady Kuna instinctively wanted to avoid it. But at the next moment, she found that the giant bear failed to reach the chariot. When the bear's paw patted the space above the divine lobster's chariot, it was blocked by a faint layer of golden formation runes. A defensive magical formation? But when was it activated? Moreover, she hadn't sensed the aura of magical power at all. So evil beasts and zombies turned out to be such things. There's more of them than I thought. Anyway, as long as I kill them, I can get black dragon spirit stones, right? Song Shuhang stretched his body. The divine lobster's chariot's defenses would not be broken for a good while. It was an 8th-stage magical treasure, so even if it was in a sealed state, its defenses weren't something that a 5th-level giant bear could break just by relying on brute force. Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Scarlet Heaven Sword put down Song Shuhang's phone, and then tapped lightly to pause the movie. Oh, do you want to use me? Song Shuhang said, No, I don't need Senior to deal with enemies of this level. With how powerful Scarlet Heaven Sword was, 1/ would reduce all of these evil beasts, zombies, and the black dragon spirit stones in their bodies to ashes. Song Shuhang still needed black dragon spirit stones to activate Li Yingzhu's magical power top-up device. After the account was activated, there was still about 700,000 magical power flow in Song Shuhang's account which could then be transferred. He could give it to Li Yingzhu for her to upgrade her level in the dragon network. And in the future, his other disciples and Lady Onion would also need black dragon spirit stones, so it'd be best for him to collect plenty of them. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Senior, please help me protect little Inju and the others. If I can't deal with the enemy, I'll be asking Senior to take action. He wouldn't boast of being able to slay all of the evil beasts here on his own. After all, there were simply too many of them. With so many evil beasts and zombies, even if they just stood still and let him kill them, his arms would end up going soft at some point. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Okay, then I'll prepare myself if I'm ever needed." Roar! Outside the golden chariot, the giant bear and the over 10 other evil beasts surrounded and attacked the golden chariot. They used a kind of energy similar to the evil energy of the netherworld. It was a 7:3 mixture of netherworld's energy and another strange energy, which allowed their every strike to have explosive destructive power. Clearly, the anti-magic domain did not influence them in any way. "I'm heading out." Song Shuhang stood up, preparing to step down from the Divine Lobster's chariot. "Wait, Mr. Shuhang. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to leave the chariot at this time?" Lady Kuna gently grabbed the corner of Song Shuhang's clothes, and whispered, "After all, we can't connect to the dragon network here, and magical power has been affected as well. Don't worry. Even if I can't defeat them, I can retreat." Song Shuhang smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up. "If I want to retreat, they definitely won't be able to stop me, so there's no need to worry about me." Lady Kuna. Sometimes, she felt that Mr. Shuhang was mysterious, and every word he said was full of mystery. At other times, Mr. Shuhang's words were simple, and they would make people's hearts stifled. The polarization was simply too sharp. Song Shuhang stepped off the chariot. Lady Kuna saw him stepping on the air, his figure leaping up high, and rising to the same level as the figure of the giant bear. A black lotus flower appeared at his feet, supporting his figure. Then, a dark metallic color emerged on his right fist. Mr. Shuhang's magical technique doesn't seem to have been influenced. Boom! Song Shuhang threw a punch straight at the giant bear's head. It was the long-forgotten basic Buddhist fist technique, Basic Fist No. 1. This punch was a direct attack, akin to a heavy cannonball pressing forward with great momentum. To sum it up in simple words, as long as my fist is hard and powerful enough, it'll bring you to your knees. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The giant bear was hit by the punch, and its huge body was sent flying as it let out a strange cry. It was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, knocking down several smaller evil beasts. After it stopped, it struggled and seemed to want to get up from the ground. Song Shuhang stood in the air, and shook his right hand gently. It didn't die. Bang! Just as he said that, the head of the giant bear exploded. However, it didn't dissipate just yet, nor did it turn into a black dragon spirit stone. Instead, it got up from the ground, and launched a strange sound wave in Song Shuhang's direction. Its head had exploded, but no blood came out. It was as if its wound was as dry as an old piece of bacon. Song Shuhang said, "Sure enough, movies are all filled with lies. Who said that as long as a zombie's head was blown up, they would lose their ability to move?" Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, "There's always a difference between art and reality. You have to be considerate. For the sake of expressiveness, art often takes a different route than reality." Song Shuhang responded, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what you said does make sense." Roar, roar, roar! On the ground, the dozen or so evil beasts that were besieging the golden chariot finally reacted. They turned around, screamed, and rushed toward Song Shuhang frantically. Song Shuhang lowered his head slightly, and looked at these evil beasts. He didn't show any intention of avoiding them. Lady Kuna couldn't help but shout, "Be careful, Mr. Shuhang." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Lady, don't worry about him." In the air, 2 golden rays of light suddenly appeared beside Song Shuhang, which condensed into 2 sharp blades. The Tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades. Saber controlling technique, Moonlight Saber Control. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and the 2 blades flickered, turning into soft rays of moonlight. Headshots couldn't kill these zombie-like evil beasts, but what if he cut them into pieces? The two beams of saber light spun around Song Shuhang's body at dizzying speeds, becoming a saber net that cut everything around him. After the saber light flashed by, the evil beasts that pounced on Song Shuhang were cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. Similar to the giant bear, these evil beasts also didn't have any blood that flowed out of their bodies, as if they were old, dried pieces of bacon. "Your skill with the saber still isn't good enough," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword commented. "When you're able to cut enemies into neat and even pieces, your proficiency in this saber controlling technique can be said to be passable." Song Shuhang said, "They're like old bacon after all. They're irregular on their own. It's too difficult for me to cut them neatly." The two saber lights returned to him, whirling around him gently. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and patted them, using the saber nurturing technique on them, which could be regarded as a reward for them. Below, the evil beasts turned into black smoke that rose into the air. And in the place of their bodies, 10 black crystals of various sizes fell. These were undoubtedly black dragon spirit stones. Song Shuhang's heart thumped, and a faint light glowed on the mechanical core reactor in his body. In the next moment, a steel manifestation emerged from behind him. Tyrannical Tyrant restructuring complete, waiting for instructions. The steel manifestation also stepped on the air. Unlike before, there was no core in its body this time. The core reactor was still in Song Shuhang's small dantian. Song Shuhang said, "Collect all the black dragon spirit stones." The steel manifestation landed on the ground, and picked up the black dragon spirit stones. Immediately afterward, its gaze swept towards the center of the group of evil beasts. There was a statue with 10 arms and electric arcs coursing through its body. When the steel manifestation's eyes passed the statue, its gaze couldn't move away. The statue was tall, stylish, and curvaceous. Its 10 arms propped up the sky, and it looked especially handsome. It was not known what metal its body was made of, but this metal was fatally tempting to the steel manifestation. It couldn't wait to take the other party, integrate it with its own body, and let it become a part of itself. The steel manifestation paused slightly, and began to search its database. Looking through its database content, it found that this kind of impulse was defined in the Love folder. To be more precise, in the Love at First Sight subdirectory. So that was the case. The steel manifestation said, "Tyrannical Tyrant, perhaps it's love." Song Shuhang responded, "Huh." The steel manifestation let out a stiff line of words. "I've found love at first sight, Tyrannical Tyrant requesting to plunder. Errors in procedure. Request paused, executing initial task, collecting black dragon spirit stones." Then, it continued to squat down and pick up black dragon spirit stones. Song Shuhang. Love at first sight? The steel manifestation is in love? What in the world was going on? Could it be that the steel manifestation was so damaged that even after it had become his small dantian and recovered, its brain area had yet to be restored? Should he go look for a scientist or researcher, and have them conduct a checkup on it to see if there were any problems with it? Song Shuhang fell into thought. Since the core reactor and the steel manifestation had been integrated into his body and become a small golden core, the steel manifestation had become an innate talent of one of Song Shuhang's small golden cores, similar to the smoky body or pseudo-eternity mode. Because of this, Song Shuhang could summon the steel manifestation by using his talent. But now, it seemed that the newly summoned steel manifestation needed its brain checked. A woo-woo, that giant bear without a head had come over with a new batch of evil beasts. Even without its head, the giant bear was able to lock on Song Shuhang's position. These evil beasts did not rely on their eyes to see their enemies. Whoosh! The tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades greeted them, weaving a net of blades again, and heading towards the giant bear. Having just enjoyed a session of the saber nurturing technique, the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades were full of fighting spirit. As soon as they met the other party, they evenly cut the giant bear into several pieces. It was a pity that the bear's paw was already rotten. If it was still fresh, it could have been taken back for Chu-Chu to help her improve her cooking skills. Afterward, the virtuous Lamia appeared behind Song Shuhang. It was rare for her to be so filled with fighting spirit, even taking the initiative to fight. Song Shuhang asked, "What weapon do you want?" The virtuous Lamia shook her head. She clasped her palms together, and uttered in a soft voice, "Virtuous, giant son." In the next moment, a vast amount of power of virtue burst out, spreading out in all directions with Song Shuhang as the center, and turning into a small dazzling sun. These evil beasts were undead creatures, and their bodies contained the evil energy of the netherworld. To some extent, both were restrained by light of virtue. The virtuous Lamia did not require weapons. Just by releasing her virtuous skills, she could deal maximum damage to these evil beasts and zombies. The virtuous giant sun spread in all directions, creating a large ball with a radius of 10 meters. Within this area, no matter if they were flying in the sky, running on the ground, or digging under the ground, all the evil spirits and beasts were wiped out. This was a screen-clearing skill that made even Song Shuhang jealous. Song Shuhang comforted himself, "Although I don't have actual AoE skills, I do have my light of virtue." Ding, 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 a series of sounds resounded. After the virtuous giant sun dissipated, the evil beasts and evil spirits were all purified. Pieces of shiny black dragon spirit stones fell to the ground. The steel manifestation made its move, quickly picking up all the black dragon spirit stones, and putting them in a cosmos bag. This cosmos bag once belonged to Demon Monarch Anji. Song Shuhang was preparing some gifts for his disciples and also Lady Onion for the end of the year. At that time, whichever disciple of his performed the best and made the most progress would be rewarded with this cosmos bag. At this time, numerous transparent energy lines extended out from the steel manifestation's body. These were the meridians used by the core reactor to transport energy. Now, they'd become a skill of the steel manifestation. These energy lines flexibly picked up the black dragon spirit stones on the ground, and put them into the cosmos bag. During the days when Lady Onion couldn't leave the inner world, the steel manifestation could replace her as Song Shuhang's loot-gathering pet. Looking at the evil beasts in front of him, Song Shuhang said, "If my inner world hadn't gone into hiding, it would have gotten to eat its fill again this time." After all, the evil energy of the netherworld in the bodies of the evil beasts could be easily absorbed by the inner world. If the inner world hadn't cowered, it would have been able to absorb a portion of the evil energy every time an evil beast was killed. It was a pity that the evil energy here ended up dissipating and going to waste. Energy equals money. How much money had been wasted just in this wave? Song, heart-piercing pain, Shuhang. On the divine lobster's chariot, Lady Kuna was dumbfounded. She had been observing Shuhang before, and his magical power top-up device showed that he was still in the 5th level area in terms of authority, although his mental energy had already reached the 6th level. However, wasn't his combat power a bit too over the top? These undead creatures that caused headaches for the residents of the Black Dragon world were like mud in Mr. Shuhang's hands. Evil beasts of the 4th and 5th level could not even survive a move of his. Moreover, ever since the start, it seemed as if he never used all of his strength. And that sun-like magical technique, wasn't it nearing the 7th level in terms of power? How was he able to release it? Lady Kuna smiled bitterly, and said, "Mr. Shuhang, you have too many secrets." She had wanted to understand him by observing him. But in hindsight, it turned out to be a task with an extremely high difficulty rating. In the Dragon Blood clan tribe, the old tribal chief gulped. What else could be said? Life was truly unpredictable. 1 second ago, he was in the troughs of desperation. 1 second later, it was as if he was on cloud 9. This was even more stimulating than bungee jumping. This precious hybrid was absolutely not an ordinary 6th level. Perhaps he was using a special cultivation technique that concealed his aura? Perhaps he can, F***CK. Before the old tribal chief could finish speaking, he saw a tall figure stepping out of the camp of the evil beasts and zombies. It was a female zombie whose appearance was similar to that of a human of the Black Dragon world. As soon as she appeared, all the undead creatures gave way to her one after the other. This meant that this female zombie had a very high status, and similarly possessed very high strength. She should, at the very least, possess power at the 7th level, if not higher. She moved toward Shuhang step by step before stopping to face him at a distance of about 20 meters away. The tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades felt threatened, and hovered beside Shuhang. The virtuous lamia grew in size, and wrapped around his body. Shuhang immediately understood that this female zombie was a strong enemy. After all, she had a completely different style from those ordinary zombies. She wasn't that tall, but she was slender and slim, giving others the illusion of her being tall. Her skin was in the style of the Black Dragon world, but similar to Lady Kuna, the black color was very beautiful, and looked healthy. Her legs were straight, her feet exposed outside her long skirt. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her beautiful feet were there for all to see. Unlike the zombies and evil beasts on the side, her body was intact. There was no sign of decay, and she looked like a young girl filled with vitality. Only her red eyes, sharp teeth, and the aura of death around her body distinguished her from the living. If the member of a group was so different from the others, it was very likely that they were a strong mutant. "You're very strong," said the female zombie. She spoke in fluent Black Dragon world language, but her voice was slightly hoarse. Shuhang clasped his fists, smiled back, and replied, "You're too kind." The female zombie continued, "But I am stronger. Not only am I strong, but I have high authority, superior intelligence, and my looks are outstanding." Shuhang. "Sorry, even with the jumpy way of thinking that I acquired from the 9 provinces number 1 group, I'm unable to keep pace with your thoughts." At the same time, Shuhang placed his hands behind him, and sent a signal to Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. The female zombie added, "So, since I am strong, powerful, superior in intelligence, and excellent in appearance, you should kneel and surrender." Shuhang. It was a simple line of reasoning, but it looked rather convincing. "Strength is not judged by how well one can talk," Shuhang said. The female zombie smiled coldly. "If you aren't going to surrender, then die. Since you say you're an expert, prove it." Shuhang smiled slightly and raised his head. The sage's eye in his left eye socket exuded a strange light. The sage's impregnating eye was so powerful that it could even make a stone conceive a life. However, the female zombie in front of him was an undead creature. As such, Shuhang wasn't sure whether the impregnating gaze would have any effect on her. For this reason, he had Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword quietly prepare itself. "Prove it? Then I'll use your death to prove my strength." The female zombie burst out, and behind her, the projection of a 1,000 armed golem appeared. There's no need for something so troublesome. Expert's appraisal. The light in Shuhang's eye fell on the female zombie. Facts had proven that the effects of the sage's impregnating gaze were outstanding. The female zombie's abdomen quickly swelled. However, there was no other effect besides this. The female zombie's face was expressionless. As an undead creature, she couldn't feel something like pain. Sometimes, zombies are just too much of a cheat. Shuhang stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword appeared in his hand. He then spun his wrist. The heaven-burning flaming saber flames raged. At the same time, at the battlefield a decent distance away, the steel manifestation quietly arrived at a suitable place while holding the ancient witch's blessing. At the next moment, it activated the teleportation ability, flickered, and appeared right beside the statue. Chapter 1627. It's always exciting to run away after acting tough. Since it was Song Shuhang's manifestation, it could use the ancient witch's blessing, which was bound to Song Shuhang, without a problem. The ancient witch's blessing had a spatial jump ability that allowed one to teleport anywhere within a 500-meter range after activation. Under normal circumstances, spatial abilities were something that only 9th stage Tribulation transcenders could use. If one wanted to use spatial abilities while below the 9th stage, they had to either be someone who was favored by the heavens and possessed special talents, or rely on a super-rare spatial magical treasure. But magical treasures with such abilities were extremely difficult to forge, and there were times when one would need to go through several worlds in search of the necessary materials. In addition to that, one could also make use of altars or similar methods to perform teleportation operations. But whether it was spatial talent, spatial equipment, or a spatial altar, they were all extremely rare. When cultivators below the 9th stage fought, they would rarely take into account the other party possessing spatial abilities. Faced with the steel manifestation's sudden spatial jump, the evil beasts and zombies were caught off guard. Even if they wanted to block it, they wouldn't be able to do so. Unless they could bring out a 9th stage zombie that could seal space to prevent the steel manifestation from crossing it, there was no way for them to prevent the spatial jump from succeeding. The 4 zombies responsible for guarding the 10-armed statue were stunned for a moment. They watched as the steel manifestation disappeared from its place, reappearing inside their defensive perimeter. The steel manifestation stretched out its hand, and placed it on the 10-armed statue, caressing it gently as if it were its lover. Buzz! The sound of electric currents crackling could be heard. A large number of electric arcs burst on the 10-armed statue, forming a net of electricity. This was its own defense mechanism, a barrier of sorts. This layer of electricity could prevent enemies from interfering with it, and at the same time was a sort of early warning measure, signaling that an enemy was close enough for the statue to be wary. The steel manifestation's body became numb from the electricity. When I touched her, I felt something similar to an electric shock. Indeed, this is love. The steel manifestation confirmed its guess. 6. Love is like electricity, coursing through fingertips and entering their hearts. 2. Love is like an electric shock. Love is electrocution. Electric shock is love. Love is a buzz. 3. You're electricity, you're light, and you're the only one for me. 5. Roar! The 4 zombies responsible for guarding the statue roared, and rushed to the steel manifestation, wishing to tear it apart. Tyrannical Tyrant excitedly said, Tyrannical Tyrant requesting permission to plunder. Song Shuhang replied, stop wasting time and find a way to finish things quickly. If you can carry it away, then do so, but if you can't, figure out a way to have it merge with you. 2. After thinking about why the steel manifestation had been looking at the 10-armed statue so longingly, Shuhang concluded that it might be because it was an opportunity for it to become stronger. Therefore, he quietly handed over the ancient witch's blessing to the steel manifestation to give it a better chance. The steel manifestation only had one task: to get this 10-armed statue. That way, the anti-magic domain would be undone, allowing the Dragon Blood tribe to properly release their combat power. The shape of the 10-armed statue was too conspicuous. Once one saw it, they would immediately be able to guess that it was the source of the anti-magic domain. Orders received. After the steel manifestation received the instructions, the light in its eyes brightened. At the same time, its body inflated. Mecha transformation. Under the gazes of the evil beasts, it turned into a giant mecha. Its mechanized form was 2 heads taller than the 10-armed statue. It was huge and mighty. Under the watch of all the evil beasts and zombies, it picked up the 10-armed statue, and carried it on its shoulders. Immediately afterward, the moment the ancient witch's blessing was off cooldown, the steel manifestation quickly activated it. Whoosh! The steel manifestation's figure reappeared at an altitude of 300 meters. Because it was carrying the huge 10-armed statue on its shoulders, the distance of this teleportation had been significantly shortened. However, a distance of 300 meters was enough. After acting tough, he picked up his wife and ran away. It was truly exciting. For the 4 zombies responsible for defending the statue let out unwilling roars. Their attacks hit either empty air or the ground. Being able to use spatial cheats below the 9th stage was simply too broken. Others couldn't enjoy the game at all. Stop it. The zombies and evil beasts roared loudly. They also set up a blockade in the air so that the other party wouldn't be able to run away. Tyrannical Tyrant sent a request again. Tyrannical Tyrant requesting to enter the crazy escape mode. Permitted. Are there no problems with regard to your energy? Shuhang quickly approved its request. Energy is sufficient. Tyrannical Tyrant's body shape changed again, becoming a shuttle-shaped immortal boat. Tyrannical Tyrant, launching. The immortal boat form of Tyrannical Tyrant let out of room, just as if it had stepped on the gas. 3 below the immortal shuttle, the 10-armed statue was bound by transparent energy lines. The 10-armed statue continuously maintained an electrical barrier that caused electrical damage to Tyrannical Tyrant around it. But for Tyrannical Tyrant, this electrical damage was just another sign of love. Love was akin to electricity and flames. The more shocking and the more heated it was, the more blazing one's heart was. Boom! The crazy escape mode was activated. In this mode, all the energy stored in Tyrannical Tyrant would be consumed in an instant. Afterward, a flight speed at the peak of the 7th stage, or even the 8th stage, would be achieved. This was speed meant for a desperate escape. Even if it meant complete destruction, the steel manifestation would not stop. As for the energy, there was no problem, as they just collected a large number of Black Dragon Spirit Stones. All the Black Dragon Spirit Stones were transformed into energy for the crazy escape mode by Tyrannical Tyrant. An escape speed at the 8th stage was something that none of the evil beasts, zombies, or people present could attain. The zombies who wanted to block Tyrannical Tyrant with their bodies were directly knocked away, their chests smashed in the process. In this way, all the zombies and beasts could only watch as Tyrannical Tyrant ran away carrying the 10-armed statue, running farther and farther, and eventually becoming a little star. The little star flickered as if saying, "Come, chase me if you can catch me, I'll let you punish me." It was an action that left others unable to breathe. After the 10-armed statue disappeared, the anti-magic domain was also gone. Immediately, the combat mages of the Dragon Blood tribe burst out with power. The connection between them and the Dragon Network had been restored, and their magical power was no longer delayed. Flame Body. Combat Aura. Ice, Curse My Enemies. Black Dragon Armor. Aura of Slowness, Gravitational Power, Steel Protection, Divine Dragon Spear, Flying Dragon Attack. A dazzling array of magical techniques was constantly being released. In an instant, the magical techniques of the Dragon Blood tribe covered the entire area, both dazzling and filled with deadly beauty. The old tribal chief held his spear firmly and let out a roar that reached the sky. Aluololuo, kill, 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 it's time for us to fight back. Kill them all. Aluololuo, 5 kill, kill, kill. Kill all the enemies, whether they're an evil beast or an evil. *CK. I got too excited, and seemed to have gotten a heart attack. Ah, my chest hurts. My medicine, where is my medicine? 1. The Dragon Blood tribe, which was no longer affected by the anti-magic domain, could finally burst out with their real combat power. Now, when fighting the evil beasts and zombies, they were no longer completely suppressed, and they could finally defend and launch counterattacks. In the air, Shuhang held a blazing sword in his hand. He spun his wrist and unceasingly waved Scarlet Heaven sword. Clang, clang, clang. Beside him, the sound of metal clashing echoed non-stop. It was naturally the zombie woman who was fighting Shuhang. It was just that the zombie woman's speed was too fast, so fast that ordinary people couldn't see her at all. But Shuhang's left eye was the sage's eye, so even if the zombie woman were faster, it would be no problem for the sage's eye to keep track of her. For clang, clang, clang in a short span of time, Shuhang and the woman had clashed nearly 300 times. The zombie woman waved her hand, and after another forceful strike, she turned and retreated. She then stared at Shuhang. Although her abdomen was huge, it didn't affect her speed in the least. She calmly said, "You are stronger than I thought." To Shuhang replied, "You're flattering me." 1. He was actually slightly embarrassed because it was Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword who was attacking the zombie woman from the beginning. Shuhang was just holding it, and putting on a pose. 3. The 300 clashes that he had with the zombie woman were entirely Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword acting on its own. The zombie woman calmly said, "Sure enough, you are not an ordinary existence. If you had been one, you would have long fallen under my Mingyin Kapo spear. Mingyin Kapo was a noun in the language of the Black Dragon world which would mean karmic when translated. Shuhang lowered his voice, and said in Chinese, "Karmic spear? That actually sounds really cool." Generally speaking, as long as it wasn't just a cool name to impress others, a spear technique that was related to karma was definitely quite amazing. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed, and said, "No wonder I found her spear technique so interesting that it even brought me excitement. It turns out that it was a spear technique related to karma. For at this time, the zombie woman assumed an offensive posture. "However, I will kill you with my next move. Give me your name, my spear does not claim the lives of unknown people." 2. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What is she saying?" Shuhang said, "She asked me to tell her my name, saying that her next move would take my life." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword smiled. "In that case, what are we waiting for? You should satisfy her. Give her your name, Shuhang. In addition, I have some understanding of the principles behind that karmic spear of hers. If I get a good look at her sure-kill spear technique and manage to understand it, I might be able to create a karmic saber technique for you later." 1. Shuhang said, "A karmic saber technique? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, that's a deal." 1. Then, he looked at the zombie woman. "You want my name? Then open your eyes wide." For Shuhang stretched out his hand, and then snapped his fingers. 2 Sage Seals appeared beside him. Tyrannical Song Sage Seal, Tyrannical Scholar Demonic Seal. 1. Call me Daddy. The virtuous Lamia was very witty, and seized this rare opportunity. 11. Chapter 1628 In spring, I'll plant a girlfriend. Shuhang looked up at the virtuous Lamia. Fairy #times, with her cheeks in her hands, showed a subtle sense of satisfaction on her face. Shuhang. The "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect that his body carried had experienced various changes. If he didn't bring out his sage seal, the other party wouldn't recognize him at first glance, unless they knew him already. And if circumstances required it, as long as the sage seal was brought out, the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect would be reactivated. Just like how it happened now. The 2 sage seals appeared behind Shuhang, working hard to set off Shuhang's dignity so that he, a fake profound sage, would be able to exude an aura of someone at the 8th stage. Daddy, tyrannical, song, duh. Daddy, tyrannical, scholar, the zombie woman yelled out involuntarily, saying these two names in Chinese. For this was the beauty of the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect. Whether or not the other party recognized the words on the sage seal or demonic seal, even regardless of whether or not the other party recognized the characters, as long as they saw the two seals, they would understand the meaning of the words and be affected by them. Song Shuhang was now already used to the stuttering when it came to "duh." Daddy, tyrannical, song. One habit really was a terrible thing. Not long ago, he would still be quite averse to this kind of pronunciation that sounded really similar to "daddy song" in his heart, but now he was completely unperturbed when hearing it. Come to think of it, it should also be because his will had become stronger. Anyway, the expression on Fairy #Times S face was filled with satisfaction. Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. So that's the case. Tyrannical song, tyrannical scholar, is this your name? Your last name is Tyrannical Song, and your name is Tyrannical Scholar. This is the first time I have seen such a name. Now, die. The zombie woman shook her spear. Her figure turned into a blood-red flash of lightning as she attacked Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang questioned, she doesn't understand the meaning of these two sage seals. Could it be that in the Black Dragon world, when entering the 8th level, there wasn't a divinity show, or a process where the sage seal was condensed? Song, distracted in the middle of a life and death battle, Shuhang. Anyway, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was the one in control. Song Shuhang was merely holding the sword and posing, having a lot of time to be to be in thought. Tyrannical Song, tyrannical scholar, you are doomed to die by this spear. Accept your fate, the zombie woman shouted in a cursed voice. Her words seemed to carry a kind of curse, or rather a spiritual power. Along with her shout, her spear shot out. When faced with this spear, Song Shuhang felt a strange feeling in his heart. A man whose surname was Tyrannical Song and first name was Tyrannical Scholar, this man was doomed to die from this spear. Was this the zombie woman's sure kill move? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword smiled, and said, sure enough, this spear locks onto the target, and then integrates karmic laws in the move. This spear will form a curse that is sure to hit. After she knows one's name, the lock-on, sure hit, and fatal effects would be enhanced by 30 to 40%. It's pretty much as I guessed. Senior, can you take this a bit more seriously? Song Shuhang asked. When facing this spear, I feel as if it is destined to make a hole in my body. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, this is karma. Even if only a little bit of it was integrated into the move, it would still have such effects. It's amazing, isn't it? Clang. The spear of the zombie woman stabbed toward Song Shuhang's head. It looked like it was going to be a headshot. Scarlet Heaven Sword rose up automatically and stood vertically in front of Song Shuhang, resisting the spear. The corners of the zombie woman's mouth rose. Done. Tyrannical Song, tyrannical scholar's head would be smashed to pieces. Since this spear was called the Mingyin Kapo spear, how could it be so easy to block? The spear thrust forward, and as it was about to hit Scarlet Heaven Sword, 3 karmic phenomena appeared in the eyes of the zombie woman. In the first one, Scarlet Heaven Sword would stand in front of Song Shuhang's eyebrows, blocking her spear. In the second one, a huge tortoiseshell shield would suddenly appear, blocking her spear. In the third one, the virtuous Lamia would suddenly swing the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades, and the twin blades would block her spear. There are only 3 karmic paths? It's rather few. However, it's enough. Of these 3 phenomena, she simply needed to randomly choose one and follow through, and her spear should be able to smash Tyrannical Song, tyrannical scholar's head. The zombie woman said, then, I'll choose the first one. All of these things happened within just a moment. The tip of her spear flicked and plunged into the first causal phenomena. At the next moment, her spear seemed to have disappeared, piercing karma. As if having turned into nothingness and seeing Scarlet Heaven Sword as nothing but empty air, it pierced straight toward Song Shuhang's eyebrows. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "This is a really good move. I've already understood her karmic spear. Alright, Shuhang, I'll be letting you handle this yourself. I'll create the karmic saber technique for you." Song Shuhang. Senior, are you serious? The spear is about to reach my eyebrows and pop my head off. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I'm just kidding, your sense of humor is really lacking. You definitely have no talent for telling jokes." 2. Song Shuhang. 1. At this time, the flames on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's body burned fiercely. The spear in the hand of the zombie woman vaporized in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Even the evil energy of the netherworld and that other mysterious energy which were wrapped around the spear were completely burned by the flames. With the spear gone, how could she continue her move? The zombie woman's eyes widened. How is this possible? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword lazily said, "I've finished cracking the technique. I'll be leaving her to you, Shuhang." Embryonic gaze. Song Shuhang didn't hesitate to lock on to the zombie woman with his right eye and use the embryonic gaze. The effect of the impregnating gaze was still there, so it was in his best interest to complete the combo with the embryonic gaze. Whoosh! The casting speed of the embryonic gaze was slower than that of the impregnating gaze, but at this time, the zombie woman was facing Song Shuhang and was in a state where her energy had been exhausted, and she had yet to recover. The embryonic gaze lightly fell on her. In the next moment, an abnormal change occurred to her body. The effect of the embryonic gaze was different each time, such as lignification, petrification, tattoos, shadow binding, and many more. Even Song Shuhang didn't know what effect the embryonic gaze would produce. A large number of golden tattoos appeared on the body of the zombie woman. These tattoos grew out as if they were alive, turning into a rope that bound her. Previously, when the fat ball had borrowed Senior Skylark's body to enter the main world, it had suffered a similar fate under the embryonic gaze. This time, this zombie woman also got tattoos on her body. From the looks of it, whenever the embryonic gaze was used on a reanimated corpse, it would produce this tattoo-like binding effect. The golden tattoos completely covered the body of the zombie woman. The scene was strangely beautiful. Black-colored skin and golden tattoos turned out to be a stunning combo. What did you? The zombie woman felt that her body was in an undesirable state. She flew into the air while retreating backward, wanting to get away from Song Shuhang. You want to run? Don't you think it's a bit too late for that? Song Shuhang chuckled. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against the air. Come out, simple holy city. The combined magical treasures Ferocious Camel's Rock, the Four Kings' Walls, and the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate appeared as Song Shuhang willed. The huge rock served as the foundation, the Four Kings' Walls formed the walls, and the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate sat on the top as a lid. The zombie woman was sealed within. She suddenly let out a cry filled with pain. The golden runes formed a red spider lily on her back. The flower bloomed quietly. The tattoo was originally golden, but it turned blood red in an instant. A seed grew from the crimson flower and fell. When the seed fell, the body of the zombie woman suddenly turned into a pile of ashes. Song Shuhang looked at the pile of ashes suspiciously. Under normal circumstances, after the embryonic gaze was deployed, a treasure would be looted from the target. This was the first time Song Shuhang had seen this scenario where the target died. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, catching the seed. On the crystal-clear seed was the phantom of a woman. It looked the same as the zombie woman just now. It was just that her face was calm, the red color in her eyes had faded, and her two sharp tiger teeth were gone. In the seed, she lay quietly like a black princess. Shuhang said, "Interesting, after I plant this seed, will I be able to grow a black younger sister in the future?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Your thoughts are dangerous." The virtuous Lamia remarked, "In spring, I planted a girlfriend in the field, waiting to harvest many girlfriends in the autumn. But before autumn could arrive, I'd already harvested many boyfriends." Just like always, this line was not said in her own voice, it should be the voice of a female anchor on the internet. Fairy waiting for a promise, don't look at messy things when going online in the future. Shuhang said solemnly. Fairy #%times s database needed to be cleaned up. She couldn't continue stuffing everything in there. Shuhang held the seed, and after some thought, he used the secret appraisal technique on it. There wasn't any specific reason for it, he just felt like doing it. Of course, he did not forget to switch to his smoky form when he used his secret appraisal technique. Surprisingly, the cost of the appraisal was much higher than Shuhang imagined. The smoky body appeared to have spewed a great quantity of blood. A strand of primordial chaos will. A fragment of the primordial chaos will that rules over the ancient Nether, the counterpart of the Black Dragon world. Its main body finished condensing 3 years ago. It seems that I was careless again, and have messed with something terrifying. With no access to the inner world, am I done for? Shuhang fell into deep thought. In the meantime. The steel manifestation carried the 10-armed statue, and rushed into the outer layer of the Black Dragon world, moving frantically. In the end, it bumped into a school of fish made up of countless steel objects and was forced to stop. Chapter 1629 I didn't do anything. The steel manifestation's crazy escape mode would not stop until all of its energy had been exhausted, or until it had completely broken down. And when it crashed into this school of steel fish, countless steel objects gently stuck to its body, entangling it. In the next moment, the steel manifestation felt that the energy in its body was quietly being sucked away. The appearance of these steel objects was a mix of that of fish and bees. Their characteristics fitted their appearance. Just like a school of fish, tens of thousands of these steel fish swam together in the air. At the same time, they were like industrious little bees, picking energy like nectar. After just coming across them, the energy of the steel manifestation was nearly emptied. The steel manifestation screamed, "Tyrannical Tyrant halting all operations." It was forced to stop even before it could activate the spatial jump function of the Ancestral Witch's Blessing. Even with its forward inertia, with all of the steel fish surrounding it and counteracting its momentum, it slowly but surely came to a stop. It wasn't only the steel manifestation, the 10-armed statue was also emptied of its energy, and could no longer release any of those electric love signals. The steel fish were not picky when it came to energy, no matter what kind of energy it was, they would suck it out. After taking Tyrannical Tyrant's energy, the strange steel fish did not kill it. They simply wrapped around Tyrannical Tyrant repeatedly, circling it again and again, and sending the steel manifestation into the depths of the void. Reporting, Tyrannical Tyrant has been captured. The steel manifestation sent a signal to the main body. In the Datamar forest. Shuhang looked up at the sky. Tyrannical Tyrant had been captured, taken away by a group of monster steel fish. My liver hurts, and my waist also hurts. This guy is totally unreliable. Judging from the picture he got sent, those steel fish seemed to be that group of remote-controlled magical treasures. Shuhang said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's end things quickly." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What happened?" It was currently creating the Karmic Saber technique. Tyrannical Tyrant. My steel manifestation was captured. We need to make a trip to get it back, Song Shuhang said. But before we go, I'll need Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's help to kill the evil beasts and zombies here in one breath. As long as a bit of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's energy was used, that would spell the end for the evil beasts in the Datamar forest. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, what an unreliable manifestation. Alright, use me. Let's enter the one with the sword state. I'll cooperate with you and enter my strongest state. Song Shuhang paused slightly, and immediately understood the meaning behind Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's words. The so-called one with the sword state was the same as the one with the saber state. And, if he wanted to enter the one with the saber state, he'd need to use the saber nurturing technique first. This was the hidden meaning behind Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's proposal. It wanted him to use the saber nurturing technique. Then, let us enter the one with the saber state, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang smoothly used the saber nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Oh, it feels great. Energy is constantly pouring in. Let's do this." Combo skill, Heaven Burning Flaming Saber Technique. Song Shuhang spun his wrist, and a blazing flame rose from Scarlet Heaven Sword. In the next moment, pillars of fire suddenly swallowed the thousands of evil beasts and zombies present, and rose into the sky. Almost 80% of the evil beasts and zombies were engulfed in these pillars of fire, letting out screams of despair. On the Divine Lobster's chariot, Lady Kuna looked at the scene. Amazing. She had been watching as Mr. Shuhang held the long sword in his hand, flicking it lightly. Then, the flames on the sword blazed, giving her an inexplicable sense of handsomeness. Afterward, this super-large flame technique was cast. Thousands of separate pillars of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing over 80% of the zombies and evil beasts on the battlefield. Lady Kuna murmured, "It's simply unimaginable that such a large-scale technique can be controlled so precisely." The flames enveloped the evil beasts and zombies, but they did not accidentally injure any of the friendly forces present. In the sky, Song Shuhang was standing on a black lotus, holding the flaming sword, and looking dumbfounded. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword quickly said, "I didn't do anything." Song Shuhang said, "Me neither." Then, who cast this flame pillar technique that covered the entire battlefield? Fairy #% said, "If you don't know anything, why have you come out?" She used Pavilion Master 2's voice this time. Song Shuhang. Whoosh! Around 80% of the evil beasts and zombies were reduced to ashes under the flames of those pillars of fire. They were unable to escape from those pillars of fire. It felt as if space itself had been sealed. What made Song Shuhang's heart hurt even more was that after these evil beasts and zombies died, no black dragon spirit stones fell. Song Shuhang had rushed to the Datamar forest with the goal of fighting monsters and collecting some black dragon spirit stones. But now, although he had busied himself for so long, the number of black dragon spirit stones he had in hand was 0. In other words, all that work he did was in vain. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Don't let yourself be distracted and hold me tight. I'm afraid something is wrong with these pillars of fire." It could not locate the person who had cast the fire pillars. Moreover, these fire pillars did not disappear after burning the evil beasts and zombies, but gathered somewhere underground. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It feels like a large-scale sacrificial ceremony. These zombies and evil beasts have become sacrifices. Stay alert." The virtuous Lamia also felt the same. Her figure grew in size, and her tail curled around Song Shuhang as she protected him with her body. Song Shuhang nodded solemnly. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the virtuous Lamia. Saber Intent Armor. The Saber Intent formed a set of beautiful, tight-fitting armor on the virtuous Lamia. After thinking about it, Song Shuhang summoned the Tyrant King Expert's shield, and let it spin around him. The 4 kings' walls that were summoned earlier had not disappeared either, continuing to loom beside Song Shuhang. Hi hi hi! At this time, a strange laugh sounded in people's ears. Just hearing the sound made people feel dizzy and nauseous. Afterward, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Song Shuhang. The figure had crossed through space, appearing out of nowhere. The figure was made up of flames and magma, and it was covered in a layer of black smoke. One could vaguely tell that it was the figure of a woman. Mingyin Kappa, she uttered syllable by syllable. Next, a spear was stabbed viciously at Song Shuhang's waist. Chapter 1630 Ancient Nethers Incarnation. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It's the karmic spear." It dragged Song Shuhang away and ferociously slashed out with the now ready, heaven-burning flaming saber technique, facing the woman's spear head-on. The karmic spear that the zombie woman used earlier to burst open Song Shuhang's head was much weaker than this one. The spear attack from this woman made of flames and magma made Scarlet Heaven Sword feel intense pressure. If it was its former owner who was wielding it, if it was Scarlet Heaven, it would be 70% certain of being capable of blocking this spear. But the problem was that it was Song Shuhang who was working together with it to perform the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. A little rookie, a 5th stage cultivator with 6th stage strength. Could it block this move? It could only do its best. To be honest, this kind of evenly matched battle was what it longed for, making its sword blood boil. Although it was a sword, it had grasped its own sword intent, so it had always been battle-hungry deep inside. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Cooperate with me fully." Song Shuhang replied, "I've been doing that all along." He raised the sword, bent slightly, and slashed at the spear. This posture was a bit awkward, damn it. Do my enemies have to target my waist every time? Are they envious of my multicolored waist or something? I won't let you succeed. Song Shuhang's divine sense, spiritual power, and energy were all concentrated to an unprecedented degree when his saber intent burst out. At that moment, he felt that his saber intent had faintly achieved a breakthrough. A long time ago, he felt that his saber intent was showing signs of changing, and perhaps it was about to assume a completely different form from the saber intent armor. When he swung down the sword today, he felt that his new saber intent was about to break out of its shell. He had a hunch that his saber intent would transform very soon. Heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Burn it to cinders for me. Song Shuhang switched to holding the sword with both hands. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth rose sharply. With Song Shuhang as the center, the water in all directions evaporated. The members of the Dragon Blood tribe on the battlefield felt their skin and lips dry up. The flowers and plants in the Datamar forest withered, and some trees even ignited spontaneously. This move was too terrifying to put into words. In the eyes of the members of the Dragon Blood tribe, Song Shuhang, who was in the sky at this time, was as dazzling as one of those legendary stars. There were no stars in the sky of the Black Dragon world, and the people of the Black Dragon world had never seen what stars looked like. Their knowledge of stars had only been obtained through some legends. Song Shuhang, who was wrapped in flames at this time, was just like the stars described in those legends. Boom! The heaven-burning attack slashed down, but the spear shot through the flames brazenly. Crack! A sound similar to that of glass breaking rang out. Scarlet Heaven Sword anxiously said, "Not good." Song Shuhang also found that something wasn't right. The heaven-burning flaming saber technique that he slashed out together with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword felt as if it shattered. The sword attack shattered like glass shards. Was this the real power of the karmic spear? Under normal circumstances, the spear of that woman composed of flames should have been blocked by the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, and the two sides would have ultimately ended up in a tie. But now, her spear shattered because of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, just as if shattering a mirror. This resulted in the cause and effect of the whole attack being broken. The karmic spear remained unabated, piercing at Song Shuhang's waist. Everyone in the wholl targeting my waist. Avia whoosh. The four kings' walls and the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate appeared. They went to shield Song Shuhang. This thick, 5-layer defense let him feel a little more at ease. Crack, the sound of glass breaking rang out once again. In the next moment, the karmic spear ignored the 5-layer defense as if it was nothing but air. The spear continued to move forward. It did not stop at all. Clang! The Tyrant King Expert's shield moved over, and stood in front of the spear. This time, the karmic spear wasn't able to ignore the Tyrant King Expert's shield. But the tip of the spear only trembled a little before the Tyrant King Expert's shield was sent flying. It had only been able to withstand the tip of the spear for a nearly negligible moment. At this time, there was nothing Shuhang could use to defend himself. Even Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword didn't have the time to protect him. The virtuous Lamia rolled into a ball, firmly wrapping around Song Shuhang. Limited by Song Shuhang's body, she currently only had strength at the 6th stage. In addition, the power of virtue in the flat imperial hat had yet to recover. So, she could only do so much. The karmic spear pierced the virtuous Lamia's body, and the saber-intent armor on her body exploded. Immediately afterward, the spear twisted slightly. The virtuous Lamia turned into light of virtue that filled the sky and dissipated. This time, she neither pretended to die nor screamed. Because there was no time or opportunity to do so at all. The virtuous Lamia could only buy a little time for Song Shuhang. The moment the spear pierced the virtuous Lamia's body, Song Shuhang did not hesitate to activate the sage's eye. Impregnating gaze. Facing an enemy of this level, saber techniques, magical techniques, and cool moves were of no use. The enemy's attacks all had their own locking and defense-negating functions. Only the scholarly sage's eye could buy Song Shuhang some more time. Snap! The impregnating gaze was extremely fast. As long as it was launched, it would strike the target without fail. Using the scholarly sage's expert's appraisal, let's see just how strong you are. The impregnating gaze fell on the flame woman, but like a drop of water entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. Your Excellency is indeed a peerless powerhouse. Truly worthy of my admiration. It's the end for me. I knew that I shouldn't have lent the ancestral witch's blessing to the steel manifestation. If I had that magical treasure, I would still have been able to struggle for another round. Rip! The karmic spear pierced Song Shuhang's waist. The combined magical treasures, giant golden crab's shell, appeared. Crack! It was the sound of glass shattering again. The tip of the spear plunged into Song Shuhang's body. It was so hot that it felt as if the wound would cook in an instant. Puff! At this moment, Song Shuhang's body suddenly turned into smoke and dissipated. Although it was a step late, it still came. In addition to the inner world, Song Shuhang's most powerful life-saving trump card was the pseudo-eternity smoky state in which he was immune to physical damage. This was his final struggle. If the quality was lacking, the quantity would have to make up for it. There was no such thing as too many life-saving measures. The spear passed through his body, but the flames on it sent waves of pain that assaulted Song Shuhang, with each wave being stronger than the previous one. But Song Shuhang could still hold on. Mingyin Kappa. The flame woman uttered the same words as before as she drew her spear, stabbing ruthlessly. This move was to crush the cause and effect of Song Shuhang's smoky mode, thus killing him directly. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, again. Fine, let's do this. The smoky Song Shuhang stretched his hands. He grabbed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, twisted it at a strange angle, and swept it toward the spear. This time, the flame woman's karmic spear could no longer ignore Scarlet Heaven Sword, and was struck by it. This spear brushed past Song Shuhang's smoke body, leaving a scorching wound. Scarlet Heaven Sword lowered its voice, and coolly said, "Your karmic spear has been cracked." She might not understand Chinese. Song Shuhang gnashed his teeth. Besides his waist, there was now another place that had been struck by the spear. The wound was on fire, with each wave of pain that assaulted him being more painful than the last. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What's the origin of this thing?" She'd mastered the complete karmic spear, could cross through space, and had appeared after sacrificing more than 80% of the evil beasts and zombies present. "I have a guess in my heart, but I hope that it's wrong," Song Shuhang said with a stifled heart. When he appraised the seed produced from the zombie woman before, the result he got was a strand of primordial chaos wool from the ancient Nether. And the woman in front of him, who was composed of flames, magma, and black mist, was probably a collection of many strands of that ancient Nether primordial chaos will. It was a clone-like existence. If it was really as he guessed, then the woman in front of him was equivalent to a projection of Senior White 2 in the main world. This was likely to be an existence of a higher level than even immortals. Song Shuhang asked, "My resurrection CD isn't over yet. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, are you sure you can deal with her?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "If I have enough energy, it shouldn't be a big problem to defend against her." But the problem was that Song Shuhang did not have enough energy for Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to use. Even if he drained all his energy, it wouldn't be enough for Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to slash out a 9th stage heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Meanwhile, the woman made up of flames, magma, and black mist stopped attacking. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and let out a strange cry. It wasn't a language, but rather a purely chaotic call without meaning. Above the black dragon world, a tribulation cloud appeared. Afterward, a kind of law with the power to destroy everything materialized in the form of divine lightning. The heavenly punishment. Song Shuhang's burning smoky body quivered unstably. This thing had consumed his precious resurrection gold coin a short while ago. Had it not been for Senior White's clone being there to save him, his corpse would have already turned cold. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It isn't targeting us." The target of this heavenly punishment was that woman made of flames and black mist. Boom! The lightning of the heavenly punishment blasted down and landed on the woman. Her figure became unstable, just as if she was going to collapse. Song Shuhang said, "I understand. It's like when the fat ball had sneaked into the main world. If the ancient Nether's primordial chaos will enters the black dragon world, it would be subjected to the heavenly punishment." It felt like the relationship between the black dragon world and the ancient Nether was similar to that of the main world and the netherworld realm. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning of the heavenly punishment descended again and again. The woman roared, and the projection of a bottomless abyss appeared behind her. That was likely the projection of the ancient Nether. Compared to the fat ball, she was much more reckless, directly retaliating against the heavenly punishment. The ancient Nether projection got bigger and bigger. At this time, the demonic hamster on the divine lobster's chariot suddenly yelled, "Master!" There were two especially conspicuous figures walking beside the vast ancient Nether projection. Compared to the huge ancient Nether projection, those two figures were only the size of a fingernail. However, people's eyes would inexplicably gravitate to them. This was what it meant to be born to be the focus of everyone's eyes. In the projection screen, these two handsome figures were walking slowly in the ancient Nether. Every time they moved a certain distance, the two would stop. Then, they would each pluck off a strand of their long hair. After the two strands of hair were joined together, they'd be inserted into the ground of the ancient Nether by Senior White 2. Senior White 2 would then reach out, stroking the two strands of hair a little bit. Rumble, the long hair grew like a tree sprouting, turning into a pillar that pierced through the sky in the blink of an eye. Senior White nodded slightly, looking satisfied. Then, the two Senior Whites continued to go to the depths of the ancient Nether. The distance they took with every step was extremely controlled. Song Shuhang looked confused. What were the two Senior Whites doing? Moreover, didn't they say that they were just going to be gone for a short while? How did they end up in the ancient Nether? If the demonic hamster and Song Shuhang had really waited at the same spot for the two Senior Whites to return, how long would they have waited? Sure enough, the words, "I'll be back soon," were a lie. The demonic hamster shouted, "My master is there." Tyrannical Song, let's go there too. Song Shuhang. The question is, how do we get there? Boom. In the air, the heavenly punishment divine lightning continued to strike down fiercely. The woman made of flames and black mist raised her spear and threw it fiercely. Mingyin Kapo. The spear shot out like a javelin and pierced the skies. This momentum was so strong that it seemed to blow away all the tribulation clouds. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, should we join in? Should they stab her in the back while she was dealing with the heavenly punishment?" As he said that, he slowly released his smoky mode. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "If you want to be involved in the heavenly punishment, be my guest." The heavenly punishment and the heavenly tribulation were very similar in some aspects, one of these similarities being that those who intervened with the process would get targeted as well. Whoosh, in the air, the karmic spear that was shot out violently pierced the tribulation cloud of the heavenly punishment. The tribulation cloud was actually blasted apart, though it did quickly recover. While the tribulation cloud was recovering, the woman made of flames and black mist rushed toward Song Shuhang. She still wants to deal with me? Or does she want to get me involved in the heavenly punishment? Song Shuhang had several thoughts in his mind. While he was in thought, the woman disappeared from her place. This was the work of spatial power. In the next moment, she appeared precisely behind Song Shuhang, and grabbed him. Before Song Shuhang could react, she reached out and threw him into a spatial gate. Immediately afterward, her figure disappeared again, teleporting into the vast, ancient Nether. As she disappeared, the tribulation cloud in the air also disappeared. The old tribal chief clutched his chest, and shouted, "Nu, the precious hybrid whose combat power was exaggeratedly high, and who might even be a genius that had already touched the saint domain, was captured by the zombies besieging his dragon blood tribe." The old tribal chief couldn't breathe and fainted. Lady Kuna anxiously said, "Mr. Shuhang. What should I do?" Mr. Shuhang was taken away. She subconsciously touched the divine lobster's chariot, thinking about driving it. "Stop shouting, I'm not dead yet." At this moment, Song Shuhang's voice suddenly echoed in her ear. As soon as she turned her head, she saw a ball of black smoke sliding out from the bottom of the divine lobster's chariot. This black smoke gathered, finally condensing into Song Shuhang's appearance. His body was covered by a magical sheet of cloth, which seemed to have the power to conceal his aura. While he was wearing this sheet, Kuna could hardly feel Song Shuhang's aura. "Ugh, my waist." Song Shuhang looked at his waist, where the spear had left a hole. The flesh was scorched and bloody. Moreover, the wound couldn't heal, just as if it were cursed. Terrible pain came from his waist, assaulting Song Shuhang's consciousness like a tsunami. In addition to the waist, Song Shuhang also had a long gash at his back, which was the last wound he received. Song Shuhang activated the healing technique of the Defiant Whale Warrior's glove on the wound. However, the wound showed no signs of healing. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Don't waste your energy. Wounds of this level carry the power of a law. Unless you die and resurrect, no, wounds of this level might even be carried over to your new body after you resurrect. Just wait for the two Senior Whites to return from the ancient Nether, then get them to figure out how to deal with it." Song Shuhang frowned. "It hurts so much. I'm almost at my limit." Scarlet Heaven Sword curiously asked, "Does it hurt that much? The pain is so frightening that it causes my face to twist." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, "But from your expression, it doesn't feel like you're in much pain. You're frowning, but it doesn't really look like your face is twisting. TSK, your pain tolerance is really high. If it hurts too much, should I make you lose consciousness first? I can wake you up after the two whites return from the ancient Nether." Lady Kuna couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Shuhang, weren't you captured just now? Could it have been an illusion?" Just now, everyone saw that Song Shuhang was taken away by the woman. Despite that, Song Shuhang was here right now, so who was taken away? "It was my clone." Song Shuhang sighed. Clones were simply too useful. His clone and body were exactly the same in appearance, and there was no difference between them at all. Previously, when he cancelled the smoky form, he quietly created his clone, leaving it in the air. As for his real body, it quietly escaped to the Divine Lobster's chariot under the cover of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Then, things progressed as they did. At the last moment, the woman made of flames grabbed Song Shuhang's clone, and returned to the ancient Nether. After confirming that she had left, Song Shuhang came out quietly, wearing that sheet. "A clone technique?" Lady Kuna nodded. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked around. The Dragon Blood tribe should be able to handle the remaining evil beasts and zombies, right? In order to allow that woman made of flames to appear, nearly 80% of the evil beasts and zombies present were sacrificed. Only about 20% were left now, and they were all low-level varieties. Without the interference of the anti-magic domain, the Dragon Blood tribe could completely deal with these evil beasts and zombies on their own. Lady Kuna nodded, and said, "They can handle it." Song Shuhang said, "What a pity. I wanted to get some Black Dragon Spirit Stones, but it looks like I'll have to wait for some other time. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's go to the sky. We need to rush while I can still lock onto the coordinates of the Ancestral Witch's blessing." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Can your body manage?" Song Shuhang confidently said, "It's not a big problem. Although this kind of pain is close to the limit of my endurance, should be able to get used to it after some time." He didn't have much confidence in things like sword techniques or magical techniques, but when it came to pain tolerance and adaptation, he had a lot of confidence in his capabilities. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang looked at Lady Kuna, and said, "Lady Kuna, where I'm headed next will be more dangerous. Can you stay here at the Dragon Blood tribe and take care of little Inju for me?" Lady Kuna looked at the little girl in her arms and nodded. "Then I wish Mr. Shuhang all the best. Thanks for your good wishes." Song Shuhang laughed. He stood up and drove the Divine Lobster's chariot, preparing to send Lady Kuna to the Dragon Blood tribe. But as soon as he got up, there was a sudden pain that came from his sensory sharing with the clone. There was also the complete memory from the clone that was sent back. The memory was of a dark enclosed space. Spatial runes confined his clone on all sides in order to prevent it from escaping through spatial abilities. The flame woman stretched out her hand and pressed it on Song Shuhang's body, her eyes revealing a happy expression. Then, there was a dark flame that came from her body, and poured into his clone. She muttered, "Be one with me. I've been waiting for this day for so long." The next moment, his clone screamed, and it exploded. The last scene it saw before exploding was the woman having a vividly confused expression on her face. "I didn't think that I'd explode. It hurts so much. My waist hurts, my back hurts, and now I have to bear the pain from my clone." The level of pain finally exceeded the limit that Song Shuhang could endure. His eyes rolled up, and he fainted, falling to the ground. "She'd been waiting for this day for a long time, huh? When she wanted to pierce my waist earlier, it felt like she was going to kill me. But after taking my clone, she decided to merge with it, and said that she'd been waiting to do so for a long time? Are we acquainted or something? Song Shuhang could be sure that he had no relationship with the woman made of flames. Moreover, if they'd had some connection, there would have definitely been a hint from the secret appraisal technique previously. Could she have mistaken him for someone else? Could it be that certain characteristics of his body caused her to make a mistake? Song Shuhang found himself in a mess of internal drama at the moment. The moment before he fell unconscious, there were uncountable thoughts plaguing his mind. With the end of the last thought, Song Shuhang's consciousness plunged into darkness. Lady Kuna exclaimed, "Mr. Shuhang, Mr. Shuhang." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It's fine. It's just that the pain he received was greater than he could handle, and he fainted. He'll wake up after a short rest." In the sky of the Black Dragon world, the school of steel fish gently wrapped around Song Shuhang's steel manifestation and the 10-armed statue, leading them into the depths of the void. They eventually arrived at a lair made of a mess of steel. There were various kinds of energy stored in the lair. Just like bees collect nectar, these steel monsters collected energy and stored it. The steel manifestation was taken to the lair. Afterward, there was a weak signal, and a call connected. "Hello." The steel manifestation said, "Hello, Tyrannical Tyrant greets you." The voice again whispered, "Excuse me, are you a princess?" Tyrannical Tyrant replied, "No, I am Tyrannical Tyrant." Chapter 1632 Yes, 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 I am a princess, look at my long hair. The weak signal on the opposite side seemed to have gotten stuck. After a while, the signal reconnected with Tyrannical Tyrant. "Tyrannical Tyrant is not a princess?" The steel manifestation replied, "Tyrannical Tyrant is Tyrannical Tyrant." The weak signal said, "Determined as a non-princess item. Appraisal result is a recyclable item. Recommending to be transferred to the disassembly workshop for 3-step disassembly. The outer shell is to be converted into building materials, the core is to be transferred to the energy core workshop, and the consciousness is to be transferred to the main system to enhance the main system's calculation speed." Tyrannical Tyrant froze. Reporting, Tyrannical Tyrant is about to be broken down. It quickly sent out a distress signal to the main body. Tyrannical Tyrant was in great danger. But this time, the main body did not reply to it. Because of the extreme pain that had just been shared with him by the clone, his consciousness was out. The thousands of steel fish slowly swam over, gently rolling up the steel manifestation and moving it just like before. Tyrannical Tyrant struggled, but it was stuck and unable to move. After 2 breaths, Song Shuhang's consciousness shifted to the steel manifestation. After the core reactor became part of Song Shuhang's small golden core, the connection between the steel manifestation and Song Shuhang had deepened. The depth of their relationship was now second only to the one between Shuhang and his clone. As long as there was no special barrier that blocked their connection, Song Shuhang's consciousness could ignore any distance and reach the steel manifestation. This function was discovered just now, after Song Shuhang's main body passed out from extreme pain. After his consciousness shifted to the steel manifestation, Song Shuhang twisted his neck and made an abnormal sound, creaking twice. Subsequently, the steel manifestation changed from the immortal boat form to its human form. Along with this change, the steel fish that were engulfing its body stopped. They could sense the changes in the steel manifestation. Immediately afterward, the weak signal connected to Song Shuhang's steel manifestation again. In Song Shuhang's consciousness, a signal link had appeared. Then, a voice sounded in Song Shuhang's consciousness. "Excuse me, are you a princess?" Song Shuhang replied, "No, I'm a man." The voice said, "Determined as a male, a non-princess item. Continuing to perform the 3-step disassembly procedure." Song Shuhang. Disassembly? Just because I am not a princess, the steel manifestation is going to be disassembled? How sexist. No, wait, Song Shuhang quickly compromised. Alright, I'm a princess. He decided to buy some time first. Anyway, there weren't any outsiders here, and nobody would see how he compromised. The voice continued, Ding task modified, target has been determined to possess princess identity. First, checking hair length. Ding judged as fail, target's hair length is short, fails to meet the princess system status. Ding transferring to 3-step disassembly process. Sheet. Which dumbass stipulated that a princess has to have long hair? Can't there be a princess with cute and short hair? Long hair is beautiful, but short hair has its own pros, okay? Wait. My hair can grow. Song Shuhang felt so tired. Let me recover some energy first. I can make my hair grow back. Permitted, please wait a moment. That voice was unexpectedly reasonable. The strange fish that surrounded Song Shuhang's steel manifestation slowly dispersed. Finally, 2 of them attached themselves to the steel manifestation, giving it a stream of pure energy. The strange fish were not only able to take away energy, but also give it. After getting this energy, should I activate the ancestral witch's blessing to escape? Song Shuhang silently thought to himself. No, it won't work. The ancestral witch's blessing's range was only 500 meters, and the steel manifestation couldn't run without energy afterward. It would still end up in the hands of these strange fishes. So, he could only try something out. It was time for Senior Creation's hair-growing technique to shine. It was just that he had no idea whether or not the hair-growing technique would work on the steel manifestation. Theoretically speaking, the hair-growing technique focused on stimulating hair and making it grow. However, the steel manifestation did not have a fleshly body. He was at a dead end, so he could only give it a try and hope for the best. It was best if he succeeded, because if he failed, the steel manifestation would be torn down, destined to have no more fate with him. It really felt as if he was destined to be unable to possess a chat group clone. Hair-growing technique. Song Shuhang activated the magical technique. In the next moment, black hair quickly grew out on the steel manifestation's head. The steel manifestation was created using Song Shuhang's main body as the template, so its hair was short and made of steel. But now, long, human-like black hair covered the short steel hair, growing until reaching his waist. The black hair was long and bright. Song Shuhang swung his head. The hair-growing technique was really great, it never disappointed when it came to growing long hair. The voice softly said, redetermining identity. Ding successful, hair length is up to the standard. Welcome back, princess. We have been here waiting for your return. Song Shuhang. That's it? There are no other procedures to determine one's identity? No DNA testing or something like that? What the hell is up with only checking the hair length? Are you really looking for a princess? Ever since this group of remote-controlled magical treasures appeared in the Black Dragon world, have they not encountered a single long-haired girl? It was a miracle that no one had duped them yet. At this time, the gentle voice continued, confirmed to have found the princess, mission complete. At the next moment, all the steel fish in the lair swam back, wrapping around Song Shuhang's steel manifestation. Song Shuhang. Long live the Star Nation. That gentle voice continued to sound in the ears of Song Shuhang's steel manifestation. In the next moment, a violent explosion engulfed the steel manifestation. The enormous energy accumulated in the lair had detonated. The final mission. Confirmed to be completed. Princess, may you rest in peace, may you have a longer sleep. An intermittent voice sounded in the steel manifestation's ears. Song Shuhang's heart felt very tired. He now understood that the final mission of these damn things was to retrieve the princess, and then give her a magnificent explosion to send her to heaven. Just what is the grudge between you and your princess? Could it be that from beginning to end, these steel monster fish hadn't been looking for their princess seriously? And they just wanted to find the princess that met their criteria, and complete their final mission? In the rumbling explosion, neither the steel manifestation or the 10-armed statue were spared. Song Shuhang's consciousness was kicked out of the steel manifestation. In addition to the steel manifestation, my ancestral witch's blessing is also at the center of the explosion. Song Shuhang felt his heart ache when he thought of this. That was a 9th stage magical treasure, and it was also a precious item with spatial abilities. He could only hope that it wouldn't get destroyed. Otherwise, the losses he suffered would be really heavy. Today, the people of the Black Dragon world saw one of those legendary stars for the first time. The light shining in the sky spilled down to the entire Black Dragon world, dispelling the shadow of the evil energy. The light was so warm, and the people of the Black Dragon world involuntarily looked up to the sky, reluctant to move their eyes away even if they were hurting. They involuntarily stretched out their hands to welcome the light of the legendary sun. It was completely different from the light brought by the protective layer of the Black Dragon world. This light gave off a feeling of blazing heat. When it shone on their skin, it felt warm, just as if their whole body was being filled with power. In some places where the defenses of the Black Dragon world had been breached, the evil beasts and zombies that had sneaked into the various small dragon-scale worlds felt uncomfortable. They liked the darkness, and hated this dazzling light. In the Blood Dragon tribe in the Datamar forest, the old tribal chief woke up. Previously, when the people around him saw him fall unconscious, they hurriedly cast a healing technique to save him. The old tribal chief opened his eyes in a daze. At the next moment, he saw the warm sunshine. As soon as he looked up, he saw the sun hanging high up in the sky. Ah! The old patriarch let out a surprised cry, and he tremblingly stretched out his hand. Is this the light of a star? Yes, it is exactly the same as the stars recorded in legends. It's just like the light of those saints when I first peered into the dragon network. If this is the light of a star, then am I going to enter the dragon god's kingdom now? The old tribal chief murmured. My biggest regret in life is that I have seen several geniuses fall, not having the ability to help them. I wanted to contribute more to my tribe and the Black Dragon world, but I didn't expect to leave the world before being able to do so and enter the dragon god's kingdom. Ah! I'm too old already. According to the Dragon Blood clan's records, they were descendants of the dragon god, and they would enter its kingdom under the guidance of the light of a star after death. What follows is the era of the youth. Although I'm very unwilling, it's all over for me. The old tribal chief stood up tremblingly, basking in the light of the sun and spreading his arms out wide. Receive my soul, your highness dragon god. Around him, the other members of the Dragon Blood tribe could only blink as they watched their old tribal chief perform a one-man show. Song Shuhang's consciousness returned to his own body. However, he didn't wake up immediately. His consciousness had now entered the core reactor located in his small dantian. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and touched the core reactor. Countless transparent energy lines emerged from it. These lines could be used as the paint for the golden core composition. The golden core composition, Song Shuhang reached out and touched the core reactor lightly. An impulse had appeared in his heart, and he was eager to portray it. Chapter 1633 I'm the man who'll become the king of serial works. Originally, Song Shuhang planned to paint the heavenly court composition on the mechanical core reactor. But now, he'd gotten a new inspiration. This composition still had his own self as the prototype, and he would start by drawing a character. This was Song Shuhang's own style when painting a golden core composition. This character could have various identities, but they all essentially represented him. The golden-armored warrior that stood guard outside the impregnable holy city, the man wielding the holy sword of the end while facing off against the universe, and the sage conducting a speech were all essentially the same person. The figure drawn this time possessed a metallic luster. In the center of the composition, the steel manifestation was in a cross-like posture. Afterward, Shuhang began to paint a school of steel fish. He first drew the prototype of a fish. But while he was painting, another inspiration suddenly emerged in his mind. A memory. Last time, when he entered the virtuous network, he met Senior Melon Eater, who had taken him to see a magical treasure that was claimed to be able to destroy stars. This treasure possessed an ultra-long-range attack that could obliterate a small mountain with a single shot. As long as there were enough of them that they could blot out the sky and earth, they would even be able to decimate a world. At that time, the terrifying, star-killing magical treasure had caused Senior Melon Eater to laugh so much until it peed itself. However, not mentioning who would even go through with forging so many of these star-killing magical treasures, even if there were indeed that many of them, how much energy would it take to operate them? According to Sage Monarch Melon Eater, if one wanted to operate a planet-sized, star-killing magical treasure, finding a matching energy core would be the biggest problem. Theoretically speaking, the small, star-killing magical treasure could indeed be produced with regards to their energy cores. There were many cultivators who could forge a magical treasure capable of destroying a small mountain with a single shot. But when the number rose, these star-killing magical treasures would still require energy. They couldn't just bring their own dry rations, could they? As for the big shots who could indeed supply the energy needed by so many star-destroying magic weapons, they should be capable of destroying stars on their own, so why would they bother forging so many small magical treasures? People who could use them could not provide them with the energy they needed. Those who could provide them with the energy did not need them. The theoretical, star-killing magical treasure was in an awkward position, and its actual usefulness was very low. At this time, Shuhang had a strange idea. In his mind, he recalled the design concepts that Sage Monarch Melon Eater showed him. The individual, star-killing magical treasures were at the level of ordinary 5th-stage magical treasures, and Shuhang could understand their forging process and design concepts. So he tried to merge the star-killing magical treasure with the steel fish in the golden core composition. When others composed their golden core compositions, they would carefully consider every step they took for fear that they would make a mistake and regret it for the rest of their lives. After all, there was no room for regrets when it came to the golden core. However, when Shuhang drew his golden core composition, he was completely devoid of any pressure. His hands simply moved on their own. His golden core compositions were made in rapid succession, each one drawing from his various experiences. Moreover, Shuhang didn't worry about making mistakes at all. He had no distracting thoughts in his heart as he only concentrated on the things he wanted to draw, turning his inspirations into pictures on the golden core. This state of mind allowed one to create a golden core composition that best suited oneself, as it was a process that gave free rein to one's will. Shuhang tried to combine the strange fish and the star-killing magical treasures, and the process went smoothly. They were rather similar in body shape, and were supposed to be in groups. They had many things in common, and there were almost no contradictions between the two. After a few breaths, the first star-killing fish appeared on Shuhang's golden core composition. Star-killing fish? Fish of destruction? World-destroying fish king? Forget it, the name should appear on its own when I complete the golden core composition. There's no need to think about it now. The more Shuhang drew, the more his emotions flowed. His fingers danced, leaving illusory lines as they moved. The star-killing fish were drawn one after the other, neatly and orderly, winding around the steel manifestation in the golden core composition, covering it gently. This scene was the last scene before the steel manifestation was blown up. Shuhang's fingers moved faster and faster, and the school of star-killing fish was drawn little by little. After drawing the first inspiration that came to his mind, Shuhang temporarily stopped painting. He looked at his core reactor. The things he drew only occupied about a quarter of the core reactor. However, the first inspiration he wanted to draw had already been drawn. He didn't want to draw only star-killing fish, as that would reduce the quality of the golden core composition. "Big brother, you're awake, did you fail?" Suddenly, a voice rang behind Shuhang. It was the virtuous Lamia. She had been destroyed by the spear earlier and was still recovering. At this time, she had only just condensed her head. She was floating in Shuhang's small dantian, watching him paint. Her line was a line from a song. "No, this is what I wanted. Everything is under my control." Shuhang smiled slightly. Everyone else's golden core composition was a still picture. However, Shuhang had come across much more. His golden core compositions included positive and negative flip pictures, dynamic pictures, and Droste effect pictures. Therefore, he felt that a golden core composition shouldn't be monotonous. It could take on many forms. This time, he wanted to adopt a brand new style for this golden core composition. He stretched out his hand, and drew a square frame on the core reactor, enclosing everything he had just drawn in that frame. Under that frame, he continued to draw the second inspiration that emerged in his mind. Once more, he drew the steel manifestation, as well as the countless star-killing fish and the lair. But this time all the star-killing fish, together with their nest, were exploding. Shuhang had become familiar with exploding scenes. After all, it wasn't his first time drawing explosions. He had experience. After finishing the second inspiration, Shuhang once again picked up the brush, and added a black frame. The two inspirations occupied exactly half of the core reactor. The virtuous Lamia had already condensed more than half of her body at this time. She tilted her head and curiously looked at the golden core composition drawn by Shuhang. A comic? It might have been because it was too surprising, or that there weren't any suitable lines in her line database, but she had used her own voice when saying this. "Yes, a comic," Shuhang said. "Nobody said that one couldn't just draw a comic-style golden core composition, right? Why does the golden core composition have to be one picture? I'm going to draw 4 frames today. If my experiment is successful this time, when I start on the composition on my life-bound whale core, I could even draw an entire series on it. Now, are you afraid? Fairy #times. Shuhang's brain had finally broken. To publish an entire series on a golden core composition was something that only he could think of. When they were in the midst of creating their golden core compositions, ordinary cultivators would be especially careful, making each stroke with utmost care and consideration. It was especially so for their final stroke, where many did not even know where to start. Who was so idle to make it more difficult for themselves, and draw an entire series on their own original dantian? Shuhang continued, the third inspiration. The steel manifestation was still at the center of the picture. This time, what emerged from Shuhang's brush was a rising sun. In the sun, the lair and the countless star-killing fish were faintly visible. Under the sun, there was a black world. The light of the rising sun shone on the world and brought warmth to it. Although Shuhang's main body was unconscious and had not personally witnessed the sun in the sky of the black dragon world, he relied solely on his deduction to construct this image. This third scene was the state of the black dragon world at this time. He then went on to draw another box. In this last scene, the style had changed suddenly. This scene was connected to the first painting. The first, second, and third frame formed a story. The first and fourth frame formed another story. With the steel manifestation at the center, countless star-killing fish congregated. They were arranged neatly. They turned in unison, and then released an attack with the cannons on their backs. Hundreds of millions of lights gathered, attacking a certain part of the void. The Ray of Destruction. After a certain number of star-killing fish was reached, the super long-range attack of this school of fish could theoretically destroy a star. Behind these hundreds of millions of lights, there were numerous layers. The dense layers could provide energy for the star-killing fish. The star-killing fish gathered energy from the area around them, and stored it in their layers. This was only a rough design, and it also only had theoretical significance, with it being too difficult to implement in reality. However, Shuhang wasn't really planning on recreating it in reality. He was only drawing a golden core composition by relying on his impulse and inspiration. The last part. Shuhang lifted his finger, and his eyes fell on a blank position in the last part of the golden core composition. That was the location where the light gathered. That was where the enemy to be destroyed was supposed to be. The finishing touch. Let's stop here for now. Shuhang finally retracted his finger. He wasn't in a hurry to add the finishing touch to his small golden cores. After all, there was still one small golden core with no composition. The opportunity had yet to arrive. Overall, the composition is complete. Shuhang stopped. Then, the name of the golden core composition appeared in his mind. It represented a painting of technology and cultivation, star of creation and destruction. The name is better than I thought. Shuhang squeezed his chin. The name he thought it would have was the world-destroying son of star-killing fish. Fairy #% blinked. It turned out that Shuhang really succeeded. In the future, he wasn't really going to draw a whole series on his life-bound whale core, right? Chapter 1634 The Last Princess and the Funeral Boat. At the Dragon Blood tribe of the Datamar Forest. Ever since the sun first appeared in the sky of the Black Dragon world, it had already risen a total of 3 times. In other words, in the Black Dragon world's time, 3 days had passed. Shuhang opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were bloodshot and full of exhaustion, and his body temperature was low. He had been unconscious for over 3.5 days. This was the longest sleep he'd had recently. Yo! Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice sounded by his ears. Shuhang turned his head and found that Scarlet Heaven Sword was lying by his bedside, watching a movie on his phone. Its body was standing upright with its hilt on a pillow. It was clearly a sword, but in its current state, Shuhang took it as if it were lying down. Didnt at this time, the low battery warning sound rang out from Shuhang's phone. He then saw Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword flip around flexibly, and place its sword tip on the phone. Pa, a small arc of electricity shot out from its tip. The battery of the phone quickly went up. And it was back to full in the blink of an eye. It was the charging technique that Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had developed. Well, it was a magical technique that could be learned at the first stage, after all, so it was normal that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword could learn it with a glance. After charging the phone, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword flexibly flipped back, and went back to watching the movie. The whole process was very smooth and showed great familiarity. It was clear that this was not Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's first time charging the phone. Shuhang. Why was he getting the impression that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was slowly heading towards becoming a waste sword? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "You're finally willing to wake up?" I'm finally up. I slept for quite a while this time. Shuhang raised his right hand and gently rubbed his eyes. Afterward, he silently circulated the 33 Divine Beasts technique, rousing the energy of the golden cores in his body, and getting spiritual energy to flow through his body, allowing himself to drive away the abnormal state which the excessive sleep had left him in. His bloodshot eyes recovered, and his body temperature returned to normal. For you, this is not a bad thing, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said slowly. After sleeping for 3.5 days, and taking the time you've spent in the Black Dragon world into consideration, the CD of your Resurrection Gold coin has already gone down by 4 days. That's true. Song Shuhang nodded. At the same time, he drew his left arm cautiously. Li Yingzhu had been sleeping sweetly on his left arm. After placing little Yingzhu's head on a pillow and covering her with a sheet, Song Shuhang sat up. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What happened while you were unconscious?" Under normal circumstances, with Song Shuhang being at the 5th stage realm, not to mention him having a 6th stage physique, he shouldn't have been unconscious for so long. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "While I was unconscious, I finished a golden core composition. I now have 7 small golden cores, with only 1 lacking a golden core composition. The forever impregnable holy city, the world-ending holy sword, the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times, the limitless crystal-clear water pavilion, the star of creation and destruction, and the virtuous Lamias, the connected world. Of his 7 small golden cores, it was only the ancient witch's divine blood that still did not have a composition." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. It really seemed as if Shuhang was racing against time when it came to this matter. When others were out cold, they would be focusing on trying to recover and leaving their unconscious state as soon as possible. But Song Shuhang took advantage of the time he was unconscious to draw a golden core composition. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword really wanted to show Song Shuhang a polite smile, but it was a sword, after all, so it couldn't make such an expression. "I used quite some time to make the golden core composition, but during that time, I also received some fragmented information." Song Shuhang rolled over and got off the bed. He was in a wooden attic at this time, and he went to open a door to the balcony. Song Shuhang went to the balcony, and looked up at the sun floating above the Black Dragon world. "That's me." Song Shuhang pointed to the sun of the Black Dragon world. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. "You also got some news while you were out cold?" When the sun of the Black Dragon world had risen, Scarlet Heaven Sword had sensed strong energy fluctuations. The sun in the sky was the light emitted by a large amount of energy after exploding. This kind of explosion was not a random explosion, but rather one that accorded to a certain set of rules, and was supported by a large formation. After exploding, the energy turned into a small sun, emitting light and heat. Due to the long distance, Scarlet Heaven Sword had not observed the structure of the newborn sun, so it wasn't clear on how it was able to continue burning. It estimated that the energy of this little sun was not any less than that of a 9th stage Tribulation transcender. Moreover, for this little sun to maintain its state, it needed to expend a lot of energy at every moment. At this time, the little sun had been burning for over 3 days. "My steel manifestation is in this little sun, acting as its core," Song Shuhang said with a stifled heart. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Your steel manifestation? Wasn't it captured by those remote-controlled magical treasures?" "Yeah, and because of my head working in magical ways, it ended up becoming that little sun together with those magical treasures." Song Shuhang sighed. His eyes looked directly at the little sun. The sun's rays did not burn Song Shuhang's eyes. Through the blazing light, he could see the steel manifestation deep in the core, slowly rotating while posing as a cross. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What's the matter with this little sun?" Song Shuhang replied, "Well, it's the sun boat funeral ceremony for the last princess of Star Nation. During the 3 days he was unconscious, he had received a lot of fragmented information through his connection with the steel manifestation. After he finished piecing everything together, he could roughly understand what was going on with those steel fish." Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, "I haven't heard of any Star Nation." After saying that, it flew to Song Shuhang's side with the phone, and looked at the sun in the sky. However, a sun boat is something that appears in the myths and legends of many worlds. "Your steel manifestation is in that sun boat?" As an offering? Song Shuhang said, no. I was treated as a princess. Scarlet Heaven Sword turned and looked at Song Shuhang. Are you joking with me? In what way is your steel manifestation anything like a princess? Song Shuhang said, well, it was the result of my head working in magical ways. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, okay, I understand. Anyway, you've done something big. What do we do with your steel manifestation? Do you need me to blast the sun and bring it out? It still had a decent amount of energy left in its body. The biggest consumption it had experienced was when it was dealing with the karmic spear of that woman made of flames. With the energy it still had left, it should be able to destroy the little sun if it worked together with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang softly said, no, not for the time being. Let it stay in the little sun for now. Anyway, it won't last for much longer. The final mission of that lair, along with its countless steel fish, was to welcome its princess and then create a sun boat to send her off. According to the fragmented information he had received, they had planned on having the sun boat burn for a total of 500 years. However, the lair and its steel fish in the sky of the Black Dragon world had collected too little energy. At most, the little sun would shine for 10 days to half a month before burning out. Song Shuhang had received some messy memories in his unconscious state. The first was the word Star Nation, which was obviously the kingdom of that princess, the steel fish, and the fish's lair. However, as for where that nation was and when it was from, he had no clue. But from how everything was for the last princess's sake, it could be taken that Star Nation had already fallen. The sun boat ceremony was a funeral ceremony of Star Nation, but it was also a means of seeking life in death. When the princess's life is about to end, she will return. The first mission of the steel fish was to build a large lair and continuously collect various kinds of energy. Before the princess returned, they only had one mission, and that was to do their best to collect as much energy as they could. Their second mission was to welcome the returning princess. And their final mission was to transform into a sun with the princess and become a sun boat. The sun boat would follow the trajectory of the world for 500 years. 500 years later, if the princess could come out of the sun boat, she would regain her youth and become stronger. If the princess did not come out of the sun boat would take her body and float deep into space, eventually disappearing. This kind of ritual sounded as if it were full of mystery. But in fact, it was not that complicated. If you were to use a cultivator's logic for this, then you would end up with something like the following. With the princess' life coming to an end, she had to close up and use a special ceremony to aid her breakthrough. The sun boat ceremony should be a ceremony used to increase the success rate of people in seclusion in Star Nation. If she broke through, the princess would naturally enjoy a rise in strength and an increase in lifespan. If she failed, she would naturally die. Based on the scale and energy intensity of the sun boat ritual, it could be inferred that the level of the seclusion should be for the ascension from the 8th to the 9th stage. It could also be a step taken towards immortality from the 9th stage. If things had gone according to the script. The princess of Star Nation left the seeds for a sun boat here as a way out for herself. If her lifespan was reaching its limit one day, she could come here to go through the sun boat ceremony. But halfway through, the script seemed to have met with an accident. The steel fish, which were the seeds for the sun boat, lost contact with their princess. It was as if the princess of Star Nation had been erased, leaving nobody with any memory of her. Other than the clues, Star Nation, princess, long hair, nothing had been left of her. When Song Shuhang received the information that the other party's sense of existence had been erased, he subconsciously thought of the wielder's small black room. When it came to erasing one's existence, the only thing he knew could do such a thing was that small black room. But after giving it some more consideration, he found something amiss. If it really were the wielder's small black room, then these steel fish and their lair should have completely forgotten about the existence of their princess. Meaning that they should have ended up forever collecting energy until they were destroyed. However, these steel fish still had some information about their princess, and they still remembered that she had long hair. As such, their princess might have met with some other accident. There was also a possibility that she was already dead. In short, the princess had never returned, and with the time that had passed already being far too long, the steel fish and the lair were unable to keep track. Therefore, when they saw Song Shuhang's steel manifestation, they could only describe it as having always waited for her return. But then, Song Shuhang had another doubt. If the steel fish and the lair had been planted by the princess as seeds a long, long time ago, with the time being too long to even be kept track of, then how was it that the steel fish and their lair were only able to gather so much energy? In the end, the sun boat would only be able to last for less than 20 days. The energy collected by the steel fish should definitely not be so meager. With that said, where was the energy they previously gathered? In addition, Song Shuhang had a clue that was related to them. Previously, he had received a mission through his magical power top-up device. Ju area defeated, his mission qualifications have been transferred. At the end of the mission prompt, Song Shuhang was told to pay attention to the remote-controlled magical treasure group that recently appeared around the Black Dragon world. In other words, these steel fish and the lair had appeared around the Black Dragon world not that long ago. Before that, where had they been? Speaking of which, the mission prompt should have activated after 3 days, right? Song Shuhang reached out, took out his magical power top-up device, and opened the interface. Giving it a check, he found that the mission had been changed. The remote-controlled magical treasure group has disappeared. The mission has been replaced. Please purify any 10 evil beasts or zombies. The reward for this is 1,000 units of magical power flow. Song Shuhang said, "This dragon network of the Black Dragon world is quite interesting." The dragon network was obviously not rigid, it had its own set of rules and calculation methods, and it would change the missions it had issued by itself as changes occurred in the outside world. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Oh yeah, your steel manifestation has been in that little sun all this time, right? Is it alright?" Song Shuhang said, "It can benefit from staying in the sun boat, so I'd naturally let it continue to stay there." The sun boat was the area prepared for the princess' seclusion, and it was something that was meant to help her advance her realm. While the steel manifestation was in the sun boat, Song Shuhang could feel that it was constantly being strengthened. At the same time, the sun boat also had an effect similar to that of an enlightenment stone. This effect, through the steel manifestation, could be fed back all the way to Song Shuhang's main body. Now, Song Shuhang was acquiring an increasingly deeper understanding of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, with his understanding being strengthened and enhanced every minute. At the same time, his saber intent was similarly experiencing changes, and he was gaining a clearer and clearer idea of what it was to be. This was the time for it to make a breakthrough. In addition, his own 33 divine beasts technique and various cultivation techniques, magical techniques, and martial arts comprehension were rapidly improving. He was even gaining inspiration regarding how to go with completing his small golden cores one by one. It was indeed a ceremony that could help an 8th stage cultivator ascend to the 9th stage. Song Shuhang was in utter admiration. The longer the steel manifestation stayed in the sun boat, the more benefit Song Shuhang's main body would be able to receive. Song Shuhang said, "I don't mind if it stays in the sun boat. Anyway, the longer it stays there, the better. It can experience improvements, and the same goes for me." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Aren't you worried that you won't be able to suppress your realm, and end up forced to transcend the tribulation?" Song Shuhang replied, "Senior, my life-bound whale core still does not have a golden core composition. For a 5th stage cultivator to ascend to the 6th stage, the most important thing was the golden core composition plus the finishing touch. Song Shuhang's lifebound whale core was currently blank. As long as he hadn't begun painting on it, theoretically speaking, he had no need to be afraid of being unable to suppress his realm and being forced to transcend the tribulation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Through this sun boat ceremony, Song Shuhang would have a clearer understanding of himself and his own cultivation. This gave him better chances for his future tribulations. At this time, under the attic, the Dragon Blood Tribe's old tribal chief and Lady Kuna had come. The two immediately saw Song Shuhang on the attic's balcony. Lady Kuna smiled, and said, "Mr. Shuhang, you're awake?" The old tribal chief said, "Ah, Mr. Shuhang, you've finally woken up. You were unconscious for 3 days. Now that you've woken up, I can finally let out a breath of relief." Speaking of it, back when he saw the hybrid being taken away by the enemy, he fainted from shock. After waking up, he heard that it was only a magical technique clone of Mr. Shuhang that had been taken away, and his real body had only passed out. With that, he was able to let out a breath of relief, and then ate 3 bowls of rice with a peace of mind. I've worried you all," Song Shuhang said and smiled. He jumped straight down from the balcony, and then landed with a thud. After becoming a cultivator, Song Shuhang had developed the habit of not going through the door. When heading downstairs, he would jump out the window if there was a window, or jump down from the balcony if there was a balcony. With his current physique, he could jump down several dozen floors without a problem. When he landed, his face paled. He stretched his hand to his waist. There, a burning pain was throbbing, and there was also a burning pain at his back. It was the wounds that had been caused by the spear of that ancient nether primordial chaos wholl. They had still not recovered. The old tribal chief bitterly said, "Apologies, Mr. Shuhang. We have tried our best, but we aren't able to heal your wounds." When Shuhang was unconscious, they tried many ways to heal his wounds. Even the great figures of the temple were invited, but his wounds were simply too domineering, and they were unable to heal them at all. They could only temporarily suppress Song Shuhang's wounds with drugs to reduce the pain. "It's fine, I understand these wounds myself. I'll deal with them myself." Song Shuhang grimaced. This bit of pain. After some time, he should be able to get used to it. By the way, Lady Kuna, Chief. Were you able to catch any evil beasts or the zombies alive? Song Shuhang asked. He had 2 ideas that he wanted to try out. "Yes, we deliberately captured a batch of them this time." The old tribal chief nodded quickly. He learned from Lady Kuna that Mr. Shuhang wanted to get a batch of Black Dragon Spirit Stones. For the practitioners of the Black Dragon world, the Black Dragon Spirit Stones could be absorbed the best right after harvesting them. Therefore, when cleaning up the evil beasts and zombies, at that time, the old tribal chief deliberately captured a group of them alive. The old tribal chief smiled, and said, "I'll bring Mr. Shuhang over." Song Shuhang said, "Thank you." The old tribal chief said, "Mr. Shuhang, there's no need to be polite. You saved the entire Dragon Blood tribe. We truly do not know how to make it up to you. Alright, please follow me." In a temporary animal shed in the Dragon Blood tribe, a group of evil beasts and zombies were sealed and kept inside. There were exactly 20 of them. The old tribal chief embarrassedly said, "This is the maximum number we can control." Song Shuhang said, "It's already enough." He stepped into the animal shed. The evil beasts and zombies were sealed and could not move. When they saw Song Shuhang, they seemed to have smelled the blood of a living being, and began roaring frantically. The evil beasts and zombies that hadn't been sacrificed at that time were all of a relatively low level, and they had nearly no intellect. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and waved. The tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades appeared in his hands. The 2 blades slashed across, and the evil beast in front of him was chopped into neat sections. After the evil beast died, it turned to ashes, leaving only one black dragon spirit stone. Song Shuhang picked up the spirit stone, and stored it in his magical bracelet. This black dragon spirit stone was reserved for Li Yingzhu to use to activate her magical power top-up machine. Then, Song Shuhang put away the twin blades. When he willed it, the virtuous Lamia appeared behind him. During the 3 days, Fairy at #% had already recovered. Song Shuhang said, "Fairy, cooperate with me." Fairy #times nodded solemnly. Song Shuhang put his palms together. After that, Fairy #times recited, "What is love?" "No, not that." Song Shuhang hurriedly called to a halt. "I want to try the soul ferrying technique to see if it works." Fairy #times turned her head. "Cut." Song Shuhang. Again. Song Shuhang clasped his palms together, muttered the Xitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture silently in his mind, and finally reached out and pointed at the evil beasts in front of him. The virtuous Lamia cooperated with him, clasped her hands together, and pointed. The mighty light of virtue shone brightly. The law of transcendence fell on all evil beasts and zombies. The evil beasts and the zombies roared again and again, showing great pain. However, they could not be ferried. It failed? Song Shuhang squeezed his chin. Or was there something wrong with the way he went about it? These evil beasts and zombies should all belong to the ranks of undead, so shouldn't it be possible for them to be ferried? Song stupid Yia. Fairy creation came out. It was unknown when she returned to Song Shuhang from Li Yingzhu's body. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Does fairy creation have a clue?" Fairy creation nodded. She reached out and took the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades from Song Shuhang before floating in front of a zombie. Then, she wielded the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades, and stabbed the zombie 10 times in a row. The zombie's body fell apart, and was on the verge of turning into ashes and becoming a black dragon spirit stone. Song Shuhang understood and pointed at the zombie. The soul-ferrying technique fell on this zombie. The aura of purification lit up, and there was the faint sound of Buddhist chanting that could be heard. The zombie had been successfully purified. Afterward, a generous amount of power of virtue that surprised Song Shuhang fell on Fairy at #%. The power of virtue that Song Shuhang gained from this was so rich that it shocked him. A zombie that was only at the 4th level in terms of strength earned him power of virtue equivalent to that of tens of thousands of ordinary 4th-stage resentful souls. A single one of them turned out to be worth tens of thousands of souls. What is the origin of these zombies? Why is their virtue value so high? Song Shuhang was puzzled. When the huge amount of light of virtue fell on Fairy at #times, her frown smoothed out as a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. After this zombie was ferried, there wasn't a black dragon spirit stone left behind. However, it was absolutely worth it to use a 4th-level black dragon spirit stone to exchange for such a large amount of power of virtue. Song Shuhang said, "Fairy creation, let's try ferrying another zombie." Fairy creation coolly waved the twin blades, went to a zombie, and then stabbed it several times in a row. The zombie screamed in pain, now weak and on the verge of falling apart. As long as it was attacked any more, it would turn into a black dragon spirit stone. Song Shuhang put his palms together, muttered Xitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture silently, and then pointed at the zombie. Just as before, the zombie was smoothly ferried, and a vast amount of power of virtue fell on Fairy at #%'s body. Lady Kuna curiously asked, "Mr. Shuhang, what are you doing?" Song Shuhang solemnly replied, "I'm mercifully ferrying the souls of these zombies." Lady Kuna. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Next." Fairy creation wielded the 2 blades in her hands, and sent a dozen slashes to the evil beast to the side. Song Shuhang had a solemn look on his face as he recited the scripture. The chanting of scripture sounded while a sense of great compassion, great light, and great detachment emerged. The corners of Lady Kuna's mouth twitched. Hurry up and stop. How is this merciful in any way? Scarlet Heaven Sword. Such a compassionate soul-ferrying technique. It was the first time it had seen something like this over its long life. Fairy Creation and Song Shuhang acted in harmony. After ferrying 9 more undead creatures, Song Shuhang's magical power top-up device shook slightly. Event mission: kill or purify any 10 zombies or evil beasts to complete. 1,000 units of magical power flow have been rewarded. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's account had an extra 1,000. Song Shuhang softly said, "The task can be completed even with the soul-ferrying technique?" "Stupid yaya." Fairy Creation sang, gently waving the twin blades in her hands. Although she was holding 2 sabers, they danced gracefully like a long sword as she wielded them. She was using the sabers as swords. "Alright, let's continue," Song Shuhang said. Unknowingly, he had begun to understand Fairy Creation's babble at some point in time. Fairy Creation's dancing blades descended on an evil beast. She had a graceful posture as she used a dual sword technique. The evil beast screamed, and fell into a near-death state. Song Shuhang recited the scripture silently, and smoothly launched a merciful, soul-ferrying technique. Then, another great wave of light of virtue fell on Fairy at #times. Deep feelings, mouth shut. Light feelings, lick. Ah, I can't drink anymore, I know, the virtuous Lamia sang lines from an opera. Song Shuhang turned and looked at her. At this time, she was enveloped in bright light of virtue. The beautiful pattern at the center of her brows lit up. At the same time, the virtuous fat whale was summoned. When Song Shuhang saw the virtuous fat whale, something occurred to him. Wait, wasn't there a white-haired beast cultivator in this fat whale's belly? Song Shuhang's holy ape dragon power technique was obtained from that person. For a long time, the virtuous fat whale had regarded the white-haired beast cultivator as something to spit out and swallow at its discretion, and Song Shuhang had forgotten about the other party's existence. After the virtuous fat whale was called out, it let out a burp. Its belly was strangely empty. Where was the white-haired beast cultivator? What happened to the beast cultivator? Song Shuhang thought of a possibility. That white-haired beast cultivator wasn't digested by the virtuous fat whale, right? However, the virtuous fat whale was only a manifestation of light of virtue. Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't have a digestive ability. The virtuous Lamia curled its tail and mounted the fat whale. This was her complete form. In the next moment, the light of virtue in her body became brighter and brighter, with a lot of it wrapping around her waist. Wait a minute. Song Shuhang quickly took out the Almighty Merchant's sheet, and threw it at the virtuous Lamia. Every time since the Lamia first evolved, her snake tail would recede. There had only been 2 times when it had been different, one being when the virtuous fat whale appeared, and the other being when the pattern at the center of her brows appeared, giving her a third eye. But for this evolution, it seemed that Fairy at #times had returned to the right path. Her snake tail would recede once more. However, her snake tail was already in a very dangerous spot. If it were to recede any further. As such, Song Shuhang threw the sheet at her immediately. The virtuous Lamia smiled slightly after receiving the sheet. Then, she took the sheet and hung it on her shoulders to wrap her body. After seeing that she understood what he meant, Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. But next, the virtuous Lamia suddenly stood, her tail becoming upright, and allowing her to suddenly reach a height of several meters. Then, she spread out her hands, standing in a single-legged rooster plus white crane with its wings spread posture. Song Shuhang. Fairy at #times, what are you doing? If you stand up like that, the sheet won't be able to wrap you up. Song Shuhang called, quickly come down. But it was too late, the position of the virtuous Lamia's waistline had already changed. The rich light of virtue enveloped her small waist and the area below her waist. Song Shuhang turned his head abruptly, and looked at the old tribal chief of the Dragon Blood tribe. Apart from him, there was only the old tribal chief who was present. Should he knock the other party out? The old tribal chief. Whoosh, there was the sound of a fan unfolding. At this time, the evolution of the virtuous Lamia was complete. The light of virtue at her waist area dissipated. Then, a pair of small and lovely wings stretched out from behind her waist. It was a pair of golden wings, with every feather being vivid and lifelike. The pair of wings folded forward like skirt armor, covering her waist. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword floated to the virtuous Lamia's side, and said, I'm really sorry that it was only a pair of wings. This is what Fairy at #% wants to say. It once again served as a mouthpiece, speaking in the virtuous Lamia's place. Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia threw back the almighty merchant's sheet to Song Shuhang. Afterward, her tail curled up flexibly as her body wrapped around Song Shuhang's body. Her delicate hand stretched out, and she pressed Song Shuhang's magical bracelet. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I want to borrow something from you, Fairy at #% says. Song Shuhang willed it, and opened his magical bracelet. The virtuous Lamia reached out, and took out a fist-sized rock from it. The stone was golden, with the faint sound of Buddhist chanting coming from it, accompanied by the sound of a wooden fish being knocked. A form of peaceful Zen aura exuded from this golden stone. At the same time, there was also a feeling of great compassion and great wisdom emanating from it. Song Shuhang said, this thing. I remember it. As he thought of what this thing was, his heart felt stifled. The kidney stone of a senior monk, artificially cultivated version. There was once a senior monk who was idle and felt bored. One day, he suddenly wanted to experience what the pain brought by a kidney stone felt like. And so, he planted a stone in his body, and cultivated it. Only the heavens know how he was able to cultivate a fist-sized stone. Due to that senior monk reciting scriptures day and night with the stone in his kidney, if one listened carefully, they would be able to hear some of the content of 3 scriptures from this stone. These scriptures were the Sacred Star Scripture, the Jade Star Scripture, and the Holy Ape Dragon Power Scripture. In addition to these scriptures, one would also be able to vaguely hear some of the senior monk's thoughts. Buddha, it hurts so much. It turns out that a kidney stone hurts this much. This monk must have been quite the masochist. The virtuous Lamia took out the golden stone, and also the blood bone that had exhausted its energy. Previously, in order to recharge the royal blood demon core, the energy in the blood bone had been extracted, so it was no different from an ordinary bone right now. The virtuous Lamia had a nostalgia complex, so she did not throw it away but stored it somewhere instead. At this moment, she was holding the golden stone in her left hand, and the blood bone in her right hand. Fairy Creation turned her head, and her eyes shone. I have a stone, I have a bone on stone bone. The virtuous Lamia pressed her hands together. The wing on the left side of her waist lightly lit up, and it floated out, descending on the blood bone and senior monk's kidney stone. In the next moment, just as Fairy Creation had sung, the golden stone and the blood bone merged. Song Shuhang. What was going on? At the side, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, it's a talent, a simple magical treasure forging technique. Fairy at #%'s talent is intrinsic to her left wing. By consuming a certain amount of virtue, the 2 materials with similar attributes can be forged into a simple magical treasure. She shook the newborn kidney stone blood bone, and nodded in satisfaction. Song Shuhang asked, what does it do? Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, it has no function. it just allows the blood bone to recharge. Fairy at #% seems to be very satisfied with this blood bone. Song Shuhang. But brandishing a blood bone was very inconsistent with the virtuous Lamia style. Song Shuhang asked, if her left wing has the power to forge magical treasures, what about her right wing? The virtuous Lamia went back to Song Shuhang. Then, she activated the talent of her right wing. A projection of a luxurious palace appeared beside the virtuous Lamia and Song Shuhang, protecting them. The virtuous palace. Song Shuhang recognized the palace at a glance. The original version of the palace in the projection was in his inner world. One of the times when he had traded with the almighty merchant, he exchanged a silver glove for the ancestral witch's blessing, cross of resurrection, and a small fragment of the virtuous palace. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, limited by your own 5th stage strength, this palace projection can only display a defense at the peak of the 6th stage at most. When you transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage, it will definitely grow stronger. Peak 6th stage defense? Great! Song Shuhang felt at ease when he heard the introduction. The projection of the palace was being limited by his realm, and it could only exert a defense at the peak of the 6th stage realm. In other words, when his realm improved in the future, the defense of the palace would improve alongside him. More importantly, this projection of the virtuous palace was different from the impregnable holy city. It would not throw its owner out of its walls, but would instead keep Song Shuhang well protected within it. Feeling at ease, Song Shuhang's heart suddenly became particularly stable. Sure enough, accumulating virtue is good. If it had been an ordinary 5th stage cultivator who had gotten the virtuous Lamia and the virtuous palace projection, then when they ascended to the 6th stage from the 5th stage, they wouldn't even need a tribulation transcending formation. As long as they brought out the virtuous palace projection, they would be able to fight against the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage. Song Shuhang thought to himself, wait, I'm also an ordinary 5th stage cultivator. Why am I excluding myself from this group? If he was careful, he shouldn't face any dangers when transcending his next tribulation. As long as he paid attention and avoided getting dragged into a group tribulation, he should be able to transcend a very ordinary heavenly tribulation when the time came. At that time, he would easily get through the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage, and become a true monarch. Song Shuhang softly said, careful and cautious, these are my strong points. No matter what, his character still belonged to the cautious type. It was only later on, when he began getting affected by the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, that he had occasional bouts of death-seeking. But as the saying went, the rivers and mountains might change, but one's nature is hard to change. His nature wasn't something that could easily be changed, and he was still the same very cautious person. While he was in thought, the virtuous Lamia stretched out her hand to cancel the virtuous palace projection. Then, she returned to Song Shuhang's body with the variant blood bone in hand. As she had just completed her evolution, she needed some time to adapt to the changes in her strength. Upon seeing this, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Wait, Fairy waiting for a promise. If you bring that kidney stone blood bone back with you, won't the kidney stone end up in my body? The virtuous Lamia tilted her head, smiled, and disappeared with a flash. Song Shuhang. Although he knew that the virtuous Lamia had the means to properly store away the blood bone, Song Shuhang got a heart-stifling feeling as he thought of how the senior monk's kidney stone was now in his body. He kept on getting the feeling that his body was beginning to exude an aura of great compassion, great virtue, and great pain. Fairy Creation waved her hands, and asked, stupid snore. Song Shuhang said, just kill the rest and let them turn into black dragon spirit stones. The virtuous Lamia had just evolved, and would no longer be receiving power of virtue for the time being. Fairy Creation nodded. As she brandished the blades, the evil beasts and zombies were continuously beheaded, becoming black dragon spirit stones that fell to the ground. Right. Wait a minute. Shuhang suddenly signaled for her to stop. Fairy Creation's arms, which were wielding the twin blades, stopped steadily. The tip of a blade was only one finger away from the last evil beast. I suddenly remembered something. Let me try it out. Shuhang stretched out his arm, and the defiant whale warrior's glove receded from his fingers. He wanted to appraise the evil beast, curious as to why he could obtain such a massive amount of virtue when he used the soul ferrying technique on these evil beasts. Everything had its reasons. There had to be something special about these evil beasts that allowed them to have such high virtue values. Before appraising the evil beast, Shuhang made sure to assume his smoky form to avoid any excessive bleeding. His fingers carefully touched the evil beast's body. If the price is too great, I'll immediately halt the secret appraisal technique, Shuhang said in his mind. He had just woken up after being out cold for 3 days, and he had no intention of passing out from pain so soon after that. The secret appraisal technique was activated. The price paid was within the range that Shuhang could bear, and the pain conveyed to his nerves was also acceptable. The result of the appraisal came back to his mind. Ancient Nethers zombie, created from the bodies of humans and wild beasts found in the Black Dragon world. Inside their decaying body, there is a colorless and transparent soul that cannot be detected by ordinary people. This soul is a survivor of the ancient Nether from an unknown era. Every time its possessed body is killed, the soul will leave behind a black energy crystal and return to the ancient Nether to be resurrected. Ordinary techniques are unable to harm them. Survivors of an unknown era? Ordinary techniques are unable to harm them. After dying, they will return to the ancient Nether and revive. Also, they cannot be detected by ordinary people. Shuhang looked at the evil beast in front of him. It really was quite a tricky monster. However, the soul ferrying technique appeared to be effective against them. After purifying them with the soul ferrying technique, one would be able to get a huge amount of virtue, but the souls would not leave a black dragon spirit stone behind. However, Shuhang couldn't be certain as to whether the soul ferrying technique could completely purify them. After all, he couldn't see the colorless soul hidden in the zombies. Is it an existence that even the sage's eye is unable to see? Shuhang reached out to touch his left eye. Where is the sage's eye? Shuhang said in surprise. The sage's eye, which had been installed in his left eye, was now gone. Unknowingly, his own eye had been swapped back. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly said, "It was taken off by Fairy Creation. While you were unconscious, you were in poor condition. If you had continued to wear the sage's eye, it would have possibly caused irreparable damage to your body. As such, Fairy Creation and Fairy #time swapped your eye back." So that's the case. Shuhang nodded. Fairy Creation returned to his side, reached out, and took out the sage's eye again. Shuhang nodded, and said, "Please swap it back in. I want to see if I can see them with the sage's eye." Fairy Creation stretched out her left hand toward Shuhang's eye socket and removed his left eye. Then, she pressed the sage's eye into Shuhang's eye socket with her right hand. Along with that came a healing technique, which allowed Shuhang to adapt to the sage's eye faster. After installing it time and time again, my body has already stopped rejecting the sage's eye. Shuhang didn't know whether this was a good or a bad thing. Lady Kuna and the old tribal chief of the Blood Dragon tribe stared at Shuhang dumbfounded. Was changing eyes so easy? It wasn't dentures, you know. Shuhang said, "Fairy Creation, let's try out the soul ferrying technique again." The virtuous Lamia had just completed her evolution, so she was still resting. If he continued to use the soul ferrying technique, the power of virtue that he received wouldn't be absorbed by her, causing it to go to waste. However, what they were doing now was an experiment, and this loss was acceptable. Fairy creation raised the blades again, and stabbed the evil beast 10 times. Song Shuhang opened the sage's eye wide, clasped his palms together, and performed the soul ferrying technique. Along with the scripture chanting, Buddhist sounds rang out. The body of the evil beast turned into ashes, and a transparent soul emerged from it. Song Shuhang said, "I can see it." With the scholarly sage's eye, he was able to see the soul. It was a formless mass, not having a specific shape nor any elemental attribute. In a sense, it was a truly pure soul. There were no selfish desires, no thoughts, it was completely pure. The soul ferrying technique had rid it of its zombie outer shell, but it did not harm the transparent soul in any way. A huge amount of virtue went to Song Shuhang, then, all of it was absorbed by his virtuous finger, leaving no waste. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand toward this transparent soul, wanting to use the secret appraisal technique on it. The transparent soul slowly floated about and disappeared. It was how it had returned to the ancient Nether. There were no spatial power fluctuations, it was similar to Senior White's spatial talent, which allowed him to directly disappear. Song Shuhang regretfully said, "It ran away." The soul ferrying technique had no effect on this pure soul. However, why would this kind of transparent and pure soul become a zombie and attack the Black Dragon world? They did not have a mind of their own, and they didn't even have desires. It was completely opposite to a zombie in nature. While in thought, Song Shuhang suddenly felt a tingling pain in his left eye. Is the sage's eye being rejected by my body? It can't be. I wore the sage's eye when running around the world before. After wearing it for a few days, not taking it off at any time during that period, there wasn't any rejection. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking this, his left eye saw a picture. He saw a world very similar to the Netherworld realm. There was a lot of evil energy there, and the evil energy flooded the whole world like oil, as if it were a black sea. Inside this black sea, various evil demons lived. Still in the black sea, strange pillars stood upright, stretching from the ground to the sky. These pillars were oddly distributed. For example, at point A, there were 10 pillars, and then at a distant point B, another 10 pillars were erected. Every 10 or so pillars were grouped together. Am I seeing something that the scholarly sage saw in the past? Song Shuhang guessed in his heart. Could it be that after the sage's eye saw the transparent soul, it awakened some memories for him to see? The scene changed. The scholarly sage went to a point. He reached out and took out a bunch of blank bamboo slips. Then, on one of the bamboo slips, he wrote the words, "Eternal Righteousness." Song Shuhang recognized these two words as they were also found in the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and the righteous body tempering poem which he practiced. After writing this, the sage threw away the bamboo slip. The bamboo slip inserted itself into the ground, and turned into a giant pillar after a rumbling sound, standing side by side with the other pillars. Song Shuhang was surprised. Weren't Senior White and Senior White 2 doing something similar? The two of them wove their hair together, and inserted it into the ground before the hair turned into pillars that stood upright. It seemed the scholarly sage had been there as well. He, like the two Senior Whites, also put pillars everywhere in the ancient Nether. If this was the case, could the other pillars in the ancient Nether also be products of other great figures? Could it be that this was the place where big shots gathered? Song Shuhang felt that he had discovered something important. Chapter 1638 Not good, it's heating up from being overloaded. In addition, Song Shuhang remembered that in the scene where Senior White and Senior White 2 were inserting hair in the ancient Nether, the pillars of the scholarly sage and other big shots were nowhere to be seen. Had those pillars been destroyed by others? Or had they hidden themselves? If they'd gone into hiding, should he look for a way to pull them out like his eyes? Tui, have I fallen ill? Since when is it so easy to pull out something big shots have planted? While he was in thought, the voice of the sage sounded by Song Shuhang's ears. Look carefully, listen carefully, this will only appear once. The scholarly sage was talking to himself, but Song Shuhang was getting the feeling that he was talking to him. The sage's eyes shifted to the other pillars in the ancient nether. The first pillar was a pure white beam of light, which seemed both real and illusory. When the sage's eyes gazed at this pillar, a vague figure emerged. The features of this figure were vague, besides the long hair that reached their back. This figure had both hands behind their back. They stood beside the pillar they had set up, seemingly having comprehended something. After a long while, he sighed, and said, "Ah, I really want to change my hairstyle." Song Shuhang. The figure continued, "After becoming the wielder of the heaven's will, my body has become eternal, and so has my hair. I can't cut it, nor can I grow it. There was even a day where I found that one of my hairs is longer than the others, but I can't cut it to make it all even. There's no way to make my hair neat and tidy, it's really disconcerting." The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Why does the eternity rewarded to the wielder of the will sound more troublesome than rewarding? At this time, the sage shifted his gaze again, and set it on a pillar made of yellow crystal diamonds. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up when he saw the yellow crystal diamond. There was a similar thing in his stomach, the virtuous crystal diamond core. As the sage's gaze shifted, a figure similarly appeared beside the yellow crystal pillar. It was a man dressed as a Taoist, his entire body shrouded by light of virtue. At the same time, there was an immortal's great way light wheel above his head. This was a powerful immortal. The immortal said, "Strange, I'd gone to the 10th level of heaven, so why am I here? However, as many senior figures have erected pillars here, I'll do the same." After a while, the immortal sighed. "So that's the case, it's a special world. A small world that is completely different from the rest of the universe. This trip was worth it, and sure enough, it was the right decision to accumulate virtue. A person of great virtue wouldn't be too lacking in the luck department." I agree with this statement, senior." Song Shuhang shouted to the immortal in his mind. This ancient nether, being completely different from the rest of the universe, was just as Song Shuhang had guessed. What the immortal said was consistent with his speculation. The sage's gaze shifted again. This time, he stared at a demonic pillar carved with various demons. Judging from its appearance, this demonic pillar was an upgraded version of the demonic pillars that demon monarch Anji had used to transcend his tribulation. Was this a pillar erected by a big shot from the demonic faction? As the sage's eyes gazed at this pillar, a figure similarly appeared beside it. This figure looked both like a man and a demon, with many parts of his body being demonized. His face was quite blurry, and an immortal's great way light wheel could be seen above his head. Is this place a miniature version of the Netherworld realm? So, is there a corresponding miniature universe? Ha, it seems that I have not reached the end of the road. Although my struggle for eternity has failed, I may still have a chance here." This humanoid figure let out a wild laugh. He was a demonic immortal who had once strived to become the wielder of the heaven's will. At the same time, his words further confirmed Song Shuhang's guess. The Black Dragon world and the ancient Nether were separate from the universe. They were the miniature forms of the universe itself and the Netherworld realm. The Black Dragon world corresponded to the universe, and every small dragon-scale world in it corresponded to the worlds and realms in the universe, while this ancient Nether corresponded to the Netherworld realm. The sage's eyes moved to another pillar. It was a coiling dragon pillar. On the pillar, there was a mighty dragon god coiling around, but the dragon god only had 1 foot, and a fan was being carried by its whiskers. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon. Song Shuhang recognized the other party at a glance. That unique shape, that stylish little fan. He absolutely couldn't be wrong. He had also gone to the ancient Nether. While he was in thought, the wielder of the wool-striped dragon, Shuhang, was familiar with appeared beside the coiling dragon pillar. However, at this time, he was not in his wielder of the wool state, having an immortal's great way light will above his head. It appeared that he had come here before becoming the wielder of the heaven's will. Seeing a familiar senior, Shuhang felt some warmth in his heart. Standing on one leg in front of the pillar, the striped dragon exuded a dignified aura. After a while, he suddenly jumped up and kicked the pillar beside him. I didn't expect that I lover to be here too. Eat sheet. One day, I will kill you. Bang! He received a rebound, and fell heavily to the ground. The striped dragon angrily said, "Crap, there is a rebounding force." Shuhang. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. As expected, if he really insisted on pulling out the pillars of these big shots, he would die. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon climbed up. He stood solemnly on his coiling dragon pillar before silently inscribing several runes on it. Shuhang guessed that he was inscribing runes that had the rebound function. After adding the runes, the striped dragon suddenly chuckled. Look ahead as you move along the path of those before you and acquire top-secret information. With every step, measure this small ancient nether. At every node, erect your own pillar and receive information. This is a game of searching for mysteries and solving puzzles. In this place, I have one thing to tell those after me: there is only one murderer, and there is only one truth. This ancient nether is actually a fragment of the old world. Heaven and earth will decay one day, but there is one thing that is constant. And in that decayed old world, because of that only constant, some things will be preserved. That's the answer, now thank me. Shuhang. What should I say? The feeling he had in his heart right now was as if he had just opened a classic detective novel. But then, as soon as he opened the first page, he saw that the name of a certain character on the page was circled and marked, "This is the murderer." That was roughly how it felt. The scholarly sage shifted his gaze calmly. The strength of the sage's heart was truly unmatched. His gaze fell on a pillar with an eye drawn on it. It was the one that had been kicked angrily by the striped dragon. At the bottom of this pillar, there wasn't a figure to be seen, or rather, it seemed that there had been a figure once, but they had been erased. However, there was a voice that had been left behind. Only eternity lasts forever? He. The sage withdrew his gaze again. Then, he began to move forward, with each step crossing a fixed distance as if to measure the ancient nether. After a while, he reached the place where the following pillars were piled up. This was the so-called node. The sage took out a bamboo slip, inscribed scholarly inscriptions on it, and turned the bamboo slip into a giant pillar before inserting it into the node. Then, a scene flooded the sage's eyes. It was the scene of a world's birth. It was the beginning of heaven and earth. The world was born. The amount of information being transferred at that moment was incomparably huge. This information, which was too large to calculate, poured into Shuhang's consciousness through the sage's eye. Shuhang's mind was in great turmoil, and the smell of burning seemed to come out of his left eye. Not good, it's been overloaded. In the next moment, his mind withdrew from the vision of the scholarly sage. Hot, Shuhang said. At this moment, the sage's eye seemed to have become a red metal ball, burning Shuhang's eye socket. Fairy Creation put her hand on Shuhang's eye socket, and carefully took out the sage's eye. After that, she used several healing techniques on his eye socket. Shuhang let out a long sigh of relief as the pain from his eye socket subsided. Fairy Creation grabbed Shuhang's eye with her other hand, and pressed it in, putting his own eye back in place. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What big news did you get this time? Why did the sage's eye suddenly start burning up?" Some things about the Black Dragon world and the ancient Nether, they're really amazing places. Shuhang activated the healing technique on his Defiant Whale Warrior's glove, using it on himself. As the healing technique took effect, the pain in his eye socket was reduced, and the pain in his waist and back was suppressed. So many big shots, before or after becoming a wielder of the will, came to this place and went to the ancient Nether to place down pillars. Even Senior White and Senior White 2 had entered the ancient Nether. Shuhang squeezed his chin. If I get the chance, should I go in and do the same? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword kindly reminded, although I don't know what you are talking about, I keep on getting the feeling that you're preparing to do something that will invite death. Shuhang said, I'll tell Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword about it in a while. Anyway, so many big shots have gone in to place their own wards. Perhaps after the Sage, even Senior Scarlet Heaven went there to place some of his own. Let's talk about it later. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, sure. Shuhang said, alright then, I have another idea I want to try. There were two things that he wanted to try out. First, he wanted to try out whether the soul ferrying technique had any effect on zombies. Second, he wanted to try to enter the 6th level area of the Dragon Network. His strength was only at the 5th stage realm, but if the position of his magical power top-up device were to rush to the Dragon Network 6th level, what interesting changes would take place? Improvements in the Dragon Network were judged based on mental energy. Shuhang's mental energy had already reached the 6th stage, so coupled with enough magical power flow, it should be possible for him to enter the 6th level area of the Dragon Network. But in order to prevent accidents, he had to set up some defensive measures. Likely due to the Black Dragon world's cultivation system having mental energy as its main focus, the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation focused on attacking one's mind and consciousness, similar to an inner demon tribulation with some mental pain. For ordinary cultivators, mental pain, which completely bypassed the defenses of one's physical body, was much worse than pain directed to their body in terms of pure suffering. But for Shuhang, as long as the pain did not reach a point where it was a blow that could instantly obliterate him, he would be able to grit his teeth and endure. Based on the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage, he believed that he would be able to endure the 6th stage equivalent. Of course, this was just an inference. Shuhang still had a lot of things to prepare before actually heading to the 6th level of the Dragon Network and transcending the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation. First of all, he had to wait for his resurrection cooldown. He still knew his limits. Although a person who had amassed a great amount of virtue wouldn't have too bad of luck, that was completely separate from having and not having a means of resurrection. He needed to have his means of resurrection at the ready before trying out something so dangerous. Secondly, he had to wait for the virtuous Lamia to adjust to her new state. The virtuous Lamia had been a big help when he had been transcending the previous Black Dragon world's tribulations. In addition, he wanted to borrow a sum of Black Dragon Spirit Stones from the Dragon Blood tribe. Senior White's clone gave him a Black Dragon Spirit Stone to top up with, but he was only left with 700,000 units of magical power flow after leveling up. When he had risen to the 5th level, he had used up 400,000 units of magical power flow. If he were to ascend to the 6th level, he would definitely require more Black Dragon Spirit Stones. He was also going to ask Lady Kuna how to use the magical power top-up device properly, how to cast magical techniques, and what to pay attention to when ascending to the 6th level. There were still about 3 days before his resurrection item was ready, and this period of time was just enough for him to prepare what he needed to prepare. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword curiously asked, "What are you going to try out?" Shuhang smiled slightly. "I want to enter the 6th level of the Dragon Network." "Of course, not today. At the very least, I have to wait until my resurrection item is ready. There are still 3 days before then. During this time, I want to make the necessary preparations." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I feel that you should try entering the 6th level of Dragon Network before your resurrection item comes off cooldown. Song Shuhang looked puzzled. Why? Could it be that there was something important he didn't know about? Did his resurrection gold coins have an effect on the Black Dragon World's heavenly tribulations or something? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly said, because you. Sigh, forget it, do whatever you want. Song Shuhang was baffled. Senior, you can't just say leave people hanging like that. Doing that leaves people feeling really uncomfortable. Fairy Creation sang, our resurrection CD FAQ. Song Shuhang responded, Fairy Creation, language. Fairy Creation tilted her head, returning the Tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades to Song Shuhang. Then, she took a few steps back, retreating more than 10 meters from him. What's the matter? Song Shuhang looked at her suspiciously. Then, Fairy Creation suddenly accelerated and rushed toward Song Shuhang. Then she leaped up high, and her body began spinning. 1 spin, 2 spins, 3 spins and a half marvelous. Afterward, she flipped her body around. In the end, she entered Song Shuhang's body head first, disappearing without a trace. Great dive. Song Shuhang. New move? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, it must be her competing with fairy times. After snatching lines, she went and came up with a new way of returning to your body? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. After a while, he squeezed out, I wanna die. Just thinking about how the virtuous Lamia and Fairy Creation would now perform a variety of actions as they returned to his body after he summoned them out, his heart felt very stifled. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I feel that it's quite pleasing to the eye. After all, from a human point of view, Fairy Creation and Fairy at #% are superb beauties, right? Song Shuhang. Well, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's words did make sense somewhat. The reconstruction of the Dragon Blood tribe was in full swing. In the tribal chief's guest room, Song Shuhang sat across from the old tribal chief and Lady Kuna. Li Yinzhu was lying on his lap. She woke up a while ago, looked for Song Shuhang, and went back into deep sleep again. At this time, Song Shuhang was learning about the heavenly tribulation for ascending to the Dragon Network 6th level from the old tribal chief and Lady Kuna. Lady Kuna herself was only at the 4th level, but she was a great master when it came to magical technique theory, and even rivaled those at the 8th level in this regard. The old tribal chief was a veteran 5th level combat mage with rich experience. Mr. Shuhang, you haven't reached the 6th level yet? The old tribal chief asked in surprise. He could sense that Song Shuhang's mental energy was already at the 6th level. Moreover, there was no need to talk about his combat prowess with how he was able to save the entire Dragon Blood tribe by himself. At that time, the old tribal chief had even suspected that Song Shuhang was a 7th level or above combat mage, and he was simply concealing his strength. Unexpectedly, the other party was really only at the 5th level in the Dragon Network. He's also at the 5th level. I feel as if I've wasted my entire life. The old tribal chief's heart was filled with emotion. In fact, the passage from the 5th to the 6th level is very special. Lady Kuna raised her glass and took a sip. This wine was a treasure of the Dragon Blood tribe, and the taste was to her liking. Lady Kuna slowly said, according to ancient legends, only after one's mental energy reaches the 6th level of the Dragon Network will their soul be cleansed and possess the qualifications to evolve into a pure soul, garnering various benefits. The biggest feature of 6th level Dragon Network mages is that they possess the means to suppress lower level mages. Within the range of their soul energy, other Dragon Network mages whose realm is lower than the 6th level will be suppressed and affected when casting magical techniques. Song Shuhang nodded. This coincided with the attributes of 6th stage true monarchs. After a 6th stage true monarch turns their golden core into a spirit lake, they can project their spirit lake whenever they wish, creating a spirit lake force field. After being affected by the spirit lake force field, the spiritual power of cultivators below the 6th stage would be suppressed, and their casting of magical techniques, as well as combat prowess, would be affected. On the other hand, the phrase, evolve into a pure soul, made Song Shuhang a little concerned, and he kept this in mind. The old tribal chief said, in the Black Dragon world, the heavenly tribulation of the 6th level is a process where one's mind and soul are purified. The specific process is similar to a kaleidoscope, it is different for every single person. However, there is basically nothing life-threatening when it comes to the tribulation of the 6th level. Even if one fails, it would only leave some wounds on their soul. Very few people have died, and it's rare for those who attempt it to even have their strength regress. After the old tribal chief had spoken until this point, he gently sighed, and then said, "When I was young, I tried to enter the 6th level of the Dragon Network but suffered some injuries to my mind and soul. Later, I tried a few more times but did not succeed, so I stopped trying. Perhaps my aptitude is limited to the 5th level." Song Shuhang asked, "Do you know of any of others' experiences in transcending the tribulation I can use as a reference?" Lady Kuna nodded. "I know of some, and I can tell Mr. Shuhang about them. I have received many 6th level mages, and listened to their descriptions of the event. Among them was Lady Hai. When she was in the midst of her 6th level tribulation, she felt like she was swimming in a sea of light. She swam from one end to the other, and when she went ashore, she advanced to the next level. She was a pure magical technique cultivator of the water system. There was also a combat mage of the fire and lightning system, Mage Danma. During his 6th level tribulation, there was lightning that struck down from the sky, and some flames blazed from the ground. He desperately used all the means he had to fight the lightning and the flames. It took him a month to ascend to the 6th level. Song Shuhang asked, "So, the tribulation is related to one's attributes?" "No, not necessarily," Lady Kuna said. "I know of a lady too, who is also of the lightning attribute. For her 6th level tribulation, she was locked inside a cramped and dark room where she suffered violent pain every day. She had almost gone crazy, but 7 days later, the small black room opened, and she successfully reached the 6th level." Song Shuhang. "I keep on feeling that the Black Dragon World's 6th level tribulation doesn't follow a fixed routine whatsoever. However, it sounded like there was no such thing as a fatal tribulation. They were all types that could be supported by one's will, and allowed one to be promoted rather smoothly. The several times I transcended my tribulation were all scenes of battle," the old tribal chief said. "My tribulation of the 6th level was a battle against an evil beast. However, every time the battle was about to end, a huge black shadow would appear and swallow me in one bite, causing me to fail. Every time that black shadow appeared, things would become strange, and it was impossible to guard against it." Song Shuhang. Very random. He wondered whether the Black Dragon World's 6th level tribulation depended on one's character and luck. Lady Kuna, the old tribal chief, and Song Shuhang discussed many references, as well as the various types of tribulation. Most of them were a kind of targeted mental torture. According to the different attributes and personalities of each practitioner, the experience they had for their tribulation was also completely different. The three of them chatted late into the night before stopping. In the sky, the little sun, created by the steel manifestation, had set and gone to the other side of the Black Dragon World, shining on the people on the other side. It was quite late at night. Song Shuhang sat on the balcony with the wine from the old tribal chief in his hand and took a sip. "Spicy," he said softly. He wasn't too fond of the wine. Behind him, the virtuous Lamia came out. She adjusted her state, and in addition to that, Song Shuhang noticed that there was power of virtue unceasingly gathering from the air, falling on the virtuous Lamia. "What's going on?" Song Shuhang asked in surprise. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Your steel manifestation acting as a small sun and illuminating the black dragon world is an act of immense virtue. Naturally, the light of virtue gathered from this action would go to you. Song Shuhang. There was such a thing? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, right, as your power of virtue continues to increase, your mental energy and physical body will be enhanced as well. When light of virtue condensed, it would slightly increase the mental energy and physical strength of the cultivator affected. Song Shuhang learned about this when he saw the foreign monk using the soul ferrying technique to accumulate virtue. At that time, he was still in the body tempering stage, and he needed to strengthen his physique. As such, he had been rather envious of the foreign monk's soul ferrying technique. This was also one of the main reasons why he decided to learn the soul ferrying technique later on. Afterward, with the improvement of Song Shuhang's strength, his mental energy and physical body continued to grow as well, which caused the enhancement brought about by the accumulation of virtue to be negligible. But now, with the steel manifestation having become a little sun revolving around the black dragon world, illuminating the world and accruing virtue, Song Shuhang's light of virtue would continue to condense, causing the quantity to grow unceasingly. When countless small drops of water gather together, they would eventually become a vast ocean. Something similar was happening to Song Shuhang's physique and mental energy at this moment. No wonder Fairy waiting for a promise was able to evolve after I ferried the souls of a few beasts. It turns out that during these 3 days I was unconscious, she had constantly been gaining power of virtue. Song Shuhang suddenly came to a realization. The virtuous Lamia stretched herself. In the air, countless small dots of virtue gathered towards her like fireflies. This scene was picturesque, and if there was a painter, seeing this scene would definitely stimulate their desire to paint. If both my physique and mental energy are getting stronger. Song Shuhang willed it, and circulated the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. Whoosh, a total of 31 holy apes appeared above his head. There was an extra holy ape. This time, the formation of the holy apes had changed once again. The large holy ape given to him by Senior White 2 sat in the middle, while the other 30 holy apes formed a circle, surrounding Song Shuhang and the large holy ape. Since the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha wasn't being circulated at this time, there were no scholarly scriptures in the hands of the holy apes. Still, why did this scene look like a group of primitive people dancing around a fire? Sure enough, books are incredibly important. They completely change a person's temperament. Even when apes pick up a book, it will make them seem more refined. With the continuous acquisition of the power of virtue, your mental energy will continue to increase. Once it has reached a certain level, it might draw the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation. After all, in the Black Dragon world, mental energy is the main focus of their cultivation, Scarlet Heaven Sword kindly reminded Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's worries were not unfounded. Song Shuhang said, just in case, I should transfer all the magical power flow I have in the Dragon Network to Little Inju first. Scarlet Heaven Sword nodded. That is a good idea. Li Yingzhu felt as if she had heard Song Shuhang call her name in her sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she woke up dazedly. Song, you called me? Song Shuhang smiled, and said, did you sleep well? I feel fully rested. But I saw that it was night outside, so I didn't get up. Li Yingzhu sat opposite Song Shuhang. Is there anything you need from me? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, took out a black dragon spirit stone from his magical bracelet, and then gave it to Li Yingzhu. Yingzhu, try converting this black dragon spirit stone and activating your magical power top-up device. After that, I will send you some magical power flow. If you feel confident, you can try raising levels in the Dragon Network. The magical power top-up device can also be used for when you transcend tribulations in the future. Its function of storing spells will prove especially useful in the main world. Oh, Okay. Li Yinzhu nodded and took the black dragon spirit stone. Song Shuhang turned his head again, and looked at the demonic hamster, who was standing on the balcony holding a sword and pretending to be cool. Hamster, do you want to activate your magical power top-up device too? If I remember correctly, Senior White 2 should have given you a magical power top-up device, right? The demonic hamster raised its head, and said, "Humph, I will hunt for black dragon spirit stones myself, so you don't have to worry about me." Song Shuhang flicked his finger, and sent a black dragon spirit stone to the demonic hamster. "Count it as me lending it to you. Just pay me back extra later on." The demonic hamster took the black dragon spirit stone, and coolly said, "All right, deal." There was no moon at night in the black dragon world. The atmosphere created by the fusion of the evil energy of the netherworld and that other type of special energy caused a faint fluorescent light to appear in the sky, allowing the black dragon world to have some light at night. The demonic hamster and Li Yinzhu sat opposite Song Shuhang, and both of them took out their magical power top-up device. Song Shuhang began to teach the two how to recharge their device and how to enter a higher level of the Dragon Network. Li Yinzhu had already gotten in contact with the Dragon Network, and even registered an account. But the demonic hamster had to start from scratch. Li Yinzhu placed her finger on the six-pointed star on the device. She then crushed the black dragon spirit stone, along with a long press and a light swipe on the button with her other hand. The power of the black dragon spirit stone was absorbed by the Dragon Network. At the same time, mental energy and magical power fell on Li Yinzhu. This enhanced Li Yinzhu's mental energy, activated her magical power top-up device, and added magical power flow into her personal account. It was a success, Song. Li Yinzhu opened her silver eyes, which were full of joy. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and patted her head. "Well done. Next, I will transfer 600,000 units of magical power flow to your account. You can try going up levels in the Dragon Network. During that time, the Black Dragon World's heavenly tribulations will descend on you. They will mainly target your mind, so make sure to be attentive." Li Yinzhu was a genuine fourth-stage cultivator who had gone through 2 heavenly tribulations. Therefore, there wasn't actually a need for Song Shuhang to tell her about the heavenly tribulation, it was merely a small reminder. Li Yinzhu nodded. She grabbed her magical power top-up device, started adapting to it, and tried to use it to release magical techniques. Meanwhile, the demonic hamster had finished registering an account, activating its magical power top-up device. Song Shuhang transferred the remaining 100,000 units of magical power flow in his magical power top-up device to the demonic hamster's account. "Remember, you'll owe me extra for this." The demonic hamster looked hesitant for a moment, and then finally nodded. Song Shuhang squinted his eyes, and patted the demonic hamster with a smile. When Shuhang's hand touched it, the demonic hamster subconsciously wanted to evade, but it couldn't just act against someone who had just done it a favor. With the black dragon spirit stones used to activate the device already on the table, as well as the 100,000 units of magical power flow, it could only grit its teeth and stay put. Cute. After a while, both Li Yinzhu and the demonic hamster got used to the magical power top-up device. They tried advancing to the higher levels in the Dragon Network. Scarlet Heaven Sword hovered beside them, taking the initiative to protect them. It murmured, "If someone had told me in the past that I would protect an evil demon of the netherworld one day, I would have definitely spat at their face." Song Shuhang chuckled. The night was long. Song Shuhang had been out cold for 3.5 days, and he naturally wouldn't waste his time sleeping. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. In any case, he was still a cultivator, and it was a cultivator's duty to cultivate. A cultivator's daily life was to look for a blessed land, and cultivate day and night. The virtuous Lamia sat behind Song Shuhang, resting her cheek on one hand while looking at the sky in a daze. As for what she was thinking about, that was a mystery. Shuhang slowly circulated the 33 divine beasts technique. Speaking of which, after his last small dantian was occupied by a golden core, all the flaws of the 33 divine beasts technique were fixed. Shuhang felt that the risk of self-destructing had been resolved. However, to be on the safe side, it was best for him to quickly ascend to the 6th stage realm, turn his golden cores into a spirit lake, and solve this problem once for all. After circulating the technique once, Shuhang entered the state of meditation. His breathing stopped, and his heartbeat began to slow down. At this time, inside Shuhang's magical bracelet, the screen of the magical power top-up device slightly lit up. News from the temple: after receiving feedback from the Dragon Blood tribe, the mission has been confirmed to be completed. The mission of assisting the Dragon Blood tribe was completed by Mr. Tyrannical Dragon. The Dragon Blood tribe rewards him with 2 million units of magical power flow. These 2 million units of magical power flow were specifically provided by the considerate old tribal chief of the Dragon Blood tribe. In the morning, when he talked with Shuhang, he heard that he was preparing to rise to the 6th level of the Dragon Network in the near future. He estimated that Shuhang would need some magical power flow to raise his level. Out of gratitude, the considerate old tribal chief quietly prepared such a large gift for Shuhang. But considering that the entire Dragon Blood tribe was saved by Shuhang, 2 million magical power flow really wasn't that much. One shouldn't look down on the Dragon Blood tribe just because they were in a remote place and looked poor. The amount of magical power flow they had was tremendous. They were people who basically thrived in war, and had been training bitterly since they were young. The number of zombies and evil beasts they killed far exceeded that of the powerhouses in the small dragon-scale world city. In fact, every adult combat mage in the Dragon Blood tribe was secretly a rich man. In the distant village, the old tribal chief smiled and took a sip of wine. I hope that Mr. Shuhang likes his reward. After all, he was the chief of a tribe, and one of his strengths was being understanding and considerate. Inside Shuhang's consciousness space, while he was cultivating, his true self sat cross-legged. At this time, the image of his true self had undergone some subtle changes. It still had its upper body bare with muscles carved like marble, wearing a crown on his head, and holding Xitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture in his hands. But on the back of his true self, there were 7 round dots. These 7 dots corresponded to the positions of the 7 small golden cores, and formed a dragon on Shuhang's back. I keep on getting the feeling that my style is becoming wilder and wilder, Shuhang thought to himself. Just as he was thinking this, his consciousness suddenly shifted to the Dragon Network. There, he saw the Tyrannical Dragon access port rushing to the 6th level area. Shuhang. What had happened?